Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep a 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no care. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how it would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
Are you guys ready for this? Let's show them. Time for talk over. Let's do this.
Oh, what a beautiful play! He can take down anyone! Oh my God! यहाँ पर क्लोज करके शॉट लेके बच गए हाई लेवल पे और उनके ऊपर धावा बोला जाएगा एलिमिनेट
The conquest is over and now the real challenge begins. Welcome ladies and gentlemen to Snapdragon Pro Series BGMI Challenge Season Day 1. My name is Shadow and I'll be your caster and presenter, and joining me on the panel is my dear friend Neeraj. But before we get the show started, a huge thank you to our lovely sponsors, starting with Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. Share the epic and level up your game. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, where winning matters the most, and Monster Energy, unleash the beast. And Neeraj, it's day number 1 of challenge season. How excited are you?
I'm of course pretty excited because I mean we started things off with the qualifiers final and now we're currently inside the challenge season. It is definitely something that I was expecting in the future, and considering we've got 24 invited teams, that's just going to add on even much more of an excitement, considering they're going to be duking it out against the 8 teams that qualified in from the qualifiers itself.
Well, certainly the 8 teams, they have qualified and now they will be competing with the top teams of the country. But I want to discuss the hot topic of the BGMI community these days, the announcements coming every day about the roster changes. How do you think it is going to affect the synergy of the teams right now?
Well, I mean, that's definitely quite an interesting topic to speak about, right? But format is something that we also need to talk about because we know we started things off with the qualifiers itself, and now that we're inside the challenge seasons, later on, of course, there's going to be the finals, and then the grand finals we need to speak about, which is going to be a LAN as well. So that's an excitement that's going to add on even more for all the people that are currently watching at home. And yes, you guys heard it right here. It is going to be a LAN. So every single player with all the new roster shuffles that you're speaking about will be over there. And speaking about the roster shuffles too, it's definitely quite weird to me at the first spot when I heard about all those shuffles, but let's see how that's going to click in together.
Yeah, certainly. But let's have a look at the format which you explained in so very detail. Yes, we started with open qualifiers, and from there we got the top 8 teams. And currently we are at the challenge season where these top 8 teams of the open finals are going to compete with the invited teams, the top teams of the country. And these teams will qualify. After these teams, only top 16 will qualify for the challenge finals.
Of course, challenge finals is something everyone is going to be super excited to see. And trust me when I say this, all these invited teams that are currently over here, all of them are one of the best teams that you can find inside the Indian region. I've been over here, I've been casting these teams for a really long time, and I know what these teams are capable of. And considering we have 24 teams that are invited and top 8 teams from the qualifiers itself, we have also divided all these teams into groups. Before now, let's move forward and take a look at the point system. This is something that's really important. Chicken dinner team getting 15 points, the second place getting team 12 points, and the third place getting team will be getting 10 points themselves. And then of course an important factor, which is going to be each elimination will be rewarding you 1 point.
Well, certainly everyone is going to eye for that 15 placement points to get a winner chicken dinner. That's the ultimate goal every team has. But still, if your game is not going so good, that is where the finish points come into the picture, and you will get an average of 4 to 5 points in every single game. And since we have so many games in this particular challenge season stage, so these average points are definitely going to help the teams. But let's have a look.
But now we need to focus on the groups too, right? Because we've got the groups, as I mentioned, there are quite a lot of teams in total. So we have divided all these teams into groups. Group A, you're going to have Global Esports, Blind Esports, Godlike, WSP, AUTOBOTZ, and then you've also got Gujarat Tigers and God's Arena, a team that has been out of form, or maybe you can't say it, being out of competition for a while, but now they're finally going to have a shot to come back inside the competition.
Let's see. Global Esports, Blind. We have so many big names coming in, but every team, they have roster changes coming up, and I'm not so sure that how the performance is going to be from their side. At the same time, the teams which have qualified from the open qualifiers, they've already faced such a fierce competition. Do you think any way they can beat the top teams of the country?
Of course, without a doubt. There's a reason why these guys are over here, and they're facing these teams on the same equal platform as the invited teams are playing on too. So there's of course a chance. There's a reason why these guys are over here, and I'm pretty sure these guys are equally matched too. Now we need to speak about the roster shuffles, right? Especially Team Seoul, one of the hot topics inside the Indian gaming community right now. Team Seoul going through a massive change. They have signed up the ex-Blind roster, which is definitely one of the best things that Team Souls can ask for themselves, because we know Blind Esports' roster back in the time, they were just dominating completely. Like back a couple of months ago, Blind Esports, they also won some of the official tournaments that were out there. So of course, this team is going to be in form. I really want to see how these guys are going to be performing under the Team Soul banner.
Well, certainly the performance is expected from their side. At the same time, speaking of Blind, they have acquired the X-Insane roster. And now let's see how this time the Blind Esports is going to perform, because the organization is already experienced with the top-notch performance. But will the X-Insane players will be able to deliver? That's the main question. But I have a certain question. Few teams, they have only 2 previous players and 2 new players they have acquired. So do you think the lineups where the players are still sticking together but playing under different banner, they'll have an upper hand in terms of the synergy?
That's there's two ways to look at it, right? These guys have been playing against each other no matter what. Now, you need to understand IGC, yeah, all these players, they're quite good friends off the camera. So maybe these guys have been playing with each other for a long time, but now they've finally got a chance to come under one single banner. So maybe the synergy can be good. But if that's not the case, if these players are meeting each other for the first time, then of course, a little bit of communication gap can be witnessed. But let's see how that's going to look like. As we've got the squad roster in front of us, Group A is going to be the way to go. Global Esports, we've got them, Godlike 2, AUTOBOTZ Esports, and Blind Esports, especially Godlike as well. Another hot topic in the community. Jelly coming inside the roster as an IGL. I want to see how Jelly is going to be leading this team.
We have seen past performance from the side of Jelly. He was so fantastic as an IGL. So big things are definitely expected from their side. Even Mavi is also coming in with Beast in Global Esports, and Ninja Boy, a big name again coming in, Slug, Ekrin, all the big plus. But speaking of Blind, like you mentioned, we have Adi, Dark Lord. Dark Lord is one of those person who has clashed it out so many times. Skips is there. So all these teams are looking very strong. I wonder how the other teams are going to face such a fierce competition.
I really want to see how Ninja Boy and Slug's combination is going to work in together, because Global Esports is one of the top teams out there as well. Slug, especially a man that used to play for Insane Esports back in the day, but now he's playing under Global Esports' banner. I want to see how that's going to click in together, as we've got another set of teams in front of us. Gujarat Tigers, WSB Gaming, 4Shot Esports, God's Green. Now, 4Shot being one of the newcomers inside the competition. I have witnessed these teams play in the past, and King KO is one of the players that you need to look out for.
4Shot Esports in the open qualifiers also performed really good. They got total of 95 points. A good performance came from their sides. So definitely the experience which these guys have was being showcased. They have to showcase in this particular stage as well. WSB Gaming, well, they have been sticking with few of their players. Zeref is there, Raiden, Gods is there, Anush 2 OP. This player impressed me the most in the previous official tournaments. So definitely big things are expected from his side as well.
Of course, I mean, especially WSB is one of those teams that I'm always looking out for. When I saw this team for the first time, they astonished me. But now we've got Group B in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, from which Chemin Esports, Hydra officials, Orangutan, and Carnival Gaming. Now, this is going to be something that I'm really looking forward to, because Carnival Gaming, they have signed the ex-roster of Seoul, and especially we know how Seoul was struggling in the past. So I want to see, are there any type of changes that are going to come through from the side of Carnival Gaming or no? Or is there going to be the same play style that these guys used to play back in the day? Orangutan as well in front of us, Ash, Trigger, AKOP, and WizGod. Now, Orangutan is one of those teams. It's been a while since I witnessed this team on a big stage. I also want to see how they're going to be performing over here.
Last time I saw Orangutan, there was a dip in the performance. There was a time Orangutan used to be on the top of the leaderboard, but recently we saw a dip in the performance. But after a very long time, Orangutan, let's hope, comeback is showcased from their side. But now we have Middle Esports, where Encore, Paradox, Siam, Top Dog, Mystic are there. The players are sticking with each other, so the synergy should not be an issue. Skull Esports is also one of those teams that impressed everyone in the open finals, because they got the maximum winner chicken dinners, 4 total chicken dinners.
That is true. Skull Esports, another new up-and-coming team. TWM Gaming, the same thing can be said for this team as well. I've witnessed both these teams in the past, and trust me when I say that Skull Esports is a team to look out for. These guys are so aggressive inside the battlegrounds, and it's just really phenomenal to witness these guys on the play. But then you talk about the polar opposites, and you see TWM Gaming in front of you, and TWM is one of those tactical hybrid team. They really like to focus on the tactical nature as well, but they can shift as well if needed. They do not really shy away from the fights, and if they really do want a good position in their hands, they're not afraid to breach inside the compound and take it over. So they're also like an assertive and a passive team.
Seem like 4 aggressive man, because last time in the open finals, day number 1, they were super aggressive. They were going for the finish points. They were accumulating as many finishes as much possible. But suddenly on day number 2, they went for a completely passive. They were focusing on those placement points. So sometimes you have to make that switch according to the situation. Sometimes you have to go for those placement points, crucial placement points, and sometimes you have to go for the aggression.
Of course, aggression is something that is super important as well, but we know defense as well is something that really adds on a little bit of charm to that aggression too. Sometimes playing defensive and passive can be the way to go, but we've got the schedule for the day one in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to kick things off with Erangel, from which Group A and B is going to be the one to give it all they've got for this first game. Second game's going to be Miramar. Third game, once again, Erangel. Fourth is going to be Sanhok. Fifth is going to be Vikendi. And then we're going to end things off in Erangel once again. You guys must have noticed one single change, and that is Erangel is going to be played 3 times. So that's a really good news for all the teams.
The bread and butter map of BGMI, the Erangel. Everybody is aware of the nook and cranny of this particular map, so you don't have any excuse that you are not able to perform, because we have got 3 Erangels, like you pointed out. And in the open finals, few teams who were majorly heavily performing on Erangel, one of them was Reckoning Esports. They got the highest points in Erangel. And Skull Esports, well, they got 2 chicken dinners in both Erangels.
What can you say about Reckoning Esports? I've seen this lineup in the past, but not a lot compared to what I've seen from some of the best teams out there. Reckoning Esports, I really haven't had a lot of pleasure to witness this team in action, but I've heard a lot of things about this roster itself. So I really want to see them in action. I want to see how they're going to kick things off inside the first game. I really want to see how things are going to look like for them, because once again, you need to understand, first game is something that you try to shake your jitters off of, right? And then the second game is something that you can really focus. But considering we've got the group system over here, so Group A and B, they're really going to be going in head first.
Oh, yes, Group A and B, they are competing first. But like you mentioned, drop collisions is also something that I'm expecting, because these teams might go for a change in the drop location. Are you expecting any sort of drop collision between Group A and B?
I'm not exactly sure. I mean, we'll be able to see that in game, right? Especially with all the changes that have been over here. I'm pretty much sure that there might be some changes in the drop locations itself. So we'll be able to find that out once we deep dive inside the game itself. But I want to know your prediction for the first game. Which team do you think is going to be able to take it home?
I'm not so sure, because recently the performance... Oh, okay, I'll go with the team which has qualified for short esports, because I'll always support the qualified teams.
It's interesting that you went with the new upcoming team, right? But I'm going to go with Global Esports, because this team has been out of the main action for a while, but now Global Esports, them being back inside the scene, I really want to see what they've got and what they're packing, as we've got the first game rolling up in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, and the playing flat path starting all the way from shooting range towards down south, which is going to be military base. Let's see how the players are going to be adapting, because the playing flat path seemingly does not seem that cruel.
Oh, it is favoring every single team. So you can easily glide over to your favorite drop city, even if it is Lipovka. It's not such a big distance that you can't travel over there. So BGMI gods are being very gracious at the start of the event, at the start of the stage on all these teams. And looks like the players of Chemin Esports, they're heading towards the side of North Georgopol. And Global Esports, well, they're heading towards the side of Siverny, an interesting drop location, in fact.
Interesting drop location indeed. Then you've got a couple of more players who will be looking forward to drop inside military base. I'm really trying to spot some drop collisions here, though. And it seems like there isn't any. OG, they like to go towards Fair Pier. Nothing changed over there. They are still going to drop in that same spot. Then you've got another team going all the way down south towards military base, and that's where they're going to drop. It's Gladiator Esports. It's their hometown, and they're not going to leave it anytime soon. OG, as usual, 3 players dropping towards Fair Pier, 1 single guy dropping in on that military island, which is Ash. That's how they like to play. I'm not exactly sure why the strategy is there, but I guess it's mainly because of the circles on the military island. Ash is over there, sort of like a booked spot on that military island.
This has been a very default setup for the players of Orangutan. From the time they have chosen Ferry Pier, I've been witnessing Ash going for those compounds. He grabs a vehicle because you don't get so many vehicles around Ferry Pier. So vehicles are very crucial, and Ash usually tends to go over there, grab as much information, grab those vehicles, and reunite with his teammates. That has been a default setup of Orangutan. But like you said, Gladiators, well, they have been potentially dominating from the southern side, and military base has been their home ground since a very long time. Then also, we have the players of WOSB in the heart of Erangel, that is a city of Pochinki.
So Gladiators usually like to rotate away from military base a little bit late after the first zone, or they pretty much like to tank the damage of the first blue. But now that the zone is also favoring them, so Gladiator Esports, they're going to be feeling quite cozy in that military base. No issues over there whatsoever. TWM as well towards the Quarry side. No issues for them too. They're going to have a good time. Then you've also got Carnival Gaming towards Gatka. That's the XT Team Soul lineup. Even they're looking quite comfortable in that spot. Chemin Esports all the way towards the Georgia Pool apartment. They've got a potential rival that is way too close to them. But let's see how Carnival Esports is going to deal with them.
Speaking of rival and drop collisions, looks like in the city of Yasna, we have two teams. We have Team X Park over there. A certain change is there from their side. And also, we have one more team. So maybe, potentially, the next fight could be brewing up in the city of Yasna, or maybe towards the side of North Georgiapul, because we have two teams over there also.
Indeed. And especially Skulls too. Skulls is one of those teams that is quite aggressive. As soon as they get their first ever loot, they instantly go on a hunt. Team X Park and Godlike in a drop collision. Two of the big mammoths inside the Indian gaming community. But I highly doubt they're going to be colliding this time though. Even Godlike, it does not seem like they want to push out of their comfort zones and go for the fights as well. The same thing can be said for Team X Park. It's way too early to have a casualty on your name, so it's better to play a little bit more of a peaceful stance.
Yasna is a city where you can have that kind of a situation that two teams are there and still not engaging in a fight, because it's a big city. You can grab those resources, you can grab those weaponry and not engage in any sort of fight and prioritize a circle, because both these teams are close to 200 meters away from the zone. Not something to worry about. But still, engaging in an early fight doesn't only mean that you are facing casualty. You're also giving away point to the enemy. You are putting an enemy at the advantage position. So that is something all these teams need to consider. But speaking of Godlike, this is a team that always loves to go for the aggression. So maybe there is a possibility that Team X Park and Godlike, the most aggressive teams, might collide.
Indeed, can be a possibility. If at least one of the players decides to go in the enemy territory, then yeah, sure. But I guess these two teams, they really know their boundaries, and I highly doubt that's going to be a possibility that we might just see a fight coming in, because you also need to understand there's also scrims that these guys play together. So there's a chance these guys might have signed a treaty or something that, okay, you guys can have certain part of Yasna Poliana and we can have a certain part. Then yeah, it's going to be peaceful ending for both of them.
Peace
Especially
treaty.
Team Godlike, we know they have went through a decent amount of changes. Jelly being one of the passive IGLs, Jelly being one of the defensive IGLs. It's really going to force Godlike to change their main core playstyle. So I want to see how the rest of the players from Godlike are going to adapt.
That is exactly what I was also thinking, because Jonathan is one of the most aggressive assaulter out there, and the addition of Jelly in the lineup, maybe the controlled aggression which Godlike was looking for could happen now, or maybe Jelly will become an aggressive IGL. We don't know. We have to see. But for now, nothing really is happening. Everyone is busy grabbing those crucial resources which are going to come very handy in the final few stages of the circle.
Metal Esports towards Novo as well. No issues over there. So far, we expected some drop collisions, but no, that's not the case. Everyone's having a great time inside the first phase of the game, and yeah, they're just looting quite peacefully. At this point in time, everyone's just waiting for the next circle shift to hit the deck, and it's better to find yourself at as comfortable position as possible quickly, because soon enough, the good slots are going to be booked away, and then you will need to adjust accordingly. So it's better that you try to get yourself a really good spot inside the circle as quick as possible. Hydra towards Milta Power, even they're going to try to make it in to the centric spot if possible. But yeah, at this point in time, all these teams just getting on their vehicles, going for that rotation. Soon enough, we might see some rotation clashes, but let's see.
Even the circle also, Necro, this time, it's a hybrid circle. So everybody will try either to go towards the center of the circle or towards the side of farm or ferry prier and grab a compound for themselves. So because the circle might go south or might go on the main island. Anything could be a possibility. So everyone is just preparing themselves for the next circle. So that's where a few early rotations are coming in. But there are a few teams which are opting for late rotation, like the players of Chemin. They are still in the side of Zarki. Global Esports also heading their way inside the circle from Sivorni. And Team X Park, like you mentioned, there won't be any sort of fight. The peace treaty is there, so Team X Park is also heading towards the center for now.
Global Esports preaching in from the northern side. A late preach indeed from them. Chemin Esports, the same thing can be said. Blind Esports, another team that has went through a roster change because they had no choice. The roster got signed up by Team Seoul. So I want to see how Blind Esports or these players are going to be adjusting as well, because even they have went through a little bit of minor tweaks. All the 4 players from Blind just staying cozy in that compound they found. Just trying to play a little logical, I guess. Do not really need to take fights, especially when you're in a decent position and inside the circle too. WSP, another solid team. New to the game, not exactly new to the game, but new to the scene. But they pack a massive punch. I've seen this team perform quite a while now. And all the players inside this team, they have got some good individual firepower, especially Zerif. He's one of those players that does not fail to impress me. Before now, Blind Esports engaging in a fight against the players of Team X Park. Sarang has managed to knock one player out, but even he himself gets knocked out at the moment. And that's a big issue, because Team X Park now, they've only got Ninja inside the house, and even he's getting chipped up slowly and steadily. No way he's going to stand a chance against the entirety of Team Blind. But then Dreams arrives. The backup from Team X Park is finally here, but it seems a little bit too late, because Dreams, he needs to hurry up and save his teammate's life, because the house is getting bombarded.
Even SprayGod is also trying with the vehicle to close in the distance and help his teammates out. Player 1 was trying to pep a few bullets towards his side, but nevertheless, Dreams has got the confirmation point. Even Team X Park also suffered heavy casualties. SprayGod is trying to provide all the backline support, but Jelly comes in with a vehicle run over and gets the confirmation on to Blind player.
Oh, this is now looking too good. Godlike with the third party inside this entire affair. They are really here to take advantage of both these teams fighting. But Team X Park from the far fray, they've managed to knock one player out. And that's not a good news at all. Team Godlike, they might have just run into a big death trap. And that's why now you can instantly see the players of Godlike just pushing back in a defensive stance. Z-God will be back up on his feet, but Team X Park as well, now starting to ram their vehicles on the same compound. A big blunder from one of the players from X Park. Even Dreams falls down. It's all down to Ninja. Team X Park, they're on the verge of getting eliminated so early inside the game. Ninja trying to play as defensive as possible inside the house, but Team Godlike, they've got the man advantage. It's not going to be tough for them at all to flush the last man out from Team X Park. He's got a DBS in his hands. All it's going to take is one single pump, but it's not going to matter. He gets overwhelmed by the entirety of Team Godlike.
The victory was very short-lived. Team X Park also facing an elimination. Blind surviving with only one player, but the next elimination could be in the name of Gujarat Tigers, as MJ is all by himself. Even the players of 4-Shot Esports are trying to get him down through those grenades. King is still bleeding, begging for the help, begging for the rescue mission, and saw the players of Team Gujarat Tigers, but that grenade was so close. MJ surviving on a sliver of HP, and Goku with an AKM is already closing in the distance and finally shuts him down. And another elimination also coming in.
Oh, Ninja Boy from the far fray just goes for a prone spray. Perfect stuff. Gujarat Tigers as well getting eliminated. Some of the big dogs getting eliminated from this game off the bat. Definitely a massive surprise. Global Esports as well with the run over, and Slug, he gets those 2 eliminations easily. Global Esports 2 now. Starting to chime inside the fight. What's going on? At the start, it was such a peaceful moment, but now it's all out war. It's just the chaos ensuing all across the battlegrounds. But Global Esports, they need to realize there's another threat present in front of them in the name of Godlike. It's not going to be the easy ones to deal with, especially Godlike. They've already tasted blood. They know how to deal with the opponents too. Jelly's addition is definitely adding quite a bit of patience in this team, but let's see how Godlike's going to be able to deal with the upcoming hurdles.
What is really happening? So many fights are happening. This is definitely not a slow Erangel as we expected. Global Esports under the supervision of Mavi is definitely going to be very aggressive. But like you pointed out, Godlike, little bit of the passiveness is being showcased from their side. Global Esports, they have also managed to get 2 elimination points, but they really need to find a better spot for themselves, because out there in the open is not a position they want to hold on to. But seems like the circle has shifted little towards the side of north, and even gladiators, they have also started their journey inside the circle.
Carnival Gaming, a lot of fans in the chat for this team. Let's see this time if they're going to be able to live up to the expectations or not. TWM Gaming moving inside the circle late. Late breach from them. I mean, you can see on the map as well, you can see all the red circles, and that's where the fights happened. Majority of the fights actually did happen from the northern side itself, so that is a red zone right now. You do not want to go over there. But in general, Skulls Esports in the smack center, they've got the best spot they can ask themselves to be in so far. So Skulls does not need to go aggressive at all, but then we know it's Skulls. They like to play aggressive in the first place. I like that split that's coming in from Skulls. One player a little bit far away. It's a 3-1 split from Skulls, playing for that informational game. But especially if that one player separated away from the team gets knocked or found, then the real problems are going to start to knock their doors. Global Esports still quite close to the players of Godlike. That is a threat that's been lingering on top of Godlike for a while now.
Certainly it is. It is a threat that Godlike can't ignore at all. And everyone this time is focusing on the center of the Erangel. Usually we tend to see a few of the teams, they go for the late rotation, they hold on to the edges of the circle. But this time, they are not shying away from the fight at all. Everyone is looking super aggressive. But for now, Skulls Esports, this is one of those teams that we can't ignore at all in the map of Erangel, especially the way they started off the open finals. Very day first, they got 2 chicken dinners both in Erangel. So definitely this is a team to watch out for. WSB Gaming, speaking of this team, Anush OP is also, along with Raiden, one of the player who is known for his aggression, for the assault that he brings in the lobby. For now, they're just holding on to the area, holding on to the ridges, and scouting as much information as they can collect.
Anuja is one of the newest additions to the WSB roster. I still remember. Because I remember Raiden and Zeref combo was one of the most deadly duos that you can find inside the battlegrounds. And now that Anuj is also added inside the competition, I want to see what type of a change, what type of role he's going to be bringing inside the game. WSB, Zeref on the scout, scouts out a couple of players from Global Esports, instantly decides to back away, just playing completely for the information. So WSB, I like the thinking, but hopefully the execution in the front's going to be even better, because that's all it's going to matter on. And you can see the utilities as well. He's got 6 frag grenades and 7 smoke grenades. He's ready for a war.
They're prepared, every team. Even look at Slug, the way his bag is loaded. 6 grenades, 5 smokes. Every player, even Ninja Boy, they're prepared for an open circle. An urban circle. Whatever the circle is, every player is prepared. And for now, Ninja Boy, also having a slight height advantage, is trying to scout the area, grab as much information as much possible. And looks like from the northern side, we have the players of Chemin also coming in. But as per the finish feed, even the players of TWM are engaging in a fight, where Ninja Boy has managed to take down 1 player.
Global Esports, even they're on a run to make it inside the next circle. The circle shift did come in, and the unfortunate stuff for all the players is that 30% of the circle is in the water. So that's not really good news. You've only got the leftover circle to play around with, so already the land surface is quite limited. TWM Gaming against the players of Gladiators. They've already managed to knock out Delta. That's not a good news for them at all. But Godsreen, even they're trying their best to fight back against the opponents like that. Especially TWM Gaming. When you know that you've got vultures just lingering on top of you and you're getting ran over by the players like that, it's a big trouble on the doors. And that's not a good news at all. Godsreen getting picked off slowly and steadily. Justin in the front all by himself. What can he do? He's surrounded by the foes and that's it. TWM Gaming, what a flawless execution in that fight. Taking down the big dogs. Taking down the best team that the Indian region has to offer.
Flawlessly with a vehicle run over that also. TWM, fantastic job being done from their side. But looks like Skulls Esports has also managed to eliminate another big name, Global Esports. They eliminated 1 team 4 shot and now face an elimination and the 13th spot. That means 0 placement points. Not a performance expected from the side of Global Esports. But looking at AUTOBOTZ, well, they have a good compound to their name, but they are few meters away from the circle. At the same time, there is a threat lurking nearby in the name of Orangutan.
AUTOBOTZ, another new team inside the competition. Indeed, you're going to feel that pressure, especially when you are new, playing against some of the most experienced teams inside the IGC. WSP, they've spotted out the players of OG, already 1 knocks confirmed, and Xerath is not stopping anytime soon. The bullets are just raining in like hellfire. And Xerath definitely wants to go for the confirmation as well. Drigger knocked out. Ash quite close. Drigger calling to safety. But still, is the resurrection going to be possible? That's my real question. While it sounds next to impossible, I mean, he's trying his best to crawl to safety. But WSP, do they have any other evil plans? Xerath is on a move. He's on a run to create an off angle maybe, but no, eventually decides to back away and reunite with his team. That's the safest and the most mature option that Xerath can choose.
WSB, it's an open field, Neeraj. There is no chance they'll make a open rush directly towards the side of Orangutan. So the rescue mission was pretty much easy, and Ash has already revived his fallen comrade. This is a battle which the players can try and deplete the resources of Orangutan and vice versa, and then maybe we can see a rush or push coming in. But looks like even the players of Godlike are also engaging in a fight with the players of Metal Esports as per finish feed. So let's see if they can make the confirmation point also. And few of the players are still on the periphery of the circle, like the players of TWM. They have got good finishes. Even we have the players of Chemin right in the epicenter. Looks like a good position for them to hold on to.
Yeah, Chemin's got a decent position on the northern side. They're looking pretty okay. OG playing on the shores. Even this is quite a good position. The only problem that's going to happen if the circle moves away from OG. And the next circle shift's going to be in front of us, and it's actually not that far away. But still, OG, they need to move inside the circle. And playing from the shorelines is next to impossible, especially when you've got WSB camping around. But Chemin Esports engaging in a fight because they've got 1 player all by himself, which is in the name of Skults. And Skults, they're trying their best to defend this compound. But Beast, he gets knocked out, overwhelmed by the players of Chemin Esports. All the players in that same compound. Resurrection needs to be there on the Venom. But at least Chemin Esports, they've managed to get this compound in their hands. So Skulls Esports now, they've got so much more problem to deal with, considering they've only got 1 last man alive, if I'm not wrong. And yes, they do.
Yeah, Phoenix is the last man standing from the side of Skull Esports, and looks like the players of Chemin has a vague idea that where the Phoenix might be hiding in that very compound. And Fury is also keeping a close eye onto that particular compound. And Chemin, from the periphery of the circle, they can try and potentially look for a dominant control from the northern side. Even Team Hydra officials, we last saw them towards the side of Milta Power, and they are on the eastern periphery of the circle. A good area for Hydra officials because we don't see a lot of cluster over there. So even Hydra officials are also one of the team to look out for in this very circle.
12 teams and 38 players in total remaining. Still, we've got a decent amount of teams, but quite a lot of handicaps. So that's a real issue. TWM being able to take down God's Reen themselves was definitely quite a massive upset for the lobby. But also a really good news for TWM because they have improved their mechanics quite a lot. With the way they took the fight, good communication was a key. And TWM, they nailed it. Carnival in front of us. So far, once again, playing super defensive. You still remember Team Soul. They like to play defensive with this roster. And it seems like Carnival Gaming, or all the players, they have not changed the main core of their playstyle. Neo being one of the assaulters. Really want to see how Neo is going to be performing this time, because Neo had quite a lot of upsets himself. He was not really able to perform to his fullest potential. But maybe now he can activate that. WSB, all the 4 players looking quite comfortable. OG making rotation close to him. They're quite adamant in taking this fight. They've managed to find a decent cover, but it's not too good. You can still get shot at in the back.
Oh, Raiden out in the open, spotted by AKOP, but he's going to miss few of the shots and Raiden survive. But how will he survive the blue zone? The wall of death is also closing in. And both these teams need to consider. And WSB Gaming still trying the level best to survive. We have the players of Carnival Gaming also lurking nearby. That could be a potential third-party situation brewing up. But for now, Orangutan, they're coming under heavy fire from the side of WSB.
Oh, Orangutan. This is not too good. Viscod gets knocked out. Zerf, beautiful utility utilization. But eventually the trade hits him. WSP, this is quite an uphill battle for them. But still, they're quite adamant in taking down the opponents like that. Orangutan, a team that is not to be taken down that easily. You cannot really underestimate this roster like that. But WSP as well, they have proven time and time with how good they are with the mechanics. AKOP, way too low for comfort. Eventually, even another man gets taken down. Raiden out of the competition too. WSP, they're getting dismantled slowly and steadily. One more man to go from WSP. And that too, it's Anuj, the new player that the roster has to offer. And let's see what Anuj is now going to be able to do inside the scenario. Managed to get first man down. Ash taken down instantly. Anuj is way too low. Goes for the patch up. Now pulls out the DBS once again. Gets the confirmation flowing up as well. OG, their game's being spoiled. And it's a one-on-one scenario. Trigger versus Anuj from WSP. Utilities being utilized, and the nade's going to be perfectly cooked too. But unfortunately, the connection's not going to be found. Even AKOP closes on up. Anuj, way too low HP, and eventually he will be dealt with.
And he has been dealt with. With that, the team has been eliminated. But valiant effort from his side right now. The players of Godlike, they're rushing onto the compounds of Metal Esports. Their top dog is still begging for a help, and Max grenade takes on Siam. Precise grenades coming in from the side of Godlike. 6 elimination points already in their favor. Z-God makes a very aggressive push. Gets taken down, has been dealt with. Jelly is going for those crucial revivals, but Fury's grenade is also bringing a lot of damage in this situation. Godlike, they have to go for the crucial rescue mission onto the fallen teammates.
Godlike, they've taken some massive hits inside the fight. Metal Esports, at least they've managed to take down Metal, so that's a good news. Now they have this compound all to themselves. OG as well in the back lines getting shot down. Quite low, quite sensitive, quite fragile at this moment. Chemin Esports and OG. This fight is definitely going to be a fight worth witnessing, but eventually Orangutan, they have been eliminated from the game. They've been sent packing home. Godlike still in the close lines, in the close contentions. Autobots too, Skrill's getting knocked out. This is the late game scenario, and it's going to be all hell breaking loose. Chemin Esports with all the 4 players alive, even though they have taken so many fights, still Chemin Esports, they're up and alive with all the players. Godlike, they've managed to get 7 eliminations so far, but still they've got all the 4 players as well. Godlike, they're playing phenomenal so far. Skull's being eliminated from the game completely. Even that's another big upset. Let's see how the future line's going to look like, considering Autobots, they're quite out in the open.
They are, and so the players of Chemin also will be, because they have to make that crucial rotation. TWM also from the northern side is bringing some damage toward the side of Godlike, as Jonathan has been taken down, but the revival should not be a problem. He's again back on his feet. But Chemin, AUTOBOTZ, Godlike Esports, TWM, all these teams, they have to make those rotations from the northern end, and this is not going to be easy at all. Godlike already on their way. The vehicles are ready and making their way inside the circle, because it is so very necessary at this point. Chemin, they also need to make that rotation. Autobots are also trying to do the same, but on the other side, Spy Honey, well, he has been eliminated, but look at that. Chemin with those vehicles is trying to bring some damage, but Jonathan takes on not just 1, 2 players of Chemin with that DBS.
Godlike's on fire, and Jonathan, this one single man, he was just wrecking havoc at that moment. Now it's all down to Mac, and Mac decides to run over the last player, but it's a little too late, and even Mac loses his own life. Godlike, they have been eliminated right next to Sports. Another massive upset inside the lobby. Autobots too now starting to close on up. The circle's way too small, but there's so many teams looking forward to breach in. It just sounds next to impossible. The circle 2 is out in the open, so yeah, it's going to be way too tough to survive this one. Carnival Gaming, Hector, up against the opponents. Even Akshat is in the back lines. I like the fact that Carnival Gaming, how they've played so far, defensive, it's actually working out for them because they've got the man number. And now it's going to be the final 3 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen, from which Blind Esports is also going to be one of those, including Chemin. Let's see how this scenario is going to end out. Carnival Gaming and AUTOBOTZ, these 2 teams right next to each other. Carnival, they've got a big threat in front of them in the name of Mr. Spray, and Spray finds Omega. A big takedown from Omega. That's going to be an opening that these guys were looking for. But then Carnival Gaming Hector replies back with 2 of his own. Nicely done. Another man goes down though. AUTOBOTZ, these are the openings that they really need to make this push happen. And Carnival Gaming, they're at their all-time low.
And CV with a grenade takes on another player, and Rico deals with the last man of Carnival Gaming. With that, the team has been eliminated. Another big upset coming in. And AUTOBOTZ looks like this is their game to lose, because the last player of Chemin Esports, Alto, is going with a heal battle. Last first hit remaining, and there he goes down. And AUTOBOTZ, what a fantastic gameplay coming in from their side. Perfect rotations being showcased. The aggression was on point. And there it is. A winner chicken dinner for the players of AUTOBOTZ Esports.
AUTOBOTZ, solid stuff from this team. AUTOBOTZ is one of those teams that has came inside the competition as the new dogs, and off the bat, they have managed to kick things off in a great way. Starting things off with a chicken dinner with a decent amount of elimination points. AUTOBOTZ, this is indeed a date with destiny for all the players. Carnival Gaming, even they getting second spot, is definitely quite okay. Quite a lot of these teams instantly focused on these elimination points, including Godlike, which they had a decent amount of elimination points to begin with. A lot of teams were able to get away a lot of points, but let's see how the structure's looking like in the future.
Well, like you pointed out, sometimes defense is the best offense, and that is exactly what the players of Carnival Gaming did, and they were rewarded by 10 placement points. But AUTOBOTZ, they get the 15 placement points, a winner chicken dinner, and huge amount of finish points in their favor. So AUTOBOTZ already having a very good head start on very first game of SPS BGMI Challenge Season Day number 1. And AUTOBOTZ Esports, fantastic stuff from their side. Even AUTOBOTZ, they did a very good third party on the players of Godlike Esports when Godlike was engaging in a fight with Chemin.
All I'm going to say is that was some good utility utilization from AUTOBOTZ. Them being able to find the opening was definitely quite astonishing for me. First, they found Omega, then later on, they also found another player. Yeah, Carnival Gaming was able to return with 1, but still at that point, the players of AUTOBOTZ already had a man advantage. Then they knew now there's no stopping. You gotta just keep on pressing up, and you gotta just take down the players of Carnival Gaming, and that's what they did in the end. Godlike as well, that fight against Chemin Esports, it was quite a scrappy one. Especially Mac was the only player alive in the final few moments, but you try to run over the last guy from Chemin Esports, but then it was still quite scrappy. He was not really able to get him taken down. So yeah, unfortunate stuff, but you still need to know one more thing, that Chemin Esports, they managed to secure that second spot with just heals, and all props to Alto. So I guess 12 placement points are going to go to Chemin Esports with also a decent amount of elimination points.
These sort of mature decisions usually helps the team, that you are leaving one player to go for the heal battle instead of going for the aggression. And that was a very mature decision coming from the side of Chemin Esports, because nobody expects a heal battle in Erangel. Sanhok, we tend to expect. Vikendi, we expect certain heal battles, but it was Erangel, and Alto made the best decision of his life and was rewarded by 12 points. And talking about the fight, last fight between Carnival Gaming and AUTOBOTZ, I think it was Rico who brought that opening by taking down Hector. That is why AUTOBOTZ were able to make that push onto Carnival Gaming and eliminate the remaining 2 players.
I mean, as I mentioned, these 4 guys are quite new when it comes to facing all the other teams that are currently invited inside the scenario, but still they have managed to start things off on a great note. But then how can you forget that squad wipe of God's Ring 2? TWM just wiping them out flawlessly in that fight, 4v4 fight, and still God's Ring somehow crumbled down. And as I mentioned during the cast as well, that this is one of the best teams that the Indian region has to offer, but TWM just dismantling them like that was definitely quite a stark statement inside the lobby. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on forward and take a look at the MVP of the previous game. It's going to be Rico from AUTOBOTZ with 60% of finish contribution.
Oh, certainly. A huge contribution from his side, especially in the final fight, the way he was able to take down Hector over there. That was a very crucial knock in that situation. And Autobots record did it fantastically. 6 finishes individually. He's getting big things already expected from this particular lineup, Autobots Esports. And Rico is definitely one of the budding future talent, or maybe a very good player from the side of Autobots Esports.
Without a doubt. I mean, Rico, he has been with the same lineup since I remember him. And now that the synergy seems a little bit more better, Rico is, of course, able to perform even much more in a better fashion. 60% finish contribution. That means he has the most amount of elimination inside his entire squad. His job is to carry his team on the back and get those eliminations, and he's doing it so far. And his teammates' job is to position this man for success, and I guess even they're doing the job quite well. With that being said, soon enough, we're going to have the top players in front of us to find out who exactly were those individual performances as well for all the different teams to make them pretty much stand in the first few moments, because we know Godlike as well, they had quite a banger performance. Even Chemin Esports, even they had a banger performance. And then how can we forget that fight between Orangutan and WSB? Another scrappy fight. WSB, they try to push out of their comfort zone to try and take a fight against the players of Orangutan, but then OG, they just had a clear advantage because all they needed to do was play defensive, and that's what they did. They played defensive and they got that fight.
And also, there were so many third parties happening in the game. First, we saw Team X-Park taking down the players of Team Blind Esports, and Godl suddenly rushing onto their compounds, and their victory was short-lived. Same happened with the players of Team 4-Shot Esports. The minute they managed to eliminate the entirety of Gujarat Tigers, Global Esports, they made a rush onto the compounds and highlighted the entire squad.
That is true. I mean, them being able to annihilate that squad like that was definitely something that I did not really see coming, but it just hit me out of nowhere. But then we also saw some of the big dogs getting eliminated just like that too. Some of the early eliminations were actually some of the best teams that the IGC had to offer. So I guess maybe it's just the first game jitters. You still need to let go and maybe focus on the upcoming games, because the upcoming map is going to be the map of Miramar. And that's where maybe a lot of chances can be given away. And we know this schedule has been changed up a little bit, considering 3 Erangels will be played. So there's ample amount of chances to improve your Erangel and pretty much try and get the Erangel game mastered up and get better, because we know there's not a lot of chances that you have, but you've got a lot of Erangel games that you can play. So I guess Erangel is one of the most normal maps that is out there. It's one of the most OG maps that's out there. And I'm pretty sure every single team that is currently playing in the competition, without a doubt, hands down, they've got this map mastered. But still, some of the nukes and crannies, some of the holes that are open, maybe it's time to patch up, and maybe it's time to get back in the groove once again.
And I have a question for you, Neeraj. Do you think this is a reason that since the teams have a decent amount of games in their hands, total of 36 games each group will be playing, this is the reason that teams tend to choose early aggression in the very first game of Erangel? Because usually at the start of any tournament, we see teams going for a very slow approach, but this time it was completely different. Even in the match ranking, we have some big names right at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, Team X-Park as well, if you remember, right? They got eliminated so early. Godlike was the one that third party that entire fight. Team X-Park got extinguished instantly, so that was another big upset inside the lobby. In general, we just saw a lot of upsets. Orangutan as well, they were able to stay alive for such a long time, but still they managed to get 0 points, and that is something that I'm really not able to get over on, because I'm pretty sure they got some elimination points against WSB, right? So this is quite weird. Orangutan, they should definitely have some elimination points if I'm not wrong. But if we do talk about AUTOBOTZ, them being able to get 25 points in total, Chemin Esports getting 16 points, Carnival getting 15, Team Godlike getting 14, Hydra getting 10 points. In general, the top 5 is something that we expected. Blind Esports, unfortunately, first game a little scrappy, but maybe the second game can be something that they can carry the flow on from.
And speaking of Godlike, even they were playing so fantastic. The controlled aggression which Jelly is bringing in the team, I liked it so much, because for a very long time, Godlike was in the epicenter of the circle. They were going for those finish points, not bringing any sort of unnecessary aggression. And it was a third party from the side of AUTOBOTZ that resulted in their elimination. Otherwise, I think Godlike was playing fantastic.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's what it felt like, right? Godlike, They were able to get a lot of elimination points, that's for sure. So yeah, they have managed to get 10 finish points in total. Only 4 placement points. It's completely fine. 14 points to start the day off. I would say that's not bad at all. It's just the first game and you still got 14 points. That's pretty good. Even Blind Esports, 8 points. You're quite good. TWM Gaming as well, first game of the day, getting 7 points. You're quite good. As long as you're going to have more than 5 points in the first game, you're okay to go. But then inside the second game, once again, you can try and keep up the consistency. You can try and bring up the same numbers, or maybe try and do even better, because we know the upcoming game is going to be the map of Miramar, right? And over there, playing defensive has to be the way to go. Or maybe if you really want to go for the elimination points, then you need to contest some of the high grounds.
Yeah, you have to be the king of the hill. Being at a height advantage in Miramar is definitely going to help your case. But look at the aggression which the teams are bringing in the very first game. Maybe the aggression is going to continue in the map of Miramar also, because like I said, there are too many games. You can go for a little experiment in these total of 36 games, and maybe Miramar will also be full of bloodbath.
Maybe. There's a lot of maybes, a lot of ifs and buts, but then we know the upcoming game. Miramar also has one good thing that I really like, and that is the open terrains that you can have, and rotating on that map is quite easy. I always say this, it's easy to rotate, but it's tough to sustain. And that's the main problem. When you've got a position in your hands, it's really tough to hold that position down, considering you've got so many open terrains around you. You never know where you're going to be shot at from. And especially, you need to watch out from a team that's currently on the high ground. And even the team that's on the high ground, their position is completely revealed. So no place is safe on this map. You will always need to be on a lookout. And this map requires the most amount of team play.
And that is where the numbers advantage come into the favor of the teams, because if you have all the 4 players alive, you can have that 360-degree vision and the information about the surrounding areas. But if you don't have the numbers advantage in your favor, if you have only 2 men surviving towards the end circles, then it becomes really difficult to sustain. Like you said, it is very difficult to sustain, and the rotations inside the circle is also a very tedious task. Rotations in the final starting few circles might be easy, but after the stage 4 circle, it's not at all easy in Miramar to enter inside the circle.
Indeed it is not, but I mean, considering with how these teams have been playing so far, and we know in the upcoming map, there's also going to be a little bit of group shuffle, some new group coming in the action once again. Even for that group, they need to get rid of the jitters, but I'm pretty sure they were sitting back and watching all the games that was happening. So I guess it's sort of like a mentality where you're not the first one to go, so you feel a little bit more comfortable going the second time, because you pretty much have seen the teams that played before you, and now you know what mistakes not to make inside the battleground. So maybe you can't just watch and learn, and now that you're just directly stepping inside the second game, things can be a little bit more better. So let's see how the upcoming group's going to be performing, because if I'm not wrong, Group C is going to be the one to chime inside the action. Group B and C is going to be the one to face it off inside the second match.
Well, certainly we'll find out all of that after a short little break.
Got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that short break. And yes, the first game is already done. We also saw AUTOBOTZ, the new dogs, the underdogs, call them whatever you want to call, but they have managed to win the first game of the challenge season and definitely make a massive stark statement. Not just that, even TWM taking down one of the best teams that the IGC has to offer. Even this team has made quite a massive stark statement. Let's move on forward and take a look at the schedule. It's going to be Group A and B once again, duking it out inside the upcoming map of Miramar. And I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm joined alongside by a new caster this time, a new face. How you doing, Scaredy Cat?
I am doing absolutely great, and thank you so much for again calling me Scaredy Cat, even though it's Scaredy Cat. I love that fact about you, how you've nicknamed me. But honestly, the another thing that I really love is going to be the fact that the next map is Miramar. Yes, Erangel was the one. It was very action-packed. We saw some quick early skirmishes between the teams, even though we thought it might actually would go slow. But eventually, now that we're talking about slow, we know that Miramar, it kind of pans out way too slowly as compared to Erangel, right? Because for the first three stages, at least, I don't think so we're going to see any major conflicts until and unless, of course, it's going to be a drop clash, because again, it's Group A and B, so they might have a read as to what their opponent is trying to do.
I mean, hey, the previous map was Erangel, now it's Miramar, so maybe the read can be there, maybe the read cannot be there. As I mentioned in the previous cast as well, right? These guys like to play in the scrims too. They like to practice offline as well when they're not really playing any type of tournament, so they must have a little bit of layout on how the Miramar game's going to be looking like. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The second game of the day begins now as the plane flat path starting all the way from Los Egos towards up north. And this plane flat path is heavily tilted on the left side, so if the teams do want to extend on forward towards the right side, it's going to be a tough extend, my friend.
It definitely would be. I think so. You would absolutely love this plane path, because again, you love to see some fights happen in Los Leones, and you want that the circle should end up on that specific area because you love to cast that. So maybe we might possibly see that happening, as we're seeing a few teams getting those early exits. WSB as well moving directly towards the southwestern part, while Gladiators move towards the southeastern area. Maybe might want to end up towards Puerto Paraiso, but I mean, yes, the teams who might want to go towards Campo Militar or even Cruz del Valle, I think so it's going to be a very long journey for them, especially for the ones who want to end up at El Azhar.
I mean, Hydra going towards Los Leones, and I really want to see what type of adjustments are going to be there on the fly, because Picado is Carnival Gaming's. We know that's where the X team so like to drop, so I guess Carnival Gaming, being all the 4 players the same, they're pretty much going to be dropping inside Picado. Now, trust me when I say this, Picado is quite a dominant spot to hold, and if you're not really that good at your firepower, then Picado can be stolen away from you. So let's see how Carnival Gaming, they're going to be able to establish that presence on Picado even in the upcoming future games, because that's really going to matter quite a lot to them. But so far, no one's really contesting them, so that's good news. Team X Spark, a team that got wiped out instantly off the bat in the previous game. So Team X Spark, a lot of eyes are going to be on top of them. Circle shift in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Los Leones is going to be the centric point, and I'm super happy.
Yes, the game literally loves you casting these games, but we are also seeing an early engage. Yeah, exactly. We're seeing an early fight coming in, and that too between Team 4Shot Esports and Hydra officials. They've already got one pick and are also moving away. I really like that strategy, to be honest.
Oh, Hydra, the Giants this time, they've been scratched away, and that's not a good news at all. 4Shot, these guys are definitely going to have those evil smirks on their faces, while Hydra, they're just going to sit down and wonder what exactly went wrong with their strategy. Rico from the side of AUTOBOTZ, he's been surrounded by the foes, but AUTOBOTZ, they need to make sure that they're providing that cover fire to Rico. TWM, they've already made a stark statement in that previous game, taking down God's Reign, and now taking down AUTOBOTZ should not be that tough of a task, considering these guys are the new dogs, but you never know. These new players have been astonishing so far. SLR in the hands of Destiny. That's a gun that's been sort of forbidden for a really long time, but now that you finally see that being used, I want to see how Destiny is going to be utilizing that weapon.
I mean, there are teams who actually would prefer to go for either Mini 14 or if in case they find an SKS rather than picking the SLR, and there's a very good reason for that, because those guns provide you a lot better value, especially if you're talking about
it's
Mini
more
14,
about,
right? You know.
Yeah, I'm going to cut you off. I think so. It's more about like the stability, right? Mini 14 has the most amount of stability in the DMRs.
Exactly, and you can literally just spray down if you tap on way too quickly. But since we're already talking about tap on, TWM would need to tap onto a different realm if they want to take AUTOBOTZ down, because the momentum that they're carrying from the previous game with the chicken dinner, I am quite sure they would be able to secure this one extra finish for themselves, making sure there's no one from TWM around. And there we go. Already suffering from a casualty, TWM losing the members. Are they actually going to push forward? That's going to be the question, because it seems like so.
Yeah, the push was definitely there, but unfortunately, TWM, they've lost out on one of their own, so that's not a good news at all. AUTOBOTZ, they've already got a massive advantage in their hands. It's a 2-on-4 scenario. AUTOBOTZ, a big man advantage now taken away from the side of TWM. I thought that this fight might just be the side of TWM, but no, that's not the case. What a good return fire. TWM once again looking forward to nail this fight down in their own court, but unfortunately the man number is something that's really going to matter quite a lot. S12K in the hands of Spray, and he's going to punish another player, Ninze from TWM. TWM as well, they're just losing out on the man number, and that's not really good news at all. And the last player, Destiny, even he falls down. That's it.
And just on a loss of Sirvi, AUTOBOTZ survived that early skirmish, but man, oh man, that was super messy. And honestly, that 1 HP clutch that came in from AUTOBOTZ, that was absolutely insane. Even though when I thought that TWM would eventually get that one extra knock, I mean, the story would have been entirely different had that been the case, but it was literally not. AUTOBOTZ, again, showing that they are carrying this momentum forwards, already grabbing those 4 elimination points early on. It's going to help them out even in the mid part of that game, especially with the rotations and also with the extra amount of utilities that they would be able to grab right now. But my focus would also go in on the members of Team Orangutan, right? They were literally on the top left of the map, directly at one specific edge. They had absolutely no competition with themselves whatsoever, but they need to brush off what happened in the previous game. They were having a pretty decent start, and towards the mid game as well, towards those stage 4 zones, they were showing that they've got a very good control of the site, but eventually it did not end out well for them. They were caught lacking, they were caught in the open. And talking about being caught in the open, for now, Carnival Gaming moving with their vehicles.
Yeah, Carnival Gaming, they're done with the looting phase, and now it's time to position yourself in a good spot in this circle. And I'm pretty sure that's what Carnival Gaming is looking for. A better spot, which includes the high ground, and also a spot that can give them a lot of information. As I mentioned, Los Leones was the centric point, and Carnival Gaming would want that Los Leones area, or at least the info on top of the Los Leones area, and that's why Carnival is going for that high ground. Makes a lot of sense. Hydra as well, they've been scratched away a while ago. Starboy's not inside the game anymore, so yeah, just with 4 men, they need to play this Erangel game now. Akshat being spotted, Spray God has the sights locked, but is not going to take any type of shots just yet. Instead, he's going to let it go. Even Hydra is playing completely off of the information that they're getting.
And I think so that was a pretty good decision, because you do not know where the remaining players of the enemy squad are. I mean, they don't even know that it's actually Carnival Gaming up in front of them. They've only just spotted 1 or maybe 2 members at max. So I think so it's a pretty solid decision. But yes, eventually the fight at Los Leones will definitely break out after seeing where the circle would eventually end up, since Los Leones was literally at the center. Maybe for the next 1, or if lucky 2, it would still stay the same. But on the other side, right now, for now, we saw how Omega and Carnival Gaming were performing in the previous one, literally reaching almost towards that last circle, but eventually falling down against the members of AUTOBOTZ. And I love the play that AUTOBOTZ made in the previous game. They made sure that they were able to get at least 1 or 2 knocks using those utilities, using those grenades, and then push forwards. But on the other side, I love the way how even Carnival Gaming is moving forward. They're showing signs that they are still the top teams that they used to be.
Indeed. Team X Spark. This time they've learned their lesson, man. I'm telling you. They're playing super passive now. Just holding that one single compound. They've got 1 player separated away from them, pretty much just playing for the information, I guess, being the scout that the team requires. Mavi in front of us from Global Esports. This player, one of the most experienced players inside the Indian gaming community. Let's see how this experience is going to be showcasing inside the game, because Global Esports definitely needs that experience. Slug, one of the ex-members of Team Insane, I remember how much promises Slug made, and he actually delivered on the promises as well. So, yeah, definitely Slug is another great player that Global Esports has add on to their roster. Beast, Slug, Ninja Boy, all these guys are some of the best players. So let's see how Mavi is going to be IGLing them.
Yes, it's good that you touched up the point on Beast, because there were a few changes in 8-bit itself. So now Beast playing in for GE definitely would show some promising results. And since we're already talking about promising results, Godlike, I mean, in the previous game, we were confused if we would probably see a more passive Godlike in the IGLing of Jelly, or maybe Jelly would become a little more aggressive style IGL, and we saw a perfect mixture, a perfect blend of both, wherein Godlike went in for those eliminations, but also after waiting for the perfect opportunity of third party to get some quick flushes as well as move forward with more LMs. And I really love that mixture. Yes, eventually in those last few zones, it kind of turned out that they were caught lacking, they were caught off guard, and they were caught by the members of Chemin Esports, wherein they tried to go in for those finishes as well, could not deliver that. But what a performance, what a start coming in from them. Want to see how that turns out in the map of Miramar, wherein I want to see the performance of Jonathan as well.
I mean, we saw Jonathan perform in the previous game.
True.
He managed to get quite a lot of elimination points. He did a good job as well. Once again, Gujarat Tigers. Oh, what's going on over here? They just straight up walk inside the compound without even scouting it. And I guess major props to Team X Park as well, keeping their position anonymous for a really long time. They've managed to take down one player from Gujarat Tigers. And just to let you guys know, once again, Clutch God in the front lines. Now we'll probably try to make some moves. Gujarat Tiger is the X lineup of Newman Gaming. So I want to see how this team is going to be performing. MJ is from Revenue Esports, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, a little bit of one solo changes will definitely be there to sort of have those little tweaks in your squad. But these recent changes, for some team, it's really affecting them quite a lot. You can clearly see that in Gujarat Tigers with what they try to do. Shadow, he's sort of like the IGL and the scouter for the team. He went for the scout. He had no clue that the compound is already taken by a team, and instantly Team X Park punished him because he breached the enemy barriers.
And that punish is going to hurt Gujarat Tigers because, yes, comparing the performance that they showcased us in the previous game, they need to step up a few extra things. It is going to be a long run marathon and not a sprint, so they will eventually have quite a few chances, but they cannot let these ones slip up. Talking about slip up, Neo, he does not want to let MJ go whatsoever.
Oh, the vehicle smoking too. Couple of bullets more and maybe it's going to blow up. Carnival Gaming. With the high ground, they can definitely rain down death and destruction on the opponents. But now Gujarat Tigers, they're just trying to settle down with the compound that they've got. Let's see how well they're going to be able to settle down. That's my real question. Oh, the bus is stuck. Oh no. Someone remove it, please.
Not quite sure how he actually got that stuck in that position, but
yeah, me too.
I don't think so. They'd be able to move it around way too easily. But yeah, the point that you mentioned about Carnival Gaming, having that high ground position, I love that position as well, because on the one side, they would be protected from at least a lot of those fires, which would be fired onto them from the side of Los Leones, and also they would be able to catch a lot of teams rotating. And if someone is lacking, just like how they almost found MJ on the pick, they might as well connect a few extra bullets and would be able to get extra flushes and those extra points that they want in order to reach at the top. And also, they'd be able to spot, like how Omega is being able to spot another moving vehicle. Talking about moving vehicle, we're going to see the members of GE as well making their move. They would probably be intercepted by the members of OG, though, on the rotation towards the northeastern part.
Oh, the next circle shift's on the way, man.
You're going to love
Nothing really out of the ordinary. Instead, just centering on up once again. Los Leones now is not exactly the centric spot, but still, you never know. Maybe the circle can shift and top Los Leones in the upcoming shift. It's still the starting phase. It's still the early phases, so nothing much can be said, at least for now. But one thing that can definitely be said is that near Los Leones, there's a massive splash of colors. A lot of team in that same direction. And soon enough, it's going to be all-out war. Team X Park, next to the players of Gujarat Tigers. Gujarat Tigers have already tasted that medicine, so I'm pretty sure they do not really want to be the one, once again, being taken down by the players of X Park. And oh, Mac from the side of Godel actually got knocked out by fall damage. Interesting.
It's fine. He'll be brought back up on his feet. Z-God giving those revivals. Those revivals are going to also help you eventually in the longer run. Once we talk about the stars of the game, you would see the one who's got the most rescues. Maybe he's just trying to rack up a few for Z-God. But on the other side, yes, just as you mentioned, Los Leones not quite at the center, but a lot of those teams would be able to take refuge into those compounds, because again, they could protect one or the other side using their vehicles, keep one for their exits, and they would need those extra vehicles though for a little bit of cover. But if in case the zone falls in Los Leones, then we know that 60% of the firepower that we'll be hearing would be of the grenades, and the rest 40% would be with the DBS spams, because that's very important whenever you're going in to try and take a compound from one or the other team, or maybe even if you want to defend yourself from a team pushing you. Now that is the utility that all the teams are using, and how well you're using those grenades is going to matter a lot. Getting a few extra flushes early on with those nades would eventually help your teammate in the numbers advantage. That's what we saw in the last game of Erangel when AUTOBOTZ won the fight. But as of now, I'm also looking forward to the performance of God's Reign, right? Because they have not had to move at all during the entirety of stage 1 and almost the end of stage 2 now. They're still staying put in that exact same spot on towards the southeastern part of the map. So I want to see where they would eventually want to fall into, because all of the spots they would try to go in might have already been taken up by other teams.
Might have. For now, Gujarat Tigers, they've managed to secure a high ground position in their hands. And now this time, they're the one being a big pain in the foot for the players of Team X-Spark. Shots were taken from Clutch God, but unfortunately, no connections. Team X-Spark looking quite okay. Dreams is a little bit scratched up, but it's completely fine. There's no major issues in that regard. He's going to be able to patch himself up. Gujarat Tigers at this point in time, they do realize that playing it a little bit more safe and cautious has to be the way to go, and try and wrap up as much information as possible. Z-God, oh, he's getting chipped up quite a lot. Clutch God, beautiful spray that was, but unfortunately, he's not going to be able to find any type of knockout, so Z-God is going to have a smooth escape from that scenario. And considering Clutch God was way too far away as well, so it's next to impossible to connect those shots. Gujarat Tigers in a good spot. We've got 4Shot in front of us, and 4Shot Esports, the struggle for them has been continuing for a long time, but maybe inside this tournament, that's not going to be the case. They have managed to qualify so far, so I guess maybe 4Shot Esports, they've found a little bit of cure to all the problems that they were having in the past. Before now, Zarif from the side of WSP is taking shots against King KO, and even King KO is one of those players that 4Shot really needs to save. He's the best player that 4AM has to offer so far. So King KO needs to stay alive for the late game scenario as well. He cannot be taken down right here. WSP, it was a massive trap being set up from them, and 4AM, they've walked into it, but still somehow 4AM, they're alive. What?
They definitely are alive, but that could definitely be a massive mistake. Anuj would be revived up, but yeah, all right. I'm just not going to point it out though, but Team 4Shot, they seem to have a pretty decent space, but I would be feared about the Hydra members that are lurking in behind, and also the AUTOBOTZ that are very ready to go in for that third party. Talking about AUTOBOTZ, here we go. Jelly with the vehicle yet again, continuing his run over Raiden, taking him down, and that is another big blow.
Another big blow indeed. 4Shot Esports going for the resurrection onto the fallen player, and Cheyenne also drops out of first aid. The res is quite out in the open.
Godlike.
Cheyenne will be able to get back up on his feet, and also instantly they want to go for an escape, but Cheyenne gets knocked down once again. Oh, as I mentioned, he was way too low. He instantly just got rezzed, and they wanted to make an exit from that bus, considering we know how slow a bus can be. So yeah, makes a lot of sense that Cheyenne got re-knocked over there. But Team Godlike as well, they've got their own problems to deal with. Jelly, the IGL's being knocked out. Team Godlike, they're trying their best to take the fallen man back up. But how can they?
They're basically caught in just that one ditch, right? Wherein gladiators have got a very good view over them. So if in case they move a little bit too recklessly, they'll be taken down. Cheyenne, yes, he is close by. He should be taken down. Might be flushed up, but the question is who will be able to do that? Would it be Gladiators? Would it be Godlike? Or maybe it would be WSB? But the winner of this fight should be allowed to get at least a few extra flush points. Those skill points are going to matter a lot. And it's, oh my god, MJ who actually gets the pick over him. That's surprising to see. But on the other side, the early on skirmish that I was mentioning might be between GE and OG. That is happening now, wherein Trigger was able to take down Miami.
Pretty much. WSP still that spray. Tried his best to get the knock, but next to impossible. Anuj just moving around. Jelly's position's compromised once again. Jelly is a little bit too adamant. He's too stubborn. Once again, he was leading his pack, but unfortunately, he just stepped in the enemy territories. And 4Shot, they were not willing to let him go. Managing to take down Jelly, the IGL. Now Godlike might be a little bit scattered. But let's see. How can they catch themselves? How can they get back in the groove once again? Utilities being exchanged from both the sides, but Godlike, they will be on a move once again. Maybe closing it on up to the centric spot can be the way to go. But still, the circle is out in the open. As I mentioned, Miramar, it has some open terrains. It's really tough to sustain that spot. So let's see how well Godlike's going to be able to play this one, because you need a lot of smoke grenades in order to keep your position safe.
Exactly, and look at who is lurking behind them in shadows. It's Team X-Park, Ninja George, Sarang, Dreams. All of them are just extremely ready. Jonathan would need to be careful as well. He cannot move up over that road or even decide or think of crossing that. He'll be taken down instantly. And talking about taking down another fight.
Lucifer knocked out. Hydra Esports from the backlines now starting to knock on the doors. It's a third party from Hydra. But WSP, even they're getting picked off in the elimination feed. You can clearly see Skulls is one of the most aggressive teams inside the lobby, but considering they're against the players of 4 a.m., things are looking way too dicey for them. Even Beast is being knocked out. Phoenix needs to get the rest back up. He's got the cover of the smoke grenades, but soon enough, even the smokes are going to start to fade away. At least Skulls, they've managed to get their hands on one single house that they can camp in. And Phoenix is going to do exactly that. He's going to step inside the house. He's playing in the same compound as his foes, but you've got no other choice anyways. Maybe a couple of utilities to try and get the knocks confirmed, but let's see how well this nade's can be positioned as well. It chips up quite a lot. Goku's taken down way too low. Even King KO is positioned himself in the corner, and Goku gets eventually knocked out as well. King KO, it's all down to him. UMP45 pulled out in the clotheslines, and that's it. King KO has been eliminated too. Nothing much can be done in that scenario. Gets overwhelmed by Phoenix. It's a 1v2.
I just love the fact how he was able to flush out so much HP just with those nades, right? He found that small gap, and talking about small gap, another shot being fired. Phoenix, he is literally on fire right now, making sure that his team is just rising from those ashes, and he will prevail as of now, because I wanted to talk about the way how this team plays out, but for another fight being taken, Chemin now struggling to get another rest backup. They're firm and strong as of now, but Fury needs to be revived back.
It should not be a concern, at least for now. Fury will be back up on his feet. Gujarat Tigers, though, for them, there's a lot of concerning factors. Considering the man inside the circle is being knocked out, Clutch God, and a constant bombardment of utilities is something they also need to dodge. Sounds way too tough. Sounds way too cruel as well. Wikendi in the far fray was spotted out as well. So I guess that fight is something that that maybe Chemin Esports can easily wrap up, but you never know. For now,
Jonathan.
Carnival Gaming against Godlike, and Jonathan's knocked out as well. And he's also bleeding to his death. The only player that Godlike has currently healthy is ZGod, and he's way too far away.
But he was literally just crawling through the side of the smoke. Neo was not able to spot him. That could have been a much needed flush, but Jonathan might get revived if ZGod decides to make a move, because again, the teams behind them are busy fighting against each other. Gujarat Tigers taking the fight against Chemin.
But I mean, once again, making a move in ZGod's mind is way too risky. ZGod doesn't know that there's no foes currently looking at him. We know that. He doesn't. So that's why maybe ZGod is not going to go for the res, and I guess Jonathan will be flushed out eventually. But Chemin Esports in the elimination feed against the players of Orangutan. And Chemin Esports, they're also going to receive some return fire. Viscot's going to be the man taking a knockout against Chemin. But Chemin Esports is one of those foes that you cannot get rid of that easily. We've seen this team perform time and time in the past as well. And Chemin Esports, they pack a massive punch. You cannot underestimate this team. Also, Godlike getting eliminated inside the fray. So yeah, some of the big names being flushed out just like that is definitely now starting to be a big concern. Team X Spark as well, getting pounced on by the players of Blind Esports. And Team X Spark, Dreams, and Ninja is the only two players that are currently up and alive. Player 2 makes the push, and I guess that's it. Team X Spark, they have been eliminated from the game by Blind Esports.
Yes, that is indeed true, but they themselves need to raise up one of their players because in the close proximity is Global Esports, and for now, OG Wizgod, they want to eliminate Chemin right from the get-go. Another knock coming in, and that is going to do the trick. OG prevailing, getting 4 points, 4 important points. They lost a trophy though, but I don't think so it's going to hurt them a lot considering how this is actually the 5th stage and everyone is going to fight everyone. But I love the positioning coming in from Global. They are being covered from 3 different directions. Yes, they would be bombarded with a few of those utilities, but they've got to dodge them whatsoever.
Ash as well in the smokes. Wizgod too, getting chipped up out in the open. Eventually the vehicle gets blown up too. Wizgod knocked out. The Gujarat Tigers slowly and steadily, they're on the march of death as they are just handing out haircuts to their opponents. Even Trigger's being knocked out, on the verge of getting eliminated, and yes, that's what happens. Trigger devoured too. Gujarat Tigers, it doesn't seem like this march is going to be stopping anytime soon. They've got so much information to play with. At this point in time, you might as well do not know what exactly to do with that much amount of info. Godstream in the front. Gujarat Tigers going for that constant spray. But for now, Godstream, they're not really going to be having that much of a trouble considering Gujarat Tigers have only got 2 players up and alive. One single player getting knocked out from Gujarat Tigers, that might just mean a goodbye inside the game. So Gujarat Tigers, they need to play super safe, and these 2 players need to play together.
And talking about playing together, Neo and Akshata as well, just sticking in that one last ditch. Yura taken down. Blind again, they want to go in, they want to prevail, they want to take this fight and also get a few extra flush. But MJ in the meantime, Gujarat Tigers are just everywhere and they're taking the fight with everyone. And the fact that they're not being taken down shows how solid their positioning is, even though Blind will stand for now. But another team being eliminated just right in front of us. Again, Akshat gets actually a double with that DVS of his. In the meantime, Godstream Destro taking down Ash. That's the end of OG's run. This position that God's Reign have been, it has been so very solid. They've been playing slow from the starting, but now they're finally stacking up their flush points. They've got 2, but they need to get more if they want to reach on that top spot.
Oh man, Gladiators, or maybe God's Reign. Yeah, well, they easily just take down the players of Blind. It was a mess. It was a piece of cake for them. And now God's Reign, all they need to do is focus in the front. Yeah, there is one team in the sidelines, but is that really that big of a concern for them? I guess no. It's probably going to be the answer. They've got the man advantage. Everything's looking pretty solid and fine for them. Metal Esports can be the only big thorn in the way. But considering they're a little bit far away from them, even that's not going to be an issue. The only good news that the players of God's Reign can genuinely have for themselves is that they have a complete one side of the road to themselves, but still they need to breach on the opposite side. They need to go and knock the doors of Metal Esports soon because the majority of the circle is favoring Metal Esports.
Yes, indeed, that is correct. Those smokes are going to be so very crucial. Plus, they've also got to be careful with the last remaining member of Gujarat Tigers just behind them on their 6, because he could definitely ruin things up for the side of God's Reign. But on the other side, Medal, they seem to be ruining the day off Global Esports, trying to go in for those extra flushes. And also Anuj, standing only for so long, is going in for those heal battles. Maybe he can survive for a little bit longer as MJ has been taken down by the zone. And now we'll see the final fight between the 2 behemoths in front of us.
Anuj still in the back lines from WSB, going for the Met strat. Maybe he can try and spoil the game for Metal Esports if he wants to. He's right there behind the vehicle, and I'm pretty sure he should be able to have a clean line of sight, and that's what he does! He spoils the game, takes down Encore. A big opening for the players of God's Reign if they do want to push up. But I guess God's Reign eventually, they will try to push up as well. I like that separation between the 2 pushes that they're making. Destro on one side and the rest of the 3 players on the opposite. God's Reign, they've managed to breach in the enemy territory, but Metal Esports, they're doing a fantastic job in the defensive playstyle so far. So God's Reign, they've got a lot of troubles to deal with so far. It's a 2-on-2 scenario from which Godswill currently is not really looking that good. But Metal Esports, they can get the resurrection back up onto Encore if Sayam is able to buy enough time.
Yes, and I really love the utility that it was literally just spamming and now also blowing those extra covers, realizing that the rotation from Godzrin is coming in and the shots being fired out in the long range. It's going to be so very open and the blue is going to push all of these teams to show and the fight is going to break out. There we go, another spray down coming in from Justin, but he gets blown to smithereens and Sayyam will move forward along with the support of Paradox and Encore, and they will be able to prevail. Finally, I almost thought that maybe Godzrin were able to take it away, take it home, but my oh my, what a play coming in from middle.
But still, you need to understand, this early inside the tournament, chicken dinners is not something that a team is going to be aiming for. It has to be the points, the amount of points that you're able to wrap up on the overall leaderboards. Metal Esports, of course, they got the chicken dinners. They will have the most amount of points. But Gladiator Esports or Godsrin, that's not a bad start at all. That's something that they were definitely looking to find, and they have managed to find that with a decent amount of elimination points and also the placements. They're going to be in quite a good position in the overall standings. But then you cannot also forget what Anuj did in the back lines. He was the one to find that opening for the players of Godsrin, so Godsrin were able to make that push against him. So WSP as well, getting third spot in that previous game is definitely quite good.
Absolutely, it's very good for them, to be honest. And also, it's just as you mentioned how he was able to find that one exact opening, and at the same time though, he revealed his own position to the members of God's Reign and they were also able to flush him down. So I mean, that's one kind of return gift you're going to give to the person who eventually in the long run help you out get to that one ditch. But also I want to talk about the fact that yes, middle, they got the chicken, they have the maximum position points, but in terms of finish points, I saw that they had 6 at one point, and after that they were also able to flush in few extra kills, few extra bodies on the back of it, because Global Esports, they were literally on their western side and they were able to flush them out, and after that they moved, they eventually took control of that entire ditch as well as the road, putting in a smoke in between. Love that strategy coming in. Yes, Destro made a nice call there wherein he asked 3 of his teammates to go in towards the one side, but that one gamble decision, it did not pay off very well for him because he was in front of 2 of them, or maybe 3 if I'm not wrong, and only 1 was on the other side wherein 3 of his teammates went. So it eventually came down to the exact same situation. I love the game coming in from all of these teams though.
Yeah, I think so. The main game plan over here for Godsrin was Destro goes on the left side and the rest of the players goes on the right side, and they pretty much hold the Metal Esports' roster in a chokehold. But unfortunately, Destro had no clue that these guys are spread that far apart from each other, and that's why Destro just got caught off guard. And I guess that's something that you can just completely blame on the information gathering of a team. And I guess the players of Godsrin was just not able to gather enough information against the opponents, and that's why the entire strategy or the entire push that they try to make just completely flipped on top of them. As we do see the highlights of the previous game, AUTOBOTZ off the bat, they managed to take down TWM, even though I thought that TWM might just have an upper hand in the fight, but still, AUTOBOTZ somehow they managed to shook the ground and take down TWM.
Yes, and also at the same time, I wanted to see a little bit more coming in from skills, right? Because the last time in those group stages, in those finals, we saw Conquest finals, how well they were playing, especially on the map of Miramar. I think so they would have had a better opportunity to try and find a few more good routes to those rotations, but they ended up losing a few of their members and eventually just tried to flush in a few extra kill points for themselves. Maybe not this one, maybe the next one, because we still have a few extra maps going on. Maybe they can try and find their footing on the map of Erangel or even Sanhok or Vikendi if they really want to. But yes, all in all, a very solid game coming in from especially Global Esports, making up into at least top 6. And on the other side, a very good chicken dinner from middle as well. But now is going to be the important part, as the next map will be the point of focus. And for the teams who have not been able to gather a lot of points, like OG, I think so this is a time for them to step up.
That is true. That's a really good point that you brought up. Orangutan, a big sign of concern, ladies and gentlemen, because so far the performance from them has been downhill. They're not able to play at all, or they're not able to find that good footing inside the game at all. Yeah, one thing is for sure, they definitely do have the firepower. They're able to get those elimination points here and there. but still, it's about the team play, right? It's about finding a good position inside the circle, and that's where OG is completely struggling. They always do get caught off guard in the rotations, and OG needs to figure out something, maybe be a little bit too quick on getting a better spot inside the circle. I guess that's the only solution I see in front of me, but I don't know, man, what exactly can be done over here, because they do have the firepower on point, but unfortunately, it's about the rotations that they're really struggling with. And we know even OG went through a little bit of tweaks, right? Believe left the roster, even their coach left the roster. So makes a lot of sense why you're seeing these a little bit of struggles here and there. But as we do have the MVP of the previous game, it's going to be Paradox from Metal Esports with 6 finishes and 60% finish contribution.
I mean, he is definitely not struggling in putting a good performance for his team. That is for sure. And you know that Paradox will step up whenever you want him to. And participating in at least 60% of the finishes that your team has got, you know that you're providing a lot more than whatever your team can actually bargain for. And just as you mentioned previously as well, the way his team sets him up so that he's able to get those extra frags, those extra finishes, is what makes Medal so strong. And it makes them literally one of those behemoths who are out there. I mentioned that, how these are the last 2 humongous mountains that all the other teams would have to climb, especially the way that they all play. With the numbers advantage that they always have, or at least most of the times tend to have, and also with the firepower that they bring on the table with the information game. Now we're going to see the stars of the match as well. Harsh again getting the best companion with 3 rescues himself. Paradox on the other side going all out as well as the finisher. This guy just does not stop.
I mean, it's Metal Esports for you, man. And I'm not going to lie, I did not really see Metal Esports until I saw the top 5 scenario. And that's when I realized that, okay, Metal Esports as well is a part of the top 5 scenario. And that's one of the best things about Metal Esports. They just know how to slip under the radar. They just know how to manage to survive to the late game scenarios. Sometimes it feels like they have cracked the code as well. But then sometimes Metal Esports, they also tend to screw up quite a lot of things. So let's hope that maybe this time you're going to see that consistency in Metal Esports' play, and you're going to see that same constant pace from the side of Metal Esports. Slipping under the radar is what they like to do. So let's hope that's how the play style is going to be like in the future lines too, because right now it's still the start. I'm going to say the same thing. It's still the start. As long as you're putting up decent amount of points on the overall leaderboards, that's all that's going to matter. Chicken dinners, yes. It's a big candy, like an add-on. It's a big icing on top of the cake, but still, having a good positioning in the overall standings is the only thing that you're going to need, because you've still got a decent amount of days to go.
A lot of those, to be honest, and it is a marathon after all. So yes, even though you've got a pretty shaky start on day 1, it's fine. You can remove those jitters after in the next few weeks wherein you will get those opportunities. But one thing that they always need to focus on is the fact that they need to study their opponents. Today, it would be the one wherein your initial strategies would be tested out, where you will be tested out how you normally play. And after this week, in the next coming weeks, especially in those middle 2 weeks, everything regarding your adaptation would be on the test. Because how well you're able to understand your opponent's rotation, how well you're able to cut off that and identify the important and key areas of the map and move there before your opponent could, or at least know how to break through their defenses line. Those are the things that will be tested out. So honestly, in a marathon competition, you always need to be tenacious. You need to have that stamina, and you need to figure out as many new ideologies as possible, which I personally think all of the underdog teams who have qualified from the Conquest finals might be able to do, especially talking about Reckoning, who are not right now in the group but will eventually join us in the last 3 matches.
Yeah, on the 4th game is when Reckoning Esports is going to be joining. And luckily for them, they're going to start things off in Sanhok, if I'm not wrong. So that's one of my favorite maps, I'm not going to lie. So yeah, Sanhok is one of the aggressive maps, and it really favors a team that likes to play aggressive, that likes to assert their dominance on top of the other teams, because you need to be assertive on the map of Sanhok, right? Considering if you want to get a compound control in your hands, usually it's quite a small map, and there's a chance in the late game scenario that compound is definitely occupied by a team. So you need to have a little bit of assertive nature, and you need to take over that compound from the opponent's hand. So for that, you need to be an aggressive team. With that being said, Sanhok also revolves quite a lot on the circle itself. So you need to play around the zone in the first place, right? So there's quite a lot of perspectives that you need to take a look at. There's quite a lot of ways that Sanhok can be played. But for now, as we do have the match ranking of the previous game in front of us, it's going to be Metal Esports on the top, God's Green on the second spot with 19, Gujarat Tigers with 14 points, WSB with 12. As I mentioned, WSB, they managed to sneak up in the top 3, so that means they're going to have a good position in the match rankings and also a good position in the overall standings.
That's exactly what they need at this point. And honestly, Global Esports landing in the top 5 as well. Yes, in the first one, they had a pretty shaky performance, but this time around, not being able to grab a lot of those finish points, but at least getting those placement points on board will help them out. One thing that I still want to focus on the fact is that Blind is not being able to perform as we expected them to, or at least as everyone hoped them to perform. They're still having a pretty slow start, and I mean, it's the insane roster as of now, so we know that this team has a solid potential. Adi and everyone else on the team, they are very well-oiled unit and they perform extremely well. And there was a time wherein they were the ones who were grabbing at least those maximum chicken dinners the previous few tournaments that we've seen them perform. So I'm hoping to see maybe them stepping up in the next one eventually and see how things pan out at that phase. But again, we'll just have to wait and kind of let things roll off. Talking about rolling off, what do you feel about these new underdog teams, especially talking about skills? I mean, yes, they had the potential to probably ruin the game for a lot more teams, but might have been, on a back foot or on the receiving end of that.
I mean, I've been witnessing Skulls for a really long time now. I mean, these 4 players, they have been playing with each other. From what I saw back in the time was Skulls was one of the most aggressive teams. Right now, Skulls, they've definitely dialed down that aggression a little bit, but I don't exactly know how that's working out for them, because Skulls, when they like to play aggressive, they were looking quite fine. They were looking quite phenomenal. In fact, in the qualifier stage itself, Skulls was doing really good. But now inside the challenge season, inside the first 2 games, Skulls, they're not really doing that great for themselves. So maybe a little bit of tweaks are definitely needed, considering the upcoming game, the 3rd game, is going to be the only chance inside the day 1 of the challenge season. So you'd really need to make sure that whatever you do has to be the best for you, because this last game is going to pretty much make sure that you're going to have a good night's sleep as well.
That is indeed true. If things don't start well, you want them to end well. So it's going to be the last game of the teams of Group A and B. So they will have to bring out everything that they have got in the box. And it's going to be the map of Erangel. So you're going to finish off the things wherein you started. So I think so that is going to be a key point, a key milestone that they need to put in order to achieve that. Since we're already talking about the schedule, might as well just have a look at it. 25 points for both Autobots and Medal with their chicken dinners on Erangel and Miramar respectively. It's a very solid start coming in from both of these teams, talking about how they were able to get those extra 10 elimination points and stack up those 15 position points. But now they would have to end things on a good note as well if they want to be at least in those top 5 in the table, because it's a long run. If in case in the early 1 or 2 weeks you lack quite a lot of points, it becomes very difficult to rack them up and close in the gap. So maybe focusing on being in those top 5 or at least in the top 8 if you're at the bottom of the table is going to be the key. So Erangel will be where we're going to kick things off after this one.
Exactly. Erangel being the 3rd map, and also, as I mentioned, the last game for Group A and B. Team X Spark too, you cannot forget. Even Team X Spark is currently struggling a lot. They're not able to find that groove at all. They're not able to find that momentum at all. So something needs to be done in this last game itself. In the first game of Erangel, Team X Spark, they were the first team to be eliminated, if I'm not wrong. So now X Spark, they definitely need to amp things up quite a lot. TWM as well, considering, the first game, they started things off on an okay note. Second game of Miramar, TWM, they got instantly wiped out by AUTOBOTZ, and that's not a good news at all. Team needs to find a little bit of consistency. If you're not able to find that, at least have a constant flow of 5 to 6 points per game. That's going to help you so much in the overall standings whatsoever.
Yes, consistency is the key. Very well mentioned, because you've got 3 maps each day. Yes, that's pretty decent, but not a lot if you look at things overall. So stacking up those extra points, be it in the form of possession, be it in the form of eliminations. I mean, just as you mentioned, even if you get 6 to 7 eliminations and you are eliminated out early on, maybe at the 11th position or even at the 10th position, you still have managed to get 7 or 8 extra points in your bag. So it's going to lower down the gap between you and the team who's going to reach at first place. Now, even if that team tries to play in just for survival, if they're only deciding to play safe and passive and do not rack up a lot of kills, let's just say only 5, 7, or maybe at max 10, you have already closed in the gap quite a lot. So just one chicken dinner in your favor, and that's going to kick things off really well for your team. So having that consistency is what all of these teams need to focus on, especially Godlike, because we were expecting a lot from them. And being very honest, they have had an okayish performance, but we'll just have to wait and see how it eventually pans out for them, because they might need to step things up.
Exactly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you guys all know, that the upcoming game is also going to be starting. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Third game of the day begins now.
Another plane path going in directly. My oh my, it's pretty southern oriented plane path. The teams who would want to end up towards the northern part of the map might not be able to go very smoothly, but the teams who love to land in towards military base or even Novo, they're gonna have fun, right? Gladiators, you know, they're not gonna face a lot of problems. And also on the other side, we also saw another team landing in towards Novo. That was middle. They were having fun as well. The circle, it is going to focus down on the where all these teams want to rotate. OG would also be able to land in their normal drop spot, wherein we have seen Ash going in towards the military base island to find an additional vehicle. Even Shadow mentioned that fact that Ash usually goes, finds a vehicle, rotates back towards his own team after gathering those informations. But I want to focus on the teams that would want to go directly towards the northern part. Seveni, specifically when we're talking about Global Esports, we know that they started their game previously on Seveni. So Shadow, what do you have to say about that? Because right now it does not seem that they're going there.
Well, thank you so much, Scared. And yeah, looks like maybe Global Esports won't head over to the side of Siveri, or maybe their game plan is head on to the shoreline towards the side of Kameshki, grab those vehicles, and then rotate toward the side of Siveri. That could also be a possibility, because if they had opted a path from the side of school, there were few teams present over there, so that won't have been a safe approach.
True.
But looks like we have a northern circle this time. That is going to make things so interesting, especially for the players of Global Esports.
As soon as Necro leaves the desk, the circle takes a hard shift. It could be anywhere. This time, it's a northwest oriented shift, and almost 80% of the teams are not inside that circle. So yes, very well mentioned how quite a lot of teams are going to have a few of those problems. But I want to focus on the teams who would be making those rotations directly from the southern island or the military base island. That's going to be Gladiators. It's also going to be middle in Novo. They would have to move through those bridge camps, and then if they manage to survive that part without any casualties, they would be facing the teams who would probably end up gatekeeping, or at least staying put, maybe in Yasna Polyana, maybe in Pochinki, where WSB are already there, or maybe if you want to go directly from that western part, you'll be seeing GT and also TWM having fun. Carnival Gaming in the side of Gatka, they're for now inside the zone, but those rotations might kick in sooner rather than later.
Oh, the rotations are going to be of key importance in this particular circle, but there is a certain drop change coming in from the side of Chemin Esports. Last time they went in towards the side of Georgopol City, and this time they are in the city of Lipovka. Change of plans coming in. So let's see how this drop change is going to pan out for the players of Chemin Esports, as they have even the players of Blind in the close proximity. Then we have Team Hydra officials toward the side of Milta Power. And speaking of Team Hydra, even in the last Erangel, they went in for a very slow passive approach. They were just playing with the circle, even though that previous one was their circle. It was a southern circle where Team Hydra could have grabbed too many position points and finish points as well, but unfortunately that didn't happen. And this time, the circle is not at all favoring them.
Absolutely true. So again, those rotations are going to be of key importance, but at the same time, gathering the information right now early on is also very crucial and very detrimental, because you would not want to run into a stacked area wherein you're seeing 2 or 3 different teams taking control of that space or fighting. You do not want to jump in those crossfires. So Hydra, they have a very solid opportunity of trying to grab the info, or if in case they really want to play a little nasty and naughty, they can try and go in for the bridge camp to probably catch the members of middle off guard and try to grab a few of those extra picks, because we know that the teams decide to rotate late. No matter where the circle is, they always try to tank that first blue and then move forward. So that could very well be an opportunity for them to maybe showcase their skills. Now, even previously, we saw how Team X Park as well as Godlike, they dropped into Yasna Apollina and walked away unscathed without taking those fights. And that's probably what's happening even in this game. I want to see an early skirmish coming in between these teams, but as we know, Erangel of Shadow, we know that teams rarely fight in those early circles.
The peace treaty is definitely there between Godlike and Team X Park. And speaking of Team X Park, disappointment from their side, because even in the first Erangel, I think they got only 2 points, and this time also only 2 points to their name. So a very aggressive team. We definitely need more finish points from their side and a better performance. Soon it will come, I'm very sure. But for now, looking at the players of Godlike, they performed really good in the previous Erangel. The way Jonathan was able to bring down the players of Chemin, 2 players with a single grenade, that was fantastic. Even he was able to take down the players of Chemin when Chemin rushed in towards them. 2 players with the DBS. So aggression is there from the side of Godlike, but this time it's a controlled aggression. Jelly is doing a fantastic job as an IGL for now, but like I said, at this stage, in stage 1, everybody is just busy grabbing those resources.
Yes, that is true. Talking about grabbing the resources and doing the good job, I'm also expecting a change of pace in the playstyle of OG, because they've not been able to grab a lot of points in the previous 2 games. They've been having a few of those hiccups, so might as well just rile a few of them up right now. Maybe change those gears, try and take a few of those extra fights, because again, it's almost the same drop locations for almost all of those teams out there, just changing a few. Like the Global Esports and also Chemin, as you mentioned. So they might as well have an idea as to where all of the opponents are, or if not all, maybe just a few, the ones who are at least in the close proximity. So they can try and decide, go in for a few of those skirmishes if they really want to, or maybe just switch to an even more passive play style to try and play for some extra survival and gather a good position when the circle hits in the stage 4 or maybe stage 5. In the meantime, though, Carnival Gaming, we saw them moving, looting towards the Gatka. They're still sticking to their exact same playstyle, scouting out the area nearby. We saw another team in the vicinity, but not of any major problem. They'd be making their rotations, but that would be pretty slow as well. Their part of the map is already inside that safe zone. What I also want to focus is going to be the fact of these new teams, especially Skulls, because Miramar was the map wherein I expected them to perform. They've been showing promising results, but Erangel is where they kinda have those struggles, right? Especially in front of the invited teams.
And contradictory in the open finals, Skulls had a very good performance in both Erangel and Miramar. They got chicken dinners, 4 chicken dinners. And this time, yeah, the consistency is there, but in a negative way, because they got only 5 points, both in
Exactly.
Erangel and Miramar this time. So we kind of expect more things from a team like Skulls. They were showing aggression, they were picking up too many fights, but unfortunately, those fights didn't turn out in their favor in the previous Erangel. But speaking about the team up in front of our screen, 4Shot Esports, even they also showcased good performance in the previous Erangel, the way they eliminated the entirety of Gujarat Tigers. But unfortunately, they were not prepared for a third party when the players of Global Esports rushed towards their side. But speaking of Global Esports, good rotations coming in from their side. Like I said, moving in with from the shorelines, grabbing those vehicles, and now they're heading towards the side of Siverny. A very fantastic rotation coming in from their side. But few teams are also going for a very late rotation, like the players of God's Reign. For them, the first Erangel didn't work in their favor, but this time maybe they can potentially look for a dominant control from the southern side.
Highly possible they can try and do that, and lucky for them, there's literally no team holding the angles of Pochinki or even Gatka, so they would not have to face anyone gatekeeping them. But I can't exactly say the same thing for middle, though they're deciding to move forward right now. I believe they've got a perfect timing at this point, because Hydra have also not decided to camp that bridge whatsoever. They're just busy taking those resources for themselves and also focusing on the side of Autobots. They always love to drop in those George Paul apartments on the northern side, and they are doing the exact same thing even now. Do not need to change a lot of their positions, will stick to the exact same thing. But I personally feel that stage 2 is probably where we're going to see a few of those fights, maybe in towards the Water City, or maybe just north to the Water City, or even possibly in the George Paul, because WSB are also deciding to go there, while Carnival is already staying put in the vicinity of Gujarat Tigers.
This is a hybrid circle, Shanu, so it's very difficult to play. Teams are not very sure where the final circle will go. There will be hard shift. It can go towards the side of shooting range, or maybe it can go towards the side of ruins area. So
True.
everybody is just trying to hold on to their area and waiting for that hardship. But looks like Gujarat Tigers Shadow is in a lot of troubles as the players of AUTOBOTZ are lingering nearby, and he's going to scuttle back to the safety. That's a mature decision coming from his side. But will the players allow? Skrills has spotted down Vixie over there.
Indeed, some shots being fired. The warning has already been given, and that too in the form of breaking the tire of his buggy. So he would not be able to utilize that vehicle for now, would have to just fall back on foot. Another warning shot being fired by MJ, and we already know the potential of all of these players. You show them your head, you make sure that your helmet is at least getting knocked out of there, and that is what's happening. Gujarat Tigers also realizing the dangerous area that they are in will be repositioning. And since the shots have been fired, I mean, all 16 teams along with 64 players are alive in the lobby, and majority of them are near that area. Yes, it's a pretty off-center spot, but you know that there's a cluster forming around and everyone would be able to hear those shots. So there's a high risk of a third party, and for now, the risk is for Sirvi maybe getting spotted. A couple of shots were fired though, but nothing deadly.
Autobots, they're playing some bold moves, because with those vehicles making so much noise, when so many teams are present in the adjacent compounds in the close proximity vicinity, it's not going to fare off really well. But Autobots, they got a winner chicken dinner in the previous Erangel, so I can say Erangel is a strong point. At the same time, all these teams, majority of the teams, they have controlled their aggression as compared to the previous Erangel. This is a very slow Erangel. Even the Miramar, I remember in the stage 5 circle, 14 teams were still alive. So teams have realized the importance of the points, the gravity of the situation, that you need to have a very good momentum from the very get-go, because Rolling Stones gather no mass, and all the teams have realized that. But it looks like Jelly, well, shots are being fired onto him.
Yes, indeed, that is true. And Godlike are just not deciding to take that engagement, but now they might be forced to, as again, shots connecting, but not just quite enough. Jelly will be able to survive. Slither of his HP support was right there in another vehicle. Now this was a deadly maneuver, a deadly move. Could have been even more disastrous, but they only walk off with just a casualty of a vehicle. Should not hurt them a lot in this point. But Carnival Gaming now, they also decided to try and make a move, wanted to go in for a perfect third party, but realizing that the fight has been stopped, Omega quickly moving backwards, going back in the cover of at least his teammates, his cover fires. He's playing a little far ahead than his teammates, just trying to gather as much information as possible and relaying it back to the cavalry. And as soon as the engagement will fall onto his plate, you know that the support will be right there. Plus, every one of his team is just watching those angles, so he's just slowly crawling forward. That is a pretty nasty gameplay. I really hope Gujarat Tigers are aware what's happening behind them, who's lurking in those shadows.
I don't think Gujarat Tigers are aware about the position of Omega, and that X factor can result into not just one but two knocks. But looks like Vixie. Okay, I was wrong. Vixie has a vague idea where Omega could keep. That's where little cautions being showcased from the side of Vixie and his teammates. And at the same time, it's an open field, it's an open terrain. There is a chance of a third party also happening. But at the same time, Team X Park, Dreams has managed to take the encore during the rotations. Like I said, rotations are going to be cut off in this circle, and exactly Team X Park is doing that, and they have managed to get one finish point for themselves. And Medal Esports, after getting a winner chicken dinner, the consistency is not there. They've already lost one of the player.
Exactly, and they could not even go in for any kind of trade, right? The decision was that go in quickly for those rotations. Now moving directly towards the north, right from the eastern part of the map. They will try and enter the circle from that northern area. Maybe try following similar path as to what GE did, and they have to be wary of the positions of opponents and would have to know that maybe there could be someone else welcoming them. So the extra chip damage that they'll be encountering could prove to be very lethal. But since we were already talking about GE, we remember that they dropped off in 7A in the previous Erangel game. And in the Miramar game, last one, they actually ranked up in the top 5. So not being able to grab a lot of those finish points, but the position points definitely helped them out to lower down that lead and gain some extra points, the crucial ones indeed. So this time around, since the zone is falling into the area where they love to play, I think so. This should give them some kind of advantage. But talking about advantage, Gladiators as well, not facing any kind of attention from anyone, just some long range fights, skirmish, maybe that would be in their plate. But apart from that, every other team, just look at that entire cluster in the center and just a little bit off center is what's happening. We will see a lot of aggression popping off.
Oh, the aggression is definitely going to be there, but I like what the players of AUTOBOTZ are doing. Instead of sticking to the center, they've opted to hold on to the shorelines, the shooting range area. A linear split is coming in from their side, and they have the northern control, so that means their backlines are clear. The only possible threat they have in the proximity are the players of Global Esports, who right now are peppering few bullets towards the side of Beast, and looks like Beast has already been knocked out.
Yes, indeed, he is. Now the risk should come in as Slug quickly joins in the fight. The smoke wall is there. Mavi as well trying to apply a few extra smokes there behind that cover. Rico cannot find the final shot to flush Beast. He would be revived, but a couple of shots being connected onto Slug. Finally, some return fire coming in. Ninja Boy spotting his position. And as well as Mavi providing another support. So AUTOBOTZ would have to concede the stalemate at this point, and Beast and Slug quickly move backwards from that dangerous position. Now they've already shown their presence. They have shown that they are the ones who are controlling this area, and I love the fact how they've also occupied that high hill. Yes, they are pretty open from behind them, but that's exactly why they've already inserted Skrills there, and he is firing the shots onto Shadow, who would have to quickly tap the foot on that accelerator, move forward. He's got the DBS in the hand now, just in that cover. Should be able to fire a few shots as a swap gun back to M4. Realizes that Skrills is also moving back. He does not go in for any kind of over-engage. And the reposition from AUTOBOTZ should help them out, but they are directly jumping in front of Carnival Gaming.
Skrills escaped from the clutches of Shadow, but can he escape from the clutches of Carnival Gaming? That's the main question, because he is all by himself. His remaining three teammates are somewhere else, and they won't be able to provide the necessary cover fire or backline support that he needs right now. And the mature decision is to regroup with the teammates, and that is exactly what he's trying to do so. But it looks like the players of Team Hydra are engaging in a fight, and two players of even Skulls are also down, and MJ gets a confirmation point onto Phoenix. Now Beast is the only man standing.
And he will also fall. That is Gujarat Tigers and the power that they've got on board. Showing off their skills, winning out that crucial duel, and the first team has now finally been eliminated, and it's Skulls, the team we had high expectations for, definitely crumbling under that pressure. Jonathan in the meantime though has to play for survival, putting out a few extra smokes, as again Godlike facing a lot of troubles. WSB in the vicinity should be able to get a couple of flushes. Jelly has been taken down, but the question is, can Z-God survive? Because again, WSB should be able to get the full res in, and I do not think so they've got any intention of saving Z-God. Jonathan has been ordered to quickly retreat, play for survival, not got any major points whatsoever, and WSB winning a crucial fight against Godlike. Again, Godlike crumbling time and time again. They're facing this problem, and that is not what you would want to see from this team. But kudos to WSB on winning on that crucial duel, getting two of those flushes, and the third one is also inevitable.
Even the previous game was very good for WSB, the Miramar. They got 12 points. They were in the top 5. And when you eliminate one of the top dogs in the lobby, definitely your confidence is going to get a major boost. And that is exactly what is happening with the players of WSB. The addition of Anush to OP is definitely helping their case. But Carnival Gaming, Hector has managed to take down one player from the side of Gujarat Tigers. And looks like MJ might be the one to go for the rescue mission, because there is a little bit of ridge area where Vixie can find a cover and the rescue mission can be done. But will MJ do so? That's the main question, because right now Gujarat Tigers, they're not aware how the players of Carnival Gaming are spread out. This could be a big risk, and MJ is ready to take that risk with the buggy is going for the rescue mission onto the fallen comrade.
Yeah, that was a pretty bold move. I would definitely say that. He was literally in the aim, in the crosshair of Hector, and eventually would be able to save the life of his comrade. But on the other side, one thing is for sure, that Blind and Hydra do not want to spare anyone, and WSB also are joining in the mixture. But on the other side, Chemin playing it slow, with G in the vicinity. We're going to look at Hydra quickly as Spray God wants to throw down that nade, but could not save the life of his comrade. He's the last man standing, but only for so long as WSB comes in with the third party, get a flush. Zeref has been taken down though, but they've got to continue this fight as again it's the last player of Blind standing. Can they figure out the opening? Yes, they definitely did. Anuj, with a decent amount of distance, but was able to get that last flush in. And honestly, the way WSB are now performing, I think so that they've got the momentum in their favor. And also looking at the zone shift, it is way too near them, and I can see a few of those compounds that might already help them out if they go for some quick rotations and try and capture them, because their firepower is absolutely insane. 8 eliminations already, and still there are 12 additional teams apart from them remaining.
WSB, definitely they have the momentum and the confidence. The minute they eliminated the 3 players of Godlike, they're not stopping. The way they are annihilating, the way they are bringing those opening frags, at the same time the split that comes in from the side of WSB, they hold on to the periphery of the circle, so that means their backlines are clear. Anush 2OP is doing a perfect job of scouting the area with that buggy. He's gathering as much intel as much possible. But right now, we have the players of OG holding on to good area. But looks like the next fight is going to happen in the Siverny area where Chemin Esports, they are charging towards the side of Global Esports. Looks like Fury has been taken down, but an easy rescue mission is going on.
They should be able to revive in, unless of course any cheeky nade drops out of their window and takes both of them down. But GE playing in a split of 3 and 1, where one player is just a little bit far away. Not too far away, I believe it's Beast, who is trying to get an off-angle pick onto the members of Chemin, and they've just decided not to push this issue any further. And I love the fact how a pincer maneuver is coming in from the side of GE, wherein look at Ninja Boy. He's also trying to find an angle. Slug moving backwards, leaving Mavi in place. I don't think so they're going to press this issue any further than it already has, but I really do not love the position coming in from Chemin, because they do not have any real estate. They don't have any area. 3 of their players in just one long building, and all 2 in a different compound just on the right of it, making sure that there's no push coming in from that side. But I am still worried about Ninja Boy and how he can potentially find an off angle. But look at behind Ninja Boy. There's another team who are trying to jump inside the zone, and that could pose a lot of threat if in case he's not wary about his surroundings.
Chemin Esports, speaking of them, they are very susceptible to the grenades that might come from the side of Global Esports. But looks like Ninja Boy's M416 will do the job as he takes down one player from Chemin. And yes, the nearby threat in the third party could be from the side of AUTOBOTZ Esports. Global Esports not showing any unnecessary aggression, but 4-shot Esports, Spy, Honey having a height advantage, beautifully takes down WSB Raiden out there in the open and might be looking for a vehicle run over, but they are not aware about the split of WSB, where exactly the players are spread out. WSB is also trying to retaliate. Anush OP having a control of the shack, takes down Goku over there, but Ban also goes down. Anush OP, the only man standing, the only hope, also gets taken down, and Zeref also bids bye-bye. And with that, a clean, flawless victory coming in the favor of 4-shot Esports.
I might have just jinxed WSB right there. They were playing so very good, grabbing those 8 finishes, have been eliminated on 14th position. But I don't think so. 4-shot can rest way too easy, because they are currently pincered between 2 different teams. But talking about a pincer maneuver, EWM Destiny's grenade catching Delta of God's Reign, and on the other side, Chemin and fight of Global continues. But here we go. That's another brutal massacre coming in from TWM, just not leaving anyone from the side of God's Reign, and standing full 4 men strong. Another big blow, and here we go. Joining in the fight is going to be OG, has already picked one of them off. Vizgod and Ash. It's 2 men for now being invested in that fight. They've got 1 flush in quickly, but can they utilize that opportunity and try and get a few more? They're still in total numbers disadvantage, so might as well just want to stay safe for their teammates to join in, which they have now, so they can go in for those flushes. The nade goes out, but not quite perfectly good, and AK with the DBS was able to take another pick. And this seems to be a disaster for TWM as probably just one last man standing. As it's going to be Kyo. Could be moving backwards. Can he play for survival? Destiny as well will be able to take care of Ash. So OG again taking another casualty on their name. They're way too far open, but no one's going to come from behind them. Drigger, he can find an opportunity on Kyo. DBS in the hands of both of them, while Empo in the hands of AK. Can he find another pick? Is going to be the question. Yes is the answer as Destiny falls, and so did Kyo at the exact same time. And OG will prevail in that fight. TWM being eliminated, but we cannot stop him right now as GE, Ninja Boy, getting another flush in his name and putting out smokes out in the open, and Chemin following it up. This time Autobots are the ones who are in the line of fire, Shadow.
And Autobots are falling down like a pack of dominoes, the way the finish feed is saying. Autobots might be up for elimination. Exactly that is happening. Autobots, they have been eliminated on the 10th spot with just a single elimination to their name. Even the players of Global Esports are not in the best of the position as Orangutan is trying to gatekeep them. But looks like the players of 4-Shot Esports are engaging the fight with the players of Gujarat Tigers. But Vixie is still hiding. His position has not been compromised.
Oh my
Perfect
God!
Grenade comes in right on the face of Goku, takes him down. Might be looking for the confirmation, but no, Honey's going for the rescue mission. MJ is still down, begging for a help, begging for a rescue mission. But even the players of Carnival Gaming, they heard all the gunshots, and now Orangutan could be the next victim as one of the players, Trigger, is in a very low HP. He needs to patch himself up as soon as possible. And AKOP with those grenades is trying to keep the enemy at bay.
It's just raining nades out there, left and right. They're getting nades on their face and also answering back with the same. But in the mix, I can also see Jonathan way far back. Could definitely ruin things up for the side of Carnival if they decide to. But Neo wants to push the issue further, and this should probably do the trick. It's only AK remaining, the last man standing. How long can he survive? That is going to be the question. He throws out another nade. He's trying to go in for that first state pick. Maybe he would be able to get one flush at max, but I don't think so. That would also happen easily as Carnival Gaming, with 3 men strong, they should be able to get this one last flush, but they also have to jump inside that safe zone. Should not be a very big problem for them unless, of course, AK decides otherwise. But on the other side, X-Park probably posing a lot of threat to the members of GE as Slug gets taken down. The blue is going to push the members of Carnival Gaming, and they have decided that they're going to let this one last flush be. They're going to allow AK to live at least for a few more seconds with the entire cluster forming around the southwestern part of the map. And oh my, Yaksha just figures out his position and runs over him.
If Team Xbox manage to eliminate 4-Shot Esports, they can potentially dominate from the southern western side. And that is exactly what they are trying to do. So as they take down one player, Spray God needs to patch himself up. He's on a very low HP, and Spy Honey is the last man standing with the DBS in his hand, is hiding in the smoke in that vehicle. Sarang aware, and yes, he is aware. Finally takes him down, and with that, Global Esports also bids bye-bye on the 5th spot. From the side of Godlike, Jonathan has made it inside top 4. Trying to move inside the circle, trying to hide, but looks like Hector has spotted him down, and the smaller top could mark an end for Godlike Esports, but looks like he survived. He's going to retaliate with a grenade, takes down Hector. Might be looking for a confirmation. He's trying to find the second knock, but can he find so? But before doing that, he needs to patch himself. There is no medkit, there is no first aid, but Sarang comes from the back lanes, takes down Jonathan.
He did all he could. Godlike being eliminated. They're going to get a few of those extra points, but that is about it. The flush was there from the members of X-Park, and now they should probably know the position of Carnival Gaming as well. But they've got to figure out where the last few members are. This should be a fight. They should win. Maybe not, as says Neo. He was able to take one person down. The smoke wall is there right in front of him. So Dream should be able to get the rest. But the shots being fired, retaliation coming in. What if Dove could try and ruin the game? Maybe for X-Park, maybe for Carnival. We're going to have to wait and see because he is fighting those shots and he has occupied one of those compounds. But his position will be pushed forward once the blue hits him. That's going to be another few shots being fired in the smoke. Spray God probably has an idea about the positioning of Akshat. He stands up, but the bullets are not going to connect to him. Again, he stands up with the reload, tries to go in for a spray, was able to take one of them down. It's all on to Neo. How long is he going to survive? That's going to be a question. 1v2 situation. Can he make this impossible clutch happen? A few of the shots being connected, but Spray God quickly crouches down and wins that duel. But wait a second, he still has to take care of Dope, who is inside that compound, and Sarang knows his position. just going in for a heel battle. 6 more first aids to go, and the victory of X-Pac is now inevitable. They will get the chicken. And my oh my, what a game coming in from their side.
Team X-Pac, after 2 bad games, they are staging a comeback in a fashion. 10 finish points already in their favor. They were literally raining death and destruction in this lobby. And the way they were moved inside the circle, they eliminated squad after squad. They wiped the floor so perfectly, so easily. And this is second time, even from the side of Chemin Esports, that they are going for a heel battle and they have secured the second spot. But Dope takes on Spray God. Can he get the confirmation? But before he gets the confirmation, the play zone will take him down. That was some bold move coming in from the side of Dope. But the winner chicken dinner goes in the hands of Team X-Pac.
Indeed, that is true. I believe it was a little too restless from the side of Spray God. He went out in the open, tried to find an angle where he can put that nade in, put that Molotov inside that one compound. But really, Team X-Pac needed this victory. They needed this one exact spark which they have got, and that was a great performance coming in from their side. And we can clearly see the addition of 2 new players in their squad has changed things up at least a little bit, because previously we used to see them playing very differently, playing way too passive. This time around, they were trying to make a statement. It was aggression, but it was a very controlled aggression. They wanted to take the space, they wanted to take the good parts in the zone, and were able to capitalize onto all of that way too easily.
Yeah, they were focusing on the rotation. They were holding on to the periphery of the circle, edge to edge. They were moving, they were migrating, they were clearing the floors. They were not engaging in any sort of unnecessary third parties. That resulted in a beautiful winner chicken dinner. The moment they eliminated the entirety of 4-shot esports, it was bound to happen, because the only threat in front of them was Carnival Gaming, and they were on the lower ridge. Team X-Pac, they had a height advantage, but at the same time, brilliant efforts from the side of Jonathan, because he was able to take down one player, but from the back lines, the way Sarang came in, otherwise I think Jonathan would have managed to get the confirmation point also.
Yeah, that is indeed true. I mean, I did not expect that to happen. But again, Jonathan doing Jonathan things. That's what all his fans love out there. But on the other side, Carnival Gaming, again, having a very solid game. Yes, not being able to grab those chicken dinners, but eventually landing up in the top 5 position is what's going to keep you in that race. It's what's going to keep you in this marathon. And again, we've been mentioning it time and time again, how you need to be tenacious. You need to have as much endurance as possible, and you need to be very consistent with all of those games. You need to make sure that you're at least in the top 8 position, even if you've got a very bad game on board, so that you can rack up a few additional points, maybe a couple of position points paired up with a couple of finish points. But as of now, Team X-Pac finally winning things up. On the other side though, I was really hoping to see a few extra embers coming in from AUTOBOTZ, but they were eventually taken out. But one thing that I really want to mention is how WSB were playing this way too aggressive, grabbing those quick 10 finish points, but eventually falling down, not grabbing any position points. But I mean, if they would have continued on the same kind of aggression, that could have been absolutely disastrous for others.
Oh, certainly, indeed, agreed 100% to that, because WSB was playing so perfectly and they had a good position also, but unfortunately, they were not prepared for that particular fight, and good gameplay coming in from their side. And this was a moment their confidence got a major boost when they eliminated the 3 players of Godlike. And when you eliminate big dogs, when you take them down in a close frontal battle, your confidence is bound to get a major boost. And even the rotations, scouting, everything was done perfect from the side of WSB. But 4-shot showed up on their doorsteps and they were not prepared. They were out in the open. Even this time, Orangutan also played perfectly. In fact, they were the first one to go for a very early rotation.
Yes, that is true, but I would still say a very good answer back as well. Orangutan, yes, they played out that situation to the best they could, but TWM, I mean, they were still able to take down at least 1 or maybe 2 of the members of Orangutan, so that was a good answer from their own side. And as you mentioned about 4-shot esports as well, they were able to take down the WSB Gaming, but then eventually falling where they last won the fight, with the way they won the fight. I mean, someone just quickly jumping over them and taking them out. But what a great play nonetheless, because we clearly saw how Dope he managed to get his team at the second place, and that's 12 points for the position. That was a nasty play coming in from him, deciding to go in for a very good heal battle and also not revealing his position way too quickly to anyone. Even though Team Xpark knew it, they had to take care of other teams, for example Carnival Gaming, and also they had to take care of Jonathan, which they did, and this provided the opening and the opportunity for Dope to get his team up on boards.
Well, certainly he got 12 placement points, and that is exactly what he was looking for. Did perfectly, but more chaos is going to come up because the groups are going to be changed. 2 new groups are going to come up on a different map. That is going to be Sanhok. But after this short little break. No break because we have standings. We also need to check the standings first. But yes, Sanhok is going to be up ahead and 2 new groups are coming in. And like I was saying about Orangutan, this time Orangutan also played perfectly because they rotated very early inside the circle. And this guy from the side of WSB, Zeref, he's the MVP with 4 finishes.
Imagine your team being eliminated in a spot when you're not going to receive any position points. You were eliminated way too early on in the competition. And even after that, the way you performed, you become the MVP of that match. That is how Zeref played. That is how WSB played. 50% contribution to those fights with 4 finishes that he got himself, and eventually helping his team rack up to those double digits in the finish points. That was absolutely crazy. And again, I was mind blown with the way WSB were playing. And if this is the kind of potential that they have, I mean, you can just maybe think of what they can achieve in that long run. And he is literally deserves to be the star of the match alongside with Fury, who had 4 rescues.
Oh yes, 4 rescues coming in. Chemin Esports, they were fantastic this time. They were showing the aggression. They eliminated the entirety of AUTOBOTZ Esports, who were the winner of previous Erangel. So definitely Chemin Esports also making sure that they leave one player for the heal battle, so that if the things go south, they have someone to rely on for those placement points. But now let's have a look at the match ranking of this Erangel, that who came on the top, because so many finishes were there, so much aggression was there, and Team Xpark with 10 finishes, total of 25 points, sitting on the top.
What are the odds, Shadow? All the 3 teams who have got a chicken dinner have ended up being on the same total of 25 points, 15 position and 10 finishes. That has been the case in every single map that we've seen till now. But on the other side, just as you mentioned, Chemin showing a very good performance. And on the back of the 12 position points that they received and 6 finish points, they are on total of 18. Carnival Gaming, again reaching the top 3, not being able to close things out, get a chicken, but still racking up those 14 important points with 10 position points and 4 of those finish. And if you're talking about 4-shot esports as well as Godlike, yes, 11 and 9 points. But look at the people after that. Global, Gujarat, WSB, all sticking on the 8. But one thing that I need to see is from Skulls Esports, right? Because they have to step up their game at this point. They've had a couple of games that were not very favorable to them. And also in the map of Miramar, where we expected them to perform a lot, they kind of fumbled, and it might be the pressure that's getting better of them.
Maybe could be the pressure, because when top teams of the country are coming in, you tend to feel a little bit of the heat, a little bit of the pressure, but you have to thrive under pressure. You can't crumble, because you have to qualify for the next stage, that is challenge finals, and for that you need points. And Skull Esports today, in all the 3 games, they have not been able to perform, not been able to grab those points. Even not just Skull Esports, few of the big names are also there, like Gujarat Tigers. The first Erangel didn't go in their favor, then they staged a good comeback from their side, but few big names yet to make their mark.
Yes, that is indeed true. And even Godlike and Orangutan are in the mix, right? Because yes, there have been a few hiccups coming their way, but they need to solidify their position at least in the top 8, if not in the top 5, because we have all of these top teams and all of these top players, and it's going to be relentless for all of them, because only half of them are going to move forward in those finals and half of them will be eliminated. So it is not as forgiving as any of the previous few tournaments for them. So this is going to be the key point of focus. And honestly, I would still say it's pretty okay, because it's just the first day. They've still got 2 more for this week and then 3 more weeks afterwards, so they can figure out where they need to fix things up. So watching these streams again after today will help them out. But One thing is for sure, that the next map is going to be Sanhok. So the teams who would want to play aggressively are going to thrive in that. But that's going to be between the groups of C and D, which will come up right after this short break.
Casually winning, stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my...
Welcome back, everyone. You guys are watching Snapdragon Pro Series BGMI Challenge Season Day 1 with 3 games already done and dusted. Group A and B, their games are over for today, and 2 new groups will be joining us. My name is Shadow. I'm going to be a caster and presenter. Alongside me is Neeraj. Neeraj, in Group A and B, we noticed that the invited teams are still dominating. Do you expect the same thing from Group B and D?
Well, I mean, I'm not really sure because Group C and D are something because we haven't really seen them play inside this tournament so far. And even in that group, there's quite a lot of teams that have went through the recent roster shuffles. And I'm not gonna lie, I was vibing to the music in the waiting screen or in the timeout scene because I was having a good time to that music. It's really good music. Let me know the name of that song. But yeah, in general, Group C and D now chiming inside the game. Game 4 is what's gonna be starting things off for Group C and D, and Sanhok is going to be played. As I mentioned, Sanhok is one of those maps that is completely circle oriented, and especially when Group C and D, they're going to chime inside Sanhok, and that's going to be their first game. It's going to be really tough for them to play Sanhok. I'm not going to lie. This will be a tough hurdle to get over.
Yeah, to start things off with Sanhok directly, a very aggressive map, a small map, definitely not easy for the group players of Group C and D. Let's see how they will adjust because if we remember, for Group A and B, they started things off in the first match on a very aggressive note, but slowly with Miramar and the third game, the aggression came down. They started holding on to their horses, but looking at the squad roster of Group C, we have the players of Team Revenant, where Sensei is there, Fierce is there, few new players also joining in. Simp is there, Blaze, Equinox. So Revenant as a team, Sensei as an IGL have been performing really good in the past events.
That is true. Then you speak about Reckoning Esports, and Reckoning Esports' current lineup is the X lineup of Velocity Gaming that used to be there back in the day. But now we've also got Wind God Esports. I really want to see what this team's got in their pack. But then also Team Forever, another team, all set of players that we've seen perform in the past. Always, especially this man brings in a lot of experience, and also him IGLing the team. I want to see how Team Forever is going to be performing inside the competition. Now let's move on forward and take a look at another set of teams. Team Soul. We cannot forget about this team at all because this team has went through some major shuffles, but they have signed a star-studded lineup. This team is currently in form, and I'm pretty sure Team Soul fans, they're going to have a great time watching this team in action.
Oh, certainly, because S-Power, Nakul, Manya, Ronnie, Joker, they have very good synergy, and that is the reason that this team has, this lineup has always been so strong. But also we have the players of Team iFlix, Moksha is there, Vishu, Insidious, Crypto, Madrek is there, Alibaba Raiders. Then we have in Group C, we have FS Esports. This team has qualified, and Aru, Atanki, they were so fantastic in the Open Finals. Along with them, we have OR Esports, where Robin, Zap, Pro, and Edmino is going to be there.
Yeah, now Group D is what we're going to shift our focus on. Even Team Zero is in front of us. Big Brother Esports, a team that has made a massive remark in one of the official tournaments. I want to see what Big Brother Esports is now packing because it's been a while since I've seen them play last time. So I'm pretty sure we're probably going to be seeing a lot of improvements from Big Brother Esports. Team Together Esports, a team that is not doing so good recently. Let's hope that maybe Team Together Esports is going to be able to get things back into control. Team Zero, a team that I've seen play in the past, but even they were not able to do that great. But let's see how this entire lineup is going to be playing because you've got some of the known names over here as well. So them being able to click in together definitely sounds quite a bit of a challenge, but you never know what's going to happen. Team 8-Bit, Juicy, Madman, Mighty, Ronak, even Leo IT, all the 4 players, we've seen them in the past too, and we know what they're capable of.
Then we have Team Entity, Somraj, Gamla Boy, Pukar, Troy, Ronak. The synergy between some Somraj and Gamla Boy and Bukar is so fantastic. So Entity is also one of those teams that we need to really look out for. Then also we have Team Prince, which is ex-Gujarat Tigers lineup. Prince, AJ, Jackson, Prajwal and Karthik. Even Team Prince played fantastic in the open final, especially on the maps like Sanhok, where they fared off really good. Actually, Sanhok was one of their weak map, and Gujarat Esports is a team that got a winner chicken dinner for themselves in the previous open final, Sanhok.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, the current Gen X FM is a completely different roster, but then Team iFlix is the ex-Gen X FM roster.
Yes.
So a lot of these changes can affect the players, or maybe can also work out in a good way for them. I genuinely think so, especially all that shuffle that Team Soul and Godlike has came in. I had positive effects, or I had positive expectations from both of those affairs, but so far, Godlike's team roster shuffle isn't really looking that great. But let's hope that maybe this entire shuffle that has came through for Team Soul itself, it's probably going to work out well. I mean, the set of players is pretty much the same. It's not going to affect the synergy at all. So I'm pretty much sure that these guys are going to rock the stage whatsoever. As we all know that we're going to kick things off with Sanhok for Group CND. It's going to be an interesting one to start things off for Group CND, especially when you need to be super aggressive and you're playing a circular-oriented map.
And also, you have no knowledge, no information onto your opponents that makes Sanhok more difficult to play around. So I don't know how this Sanhok was going to pan out. Will the players will go for a passive approach, play with the circle, or will they go all YOLO, all aggressive? We don't know. But after Sanhok, we have Vikendi lined up for the same group, that is Group C and D. And we'll end things with Erangel, the OG, the bread and butter map of BGMI. So Group C and D will be playing on 3 different maps. So things are not going to be easy at all. Sanhok and Vikendi, they're already starting things off on 2 difficult maps.
That is true. Vikendi, I wouldn't exactly say difficult, especially the first 2 zones are super slow. Stage 1, Stage 2, even Stage 3, there's nothing happening on the map. But then Stage 4 is when the real icebreaker starts to hit the deck. So that's where Vikendi can be a little bit tough. But Sanhok off the bat, I'm expecting a lot of drop collisions. I want to see some early game action. I want to see some bloodbath off the bat. I want to see these new teams back in action, especially we saw Alibaba as well. Now that's the X lineup of I think so Glitch X Reborn. So even Alibaba Esports is going to be a team to look out for. All these teams in general in Group C and D, all of these teams are some of the most experienced teams that you can ask for. I just want to see them in action. I just cannot wait. But considering the upcoming game of Sanhok is going to be starting soon, I want to know your predictions, Shadow. Which team do you think is going to be taking this game home?
Why always you throw me under the bus? I'll ask you the same question, but I think Gujarat Esports, because in the open finals they got a winner chicken dinner, they have good control over the map of Sanhok, so definitely I'm going to support the newcomers. But what about you?
Okay, interesting. You know what, I'm gonna go with Gen X FM. I think so. This is one of those teams that I've been rooting for since a long time now. And let's see that maybe the fearless Marathas can actually get something done, because I'm a Maratha myself, so I'm going to be supporting the players of Gen X FM. Let's see what they've got under the bag, because they have went through a lot of thick and thins in the past. So hopefully they have managed to stitch all the loopholes that were there in their game strat, and now things are going to be back in a equal stance, in a good stance. But then there's quite a few other teams as well that we need to speak about, right? You mentioned about Gujarat Esports.
Yeah.
You witnessed this team in action, if I'm not wrong, in the past as well. What are your thoughts about Gujarat?
Well, the rotations are very good. Gujarat Esports, few games they were completely off, but they were shining in a few games like Sanhok, Vikendi. These 2 maps are strong points for both these teams. So definitely my eyes are going to be on them. Day 1 could be a good day for them if they play all their cards right. But the thing is, they don't have information about the opponent teams. So like you mentioned, the drop collision could also be a problem. And even Scared was also mentioning that 2 teams are there in the same lobby that could potentially go for the same drop.
That is true. I mean, I was also sitting in the back and looking at the 3rd game, right? I was looking at that Erangel. I'm so happy the fact that Team X Spark was able to shut things off on a great note, right? Now that they have got a chicken dinner in their hands, they can have a good night's sleep and maybe wake up tomorrow in much more of a momentum in their hands. So now the ball is in their court. It's up to them how they want to shape the upcoming fields. And I'm pretty sure a lot of these teams inside Group C and D, they will try to do the same thing as well. They will try to shape the ball in their court and make sure that if they're going to have a great start, everything will be great in the overall standings in general, because as I mentioned, it's just the day 1 of the challenge series. All you need is good day 1, and then later on automatically the momentum is going to carry on forward.
But in the previous group, we also noticed, Neeraj, that a few of the qualified teams, actually not few, majority of the qualified teams, the top 8 teams, they're not able to perform up to the expectations, with Skulls being a very big name. They were dominating in the previous stage, in the open finals, but this time they were completely missing. So do you think they are under the pressure, or it's just a lack of confidence? What's really is the problem with the qualified teams?
Under the pressure is usually there because of lack of confidence. When you're not really going to be having a lot of confidence, you will be under pressure. So that's sort of like the same thing in general. So I would say, yes, that is the truth. I think so. These guys are definitely under a lot of pressure. They're not really looking that confident in their approach. But you mentioned the qualified teams too, right? You need to speak about Reckoning Esports then. Another qualified team. But all the set of players, they are quite experienced. You know, you've seen these players performed in the past by the banner of VLT. So all these players, they've got a massive firepower as well. Punk, Immortal, you cannot forget Punk. He's the one that drives the team. He's the IGL for that team. So I just want to see, considering he's got so much of a time off, I hope that we're going to see a lot of improvement from this team.
And Dr. Emo also, he's known for those heal battles, and we have the perfect maps coming up. Even Reckoning, they got a beautiful winner-winner chicken dinner in the open finals in the map of Vikendi. So definitely Reckoning is a team. I won't say they are the underdogs or undergods, because they are the veteran players. They have been in the competitive scenario since a very long time, but this team has come from the open finals. That also we need to consider, because few players are new addition to the team, and looks like they've adapted to the synergy so perfectly, so good. Even there was a player tryout in the open finals. The way he was able to bring those opening frags, definitely Reckoning can play really good in this one. But if I ask you, is there any team that you want to predict can really get a winner-winner chicken dinner is this game?
I mean, I predicted that a while ago,
Gen X
right?
FM?
I said Gen X FM. Yeah, I went with Gen X FM. I'm not really going to be changing my predictions anymore. But another team, right, that qualified in from the qualifiers itself has to be Team Together Esports. We need to speak about this team as well. Shaika, you've got that man in that team as well. Then Sevi plays. How can you forget? Sevi plays used to play for CS Esports in the previous lineup. So even these guys, yes, they're quite new to the scene, but they do pack a massive punch. So you can never underestimate any of the teams that are currently playing in here. But then even you need to understand, only top 16 teams can move into the finals. So the slots are quite limited. You got to make sure you're staying quite consistent and quite focused on your approach, and just staying really good on the overall standings.
I'll just say don't leave things for the 11th hour, because if you are going to have a very good momentum rolling on the very first day, that is going to help you in the final few days, because the pressure is going to be mounting up, and then maybe you won't be able to handle those pressures. But Team Together Esports, like you pointed out, this is one of those teams that was not able to perform up to the expectation in the open finals. They got a chicken dinner on day number 2, but they were completely inconsistent, and that is something that really worries me about this team. So let's see how they're going to perform.
Exactly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're facing some technical issues. Don't worry though, we'll be right back in a couple of moments.
Got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no care. I work too hard to get here. got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome back, everyone. You guys are watching Snapdragon Pro Series BGMI Challenge Season Day 1. And Neeraj and I were discussing before the break that how teams might go for a drop collision in Sanhok because it's a super aggressive map, small map, few areas to hold on to. And 16 teams, there is a very big possibility of drop clash. What do you say, Neeraj?
I mean, we thought the possibility of drop clash could also be there on Erangel, but unfortunately it didn't really happen. So, man, it's really making me question. But considering Sanhok is a smaller map, I guess maybe the possibility is a little bit more. But one thing we know for sure is that Team Soul is going to be dropping all the way towards Camp Alpha. So that's going to be like set aside because that's where Blind Esports like to drop. And considering the entire roster is now called Team Soul, so that's where they're going to be dropping. If the circle is going to be on the top left island, if it's going to be on the Camp Alpha island, one thing is for sure that Team Soul will dominate. So all the Soul fans right now, you better start praying for the circle.
And you pointed out correctly that if the circle is favoring either of the team in the lobby, they have a very big advantage because other than Sanhok is completely different. In Sanhok, the circle has to favor you. You have to have those perfect rotations. You need to hold on to the center of the circles. So that becomes very crucial because even in Erangel and Miramar, even if the circle is not favoring you, you can go for the rotation. You can migrate inside the circle. But in Sanhok, it becomes a very tedious task. And that foliage itself is just such a big problem for all the players.
Exactly, but here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The Sanhok now is in front of our screens as the plane flap pad starts all the way from Tatmok towards Camp Alpha. Now, this is quite an interesting plane flight path, considering starting all the way from Long Night towards Camp Alpha. It is completely towards one side of the map, but still, extension is not going to be that big of a deal unless if you want to go all the way down south towards Camp Charlie, then yeah, it's going to be a tough extent for you, that's for sure. But dropping in towards Quarry, Painan, it's not going to be that big of an extent. You will still feel quite comfortable dropping in towards those spots. As we've got Entity as well, of course, Team Forever going for the boot camp side. No issues over there. I'm just trying to spot out if there are any possibilities of a drop collision.
How can we forget Team Zero? Because Camp Alpha Island has been their home ground since a very long time.
Drop collision.
Yeah.
Yes, there is a drop collision between Team Zero and also another team, which is Team Soul. So that's going to be an interesting fight to witness. Team Zero, they've already lost out on one of their players. Dark Lord out of the contention. Team Soul starting things off on a fantastic note. But over here, Team Prince as well, going up against the players of Big Brother Esports. Big Brother Esports is another one of those teams that has a decent amount of experience, considering they've performed quite well in an official tournament. But as we transition on over towards another fight that's currently happening on the board, even Syed gets knocked out. Team Zero instantly getting phased away, getting taken down from this map.
The entirety of Team Zero has been eliminated. How can we forget? This has been a home ground of Team Zero since a very long time. And so for the players of Team Soul, who was ex-blind, now on the other side of the map, we have Gujarat Tigers. AJ also getting taken down by Sev. That's Carl coming into the action. Now Gujarat Tigers, they have to go for the rescue mission as AJ is bleeding. They might lose on to their crucial player. And looks like there is no help coming for AJ anytime soon because he is all by himself.
Big Brother Esports up against the players of Team Prince. Prince is all the way in the back lines too now. They're trying their best to provide the cover fire for that one single player that's just stuck over there. But Big Brother Esports, they've got no intentions of challenging that fight anymore. Instead, it's better to play a little bit more safe in backlines, considering it's still way too early phase of the game. Team Zero, they've already been eliminated from the face of this planet, so that's that. You've only got 15 teams. It's like we started things off with only 15 teams.
Looks like that because when the drop collision happens, when the drop clash happens, it's kind of a luck factor. If you're not going to get a gun in your hands and your opponent is the lucky fellow to get a gun in his hand, definitely you're going to go down. And that is exactly what happened with the players of Team Zero because they had light weaponry, and on the other side, the players of Team Zero, Team Soul managed to get their hands on that crucial loot, crucial weaponry. But look at that, Gujarat Tigers Jackson is also pretty much out in the open. That could be a threat for him because Big Brother Esports, all the players are kind of surrounding him. I wonder how Jackson will get out of this situation.
I'm not sure. Because one thing is for sure, Sarvit is pinned in this compound. Yes, there is the cavalry around him, But if the cavalry is not going to be on time, then real problems are going to start to ensue. So it's better if you're going to give that cavalry, it's better if you're going to give that backup as quick as possible. Prince being found by Sarvit, nicely done. S12K to greet him on his face. At least Sarvit's able to start things off on a great note. Big Brother Esports, they've managed to wrap up 3 elimination points so far, and now it's all down to Prejwal. Team Prince, they have been dismantled successfully. Prejwal being the last missing piece of the puzzle. Is he going to be found by Big Brother Esports? That's the question.
And Sarvit doesn't have proper armor. He's just got level 2 vest, no helmet whatsoever, and a single grenade. He needs the cavalry. At the same time, the cavalry has arrived, and Prajwal all by himself. Even the players of Big Brother Esports, they're not sticking to the compounds. The formation of all the 4 players is pretty fantastic, but at the same time, Seth specifically should be watching his 6, because maybe the players of Gujarat Tigers come with a flank angle, and Sarvit could be the one to be taken down. And Prajwal, I can still feel his heartbeat. He's all by himself, waiting for the help from his teammates. But that's not going to work. Actually, they have been eliminated. I'm sorry.
I mean, at this point, we can just agree that, yeah, it's just pretty much done for Team Prince. And as soon as I say that, that's exactly what happens. Even Prejwal gets sniffed out. The final piece of the puzzle is being found by Big Brother Esports. A flawless squad wipe even from them. Off the bat, 2 teams, they're having a bang inside the game as Big Brother Esports and Team Soul. Solid start. And then, still you've got a couple of more known names inside the lobby. How can you forget about Revenant Esports, another team that has proved themselves time and time before now? I'm going to stop that conversation as Team Forever is getting pounced on by the players of Genix FM. First knockouts being found against the players of Team Forever. Genix FM, they're in full force, just taking down the players of Team Forever slowly and steadily. Even always gets knocked out. Beautiful utility utilization from Skillful. One more man to go in the name of Omega, and he's trying his best to play around the corner. Jiggles as well, and the shotgun's able to find so many connections, but that's it. He only gets 1 man down.
Looks like the alphabet T has been jinxed. Team Zero, Team Prince, Team Forever, but never mind, Team Forever has been eliminated with no points whatsoever. Alibaba Raiders also lurking nearby. We have a team, maybe there could be a potential next fight brewing with the players of Alibaba Esports, with the players of iFlix. But out in the open, in the map of Sanhok, is always a risky thing. But looking at the circle, the players of Reckoning, they definitely have the prime spot. Along with that, we have the players of iFlix being surrounded by 2 teams. Entity also having a complete southern control. The 2v2 split coming in from their side. 2 players in the city of Kampong, 2 players in the city of Cave. So even Entity is also looking good.
Yeah, Entity, I mean, they know one thing, that there's no one really around them, so they can't spread wide if they do want. FS Esports from the top, they've managed to find 1 man slip by. Team iFlix, they've got a lot of problems brewing up for themselves. And Dinos is now looking forward to get up close and personal against the players. This will be a tough push to execute, but not impossible. Insidious from the back lines, a man who is quite deadly. You cannot underestimate this player at all. And his sights are currently locked against the players of FS. Dinos is eventually maybe looking forward to back away from this one, but still, they just want to make sure that the players of Team iFlix are completely under pressure and they're not going to try to step out of their comfort zone at all.
Good compounds to the name of Team iFlix and Sanhok. It's an unsaid rule that you always have to be inside the cover. And that is exactly what the players of Team iFlix are doing, where FS, Secret, a good addition to the team. Aru, Dinosaur, Secret, Atanki. I remember Atanki pulling off a very good clutch in the Open Finals. Definitely a player that we need to look out for. Even Dinosaur's one of the new upcoming player, has been performing fantastic in the past 1 year. So definitely he is also one of the players that we need to look out for. But one thing I have to say, Sanhok is not the strongest map for the players of Team Aru, because all they got is 9 points in the Open Finals. If they have worked on their weak points, maybe the Sanhok can be a good game for them.
Never know. There's quite a lot of possibilities, but sometimes the result can differ. And for now, as you mentioned, FS Esports, they've not been able to perform that well on this map. Definitely should motivate them to get even better at this map. So let's hope that maybe inside the challenge season, we're going to see a different part of Team FS Esports. 8-bit in front of us. Even this team's went through a little bit of tweaks here and there, considering they've lost out in Beast. But still, that one single change, I highly doubt it's going to be affecting 8-bit that much. Even 8-bit was looking quite in good form recently, and I hope that form is going to be carrying on forward. That momentum is going to be sticking with 8-bit. Off the bat, we saw quite a lot of fights here and there, especially Team Zero getting knocked out of the entire fray like that, even Team Prince getting taken down that easily. Then we also saw Genix FM take a fight against the foes. And I like an aggressive start to a game. That really relieves a lot of pressure off the shoulders of these players.
Definitely, if at the start of the game you manage to grab good finish points for themselves, you know, no matter what the result is, what the outcome is, you're not walking out empty-handed. You have few points, and that is going to give you some confidence boost. But this time, looking at the mini-map, we have few teams going for a very late rotation, like the players of Team Soul still fighting in the blue. Then we have the players of Team Together Esports towards the side of Sami. Then got Esports, a team that I'm looking out for in Sanhok, still towards the side of Mongoy. And if they head over towards Bahan area, then they might have to face the players of Team Reckoning.
Reckoning? All the 4 players that Reckoning has to offer, these guys have been playing with each other for a long time. So their synergy is going to be on point. Oh, hold on. In the elimination feed, I just saw an elimination pass by. I guess some teams having a tough time inside the battlegrounds. But majority of these teams, they've already found that sweet crown. They've already found that comfort footing. And I highly doubt they're going to be moving away from that anytime soon. 8-bit Mighty 2. On top of the players of Genix FM, he's got so much information to play with. He knows that the compound in front of him is currently occupied by a team, but he doesn't exactly know which team though. If 8-bit wants, they can definitely try to make a push for that one single house that's currently free. But once again, it comes with a lot of risk too. And I guess right now, risk management has to be your utmost priority.
Agreed, because 13 teams, 52 players still remaining in the lobby, and elimination at the 13th spot means 0 placement points, and no teams want to take that sort of a risk. Blind rush without getting a knock onto the opponent team is something no one wants to do, be it Sanhok or any other map. But Genix FM, we definitely have to agree. They have a good hard cover for themselves, but the position advantage in terms of the height is with the opponent team. But for now, nothing really is happening. Everybody is just focusing on collecting those crucial resources, on those rotations, because we saw that few teams are still in the blue. On the other side, somewhere else on the map, few shots have been exchanged, so maybe there could be a possible next fight brewing up.
It's quite weird to see Sanhok now being so peaceful. Sanhok started off with the heat, and now it's completely cold. The dust has settled. And Reckoning Esports, these guys are having a whole entire part of themselves. I like the separation between the players too, right? They're quite spread out wide from each other, but that just gives them a lot of control on the map as well. My eyes are also going to be locked on Entity. This is another one of those teams that recently they've started to showcase some promises. I just want to see if they're still able to deliver up to the promises or not. Even this team's went through a little bit of tweaks here and there. So let's see how Entity's going to be able to perform. Team Together Esports. A new team. The Undergods, if you'd like to call them. Even they're going to be feeling a lot of pressure. As I mentioned, Psycut, even Sevi plays as a part of this team, but especially Psycut, he's a man to look out for.
Agreed, but Team Together Esports, talking about their performance in the Open Finals, they were completely on or off. It was like few games on day number 2, starting 2 games, they were really shining. Otherwise, they were completely missing. But on the other side, as per the finished feed, looks like things have opened up between Genix FM and Team Soul, where Genix FM has managed to eliminate one of the player of Team Soul. That means the numbers advantage, the position advantage is with FM Esports right now. On the other side, Team Soul, Manya is going for a very good flank angle, which if the players of Genix FM underestimate, could result in one of their own casualties.
I'm not sure if this is a good idea or not. Genix FM looking to pounce on top of the opportunity that's currently in front of them, but this one can be a tough one to grab onto. Team Soul against Genix FM. Genix FM, they've already tasted blood. They've managed to get 5 elimination points so far, so they're definitely feeling on top. But once again, you cannot bite onto something that you cannot chew completely. And Genix FM needs to realize that. They've got no clue that in front of them is Team Soul. But I guess eventually when a couple of shots will be taken, then Genix FM might just know, and that's what happens. Team Soul able to find the opening instantly. I just love that off angle that's being created by Manya. Beautifully done. Team Soul having so much map awareness. You can't be impressed by this team over and over again so many times. They have mastered this game completely. They know each and every single nooks and cranny. They know how to counter every single team. And now Team Soul, they're looking forward to make this push happen against the players of Genix FM. At this point in time, the only thing that can be a savior for Genix FM is the off angles that they can come up with. But even every single player at this point in time is being snuffed out. Oh man. Genix FM just being pushed back in the defensive foot completely, and Team Soul looking so powerful at this moment that now a little bit of return fire is also being taken from them. Genix FM, they reply back in style. Team Soul, they've got no other option than to back away from this fight. What just happened? Tables being flipped completely, and Genix FM, now this fight is in their favor.
The tables have turned, and now the hunter has become the huntee. Team Soul rushed in with the intent of eliminating the entirety of Genix FM, but the Molotov from the side of Spider Jaw took down Ronnie over there. That brought a beautiful opening for Genix FM to rush onto. Later, they took down S-Power over there, leaving Team Soul all by themselves. And Genix FM, 7 finishers strong, already looking very strong. But now they are close to 400 meters away from the circle. This is the time when they have to prioritize the rotation. And Soul, well, they are left with only 1 player remaining. Not a start they were hoping for, but the good thing is they have got good finishers in their hands. So if they focus on the placement points, the last player focus on the placement points, good results, good outcome might come in. At least they'll get the average points.
And as I mentioned, consistency is going to be the way to go. As long as you're going to stay consistent inside the game, you should be good. And for now, for the players of Genix FM, it's all good in the hood. They've got nothing to worry about. They've managed to shook away one of the biggest threat that the lobby had to offer. They've taken down the Giants themselves. Team Soul are pretty much almost taken down the Giants. There's still one solo man surviving, but he's not going to be able to pull off that much, considering even his position is now compromised. Admino has got his sight locked onto Manya, and Manya with nowhere to go. You might just start counting your hours now, buddy. Too many utilities starting being tossed towards Manya, and eventually he gets devoured. That's it for Team Soul, ladies and gentlemen. They've been eliminated quite early off inside the game. As I mentioned, if the circle is going to be on top of Camp Alpha, it will be Team Soul's game. But unfortunately, the circle was not over there exactly. So that's why Team Soul, you saw a clear struggle in the rotation as well. Before now, OR, they're going to be up against the players of Genix FM. They're done knocking on one doors, and now it's time to focus on the other.
The split that is coming from the side of Team Revenant, one of the player is being that anchor that can lead the remaining players inside the circle. He's still holding onto the periphery of the circle, so I don't think that Revenant will push onto this fight. Maybe they'll prioritize the rotation at this point, as they have already got the confirmation onto the knocked player of Genix FM. Speaking of Big Brother Esports, they're also holding on to compound somewhere on the northern side. And Admino finding Sarvit of Big Brother Esports out in the open as he was going for the vehicle has already been taken down, and with those single taps he'll get the confirmation point. So Big Brother Esports, they also left with I think only 3 players. the numbers advantage, the man advantage is not in their hands. And who are they controlling the circle completely from the western strand, but looks like Vikendi is also doing a beautiful third party as they managed to take down one player from the side of Big Brother Esports.
A massive shift in the tides, ladies and gentlemen. OR Esports this time being aggressive in the lobby. How often do you see this? Considering this team was driven by Jelly, so it made a lot of sense that OR Esports like to play quite defensive. But now this time, you're seeing a shift in the tides. OR Esports going for the fights off the bat. I'm loving this new OR Esports that we're seeing in front of us. Admino, Robin, Zap Pro. These guys have, of course, been in the scene for a long time, especially Admino. He's been sticking with the same banner for a long time now. And he's justifying it too. Oh, what just happened? Chris OP gets blown up in that vehicle. And I guess that's it for the team as well. They've been eliminated, if I'm not wrong. FS Esports, this team's been on the same spot for a really long time, but they've got the advantage that they can hold off a lot of teams. But they've also got the lower ground, so that's a big issue. So it's going to be an uphill battle if anyone decides to approach him. But overall, the advantage is still in the hands of FS Esports because the other teams, they've got too much to worry about. iFlix as well, they're trying their best to approach this fight. But Team Together Esports from the backlines is now starting to be a big concern.
Crore at the mercy of the blue, trying to migrate inside the circle. Crypto finds him and instantly takes him down. On the other side, we have the players of Team FS, who could be the next victim of Team iFlix, as even iFlix is also trying to migrate inside the circle. 30 meters still away, FS Esports can easily gatekeep them. And as for the finish feed, even the players of Team Reckoning are also engaging in a lot of fights as they are grabbing those crucial finish points for themselves.
Yeah, even the wall of death.
Advantage. Punk has been taken down by a beautiful grenade. Vikendi Esports were literally dominating from the northern front of the circle. 5-6 finishes already in their favor.
Even the wall of death was moving in, so that's just so much damage against the teams that are way too late to breach inside the safe zone. This is the beauty of Sanhok. You need to respect the circle so much that this entire map is circle-oriented. You just can never ignore it. Yeah, you can try to go for a med strat if you do have a lot of first aids, but if not, then you better respect the circle. There's always two ways to look at a thing, and that's what Sanhok proves. Vikendi from the top is just raining down hellfire against Revenant Esports. That's currently in the opposite side. Even Safe gets spotted out. Out in the blue, gets knocked out of the play zone. Max wants to go for the confirmation as well, and he will be able to find that. Unfortunate stuff. Big Brother Esports, first game of the day, not really the ideal start they wanted to have. It's all down to Uzumaki, who's all the way back in the blue as well. It's next to impossible for them to survive at this point in time. OR Esports up against the players of FS, they're able to find some pixel angles and good sprays on the board.
But look at the position of Alibaba. They are the only one holding onto compounds inside the circle. They have a very good prime position to go for the winner chicken dinners. But looks like the momentum is with the players of Vikendi right now, as Eggy has knocked on Arun, looking for the confirmation point, and with the grenade is trying to find the second knock. Dynus is out in the open along with his teammates. A 1v2 from Eggy, and the perfect spray comes in under the backline support of his teammates. Rex managed to take down both the players of Team FS, and with that, FS also gets by on the 8th spot. Vikendi of the 11 finishes. This team is literally on fire right now.
Oh my god, Vikendi is currently controlling the highest point the circle has to offer. Vikendi with the high ground. They've got so much information to play with. They're pretty much going to be the dictators of this entire game now. Vikendi with so much advantage. The players of AR, they need to deal with the players of OR. Oh man. OR Esports, Robin is the only man currently in the clotheslines. And considering Robin hears all the footsteps around him, he's probably going to be so nervous. He probably does not even know how to challenge this fight anymore. Vikendi with the high ground. Of course, they're looking forward to rule this entire final few moments. Max, they know that the upcoming compound, that the compound that's right in front of them, is where the rest of the team is. And here we go. The final two teams alive, ladies and gentlemen. Vikendi versus AR. Who's going to come out on top? A big question.
The next circle shift is going to be so crucial, Necro, at this point. Yes, Vikendi, they have the height advantage, and the circle shift. Look at that. Vikendi will still be holding on to those hill areas. A perfect grenade right on the face of Chris. OP takes him down. Can Max get the confirmation? Looks like yes, he's trying with all the utility he has in his hands. And look at that. The confirmation has already been made. Now, Alibaba Raiders, they don't have the numbers. Only 3 players remaining. Looks like this is a game to lose for the players of Wingod, but tables can turn at any moment.
Oh, the circle shifts in no man's land. It's right in center. Both the teams are outside the circle, but still, for Alibaba Raiders, they need to make it inside the zone whatsoever. So this is where Wingod will have some sort of an advantage. They are just looking to find that one single knockout. It's a 3-on-3 situation, and now finally Roman decides to step out of the cover. Roman is a deadly man to be feared. And still, Max being able to find Roman. That's a really good find. Alibaba Raider, it seems like they're going to be falling on their head first. Ralph and Duke, the last 2 players alive. These guys are quite a deadly combo, but considering the Wall of Death as well is now going to start to move in from the back, that's it. Alibaba Raiders cannot win the game anymore. Last man's out of the blue, and he will be down and dusted. Wingod is going to be the one to win the first chicken dinner for Group C and D. And that too, they start things off on a great note on the map of Sanhok.
Yes, the aggression of Sanhok, the strong map of Gujarat Esports is proving to be the same even in the challenge season. And Gujarat Esports, too many finish points in their favor, and Alibaba Raiders, a good gameplay also coming in from their side. They have got good placement points, but the aggression, Gujarat Esports, they started things off by taking fight with the players of Team Reckoning, and for a very long time, even Reckoning had a good squad until Wingod showed up. Later on, they managed to annihilate the entirety of Team Revenant as Revenant was trying to migrate inside the circle. So this team eliminated so many squads.
Pretty much. I mean, I just love the positioning that came in from Wingod. As I mentioned, you need to be a little bit more assertive, and Gujarat Esports, somehow they had a solid positioning inside the circle. With the high ground, they pretty much just dominated. They had a lot of information to play with as well. For some time, I thought that FS Esports as well could be a possible solid contender, but no. Instead, FS Esports 2 got eliminated a while ago. In general, Wingod, they just had the most controlling position they could ask for, and then even in the final few moments, the circle just shifted out in the open. Yes, Wingod was out of the circle as well, but then you still need to understand they were much more closer compared to the players of Alibaba Raiders. So Alibaba Raiders needed to leave the compound, move out in the open, and take the fight, and that's where the players of Wingod just got the massive advantage because they had the higher ground to play with.
Even before that also, Gujarat Esports, they started off with a very late rotation. They were taking the damage of the blue in the second or the third circle shift. Also, they tried to play edge of the circle. They were always on the periphery. The only threat they had was the players of Team Reckoning. The minute they they eliminated the entirety of Team Reckoning as a third party was also happening that helped the players of Gujarat. But this fight, Team Zero and Team Soul. Well, Team Soul had good finishes, but not good placement points this time.
Yeah, I mean, they only had 4 elimination points, if I'm not wrong. So, and 1 placement points, that's going to give them 5 points in total. That's not a bad start at all. Trust me. For the first game, it's not bad at all. Maybe in the upcoming game, Team Soul can try to be a little bit more better, considering the upcoming game is also going to be the game of Vikendi. And we know survival has to be the way to go. And you can also try to go for the med strat if things are looking way too dicey for you.
And this time, we didn't see any sort of heal battle. Contradictory, we saw heal battle in both the Erangels in the previous group, but this time there was not even a single player or person going for the heal battle. But Gujarat Esports, the minute they found a knock onto Chris OP over there with a Molotov, a major opening was already created because Alibaba Raiders, they didn't have enough numbers to even go for a flank angle if they wanted to. Not that enough real estate was there, but still a possibility could have been.
There could have been a lot of possibilities in general, but I would just say that the early fights is something that was really a massive momentum breaker, especially Team Soul fighting up against Genix FM. I never would have thought that that could be in the course of the scenario, especially when the initial phase of the fight was completely favored by Team Soul. But then a big turnaround came in, a big table flip came in, and that's where Genix FM out of nowhere, they just strike back Team Soul harder than ever before. I think it was the utilities that really caused a massive problem for Team Soul in that push they made.
Agreed, 100%, because instead of using those utilities, they decided to go for the aggressive push with those vehicles, and that didn't work out in their favor. But looking at the MVP, it is God Max with 7 finishes and 41.18% finish contribution.
Yeah, I mean, 7 elimination points all by himself, and that too still, he only manages to get 41. Oh man, that is definitely something that's quite weird to me. But then we've also got the stars of the match in front of us, because Wingard, they have managed to rack up so many elimination points. As I mentioned, even though he had 7 eliminations, still the finish contribution was only 40%. So that is definitely quite impressive from the side of Wingard. And they've also got Gen X FM Karun with 2 rescues and 3 assists, with health restored of 1649 and survival time of 2120. Gen X FM, they've done a fantastic job as well.
Oh, certainly they have, because they were able to eliminate the entirety of Team Forever. Then they went on to eliminate the entire squad of Team Soul also. So good game coming from the side of Gen FM in the very first game. If you are getting so many finish points, good placement points, I think it's a very good start for this particular team. But let's have a look at the match ranking, where the picture will get more clearer when got Esports with total of 32 points. Neeraj, I think that's the highest of today.
Yeah, 32 freaking points from Wingard Esports. That is just phenomenal. That is one of the most deadliest performances that we've seen so far. Wingard Esports definitely making a stark statement. That too in Group C and D, where I thought this could be a group of death. Wingard Esports is the one to wrap up so many elimination points. Alibaba Raider 2 been able to get 18 points in total. That's a solid performance to kick things off with. I'm just trying to find out where Team Soul exactly is. And, well, I guess Team Soul wasn't really able to play that well too. So in total, as I mentioned, they could have had 5 or 6 points, somewhere along that side.
They're sitting on the 10th spot with 4 points. FS Esports also on 9th with 4 points. They got 1 placement point, 3 finish points for themselves. Revenant on the other side, they were super passive. They were being so defensive. 6 placement points, good position points, but no finishes at all. On the other side, OR Esports were also trying to migrate inside the circle when they were facing some kind of trouble, but nevertheless, good placement points, good gameplay coming in from their side. But big names like Team Forever, Team Zero, Team 8-bit Entity right at the bottom with 0 points.
Exactly. I mean, especially Entity, as I mentioned during the cast as well, I had a lot of expectations from Entity, because recently they were showcasing a lot of promises. But I guess in the first game, things are not really working out for them. Maybe still in the second and the third game, they can try and get back the pace up. They can try and get the ball rolling, the momentum rolling, because as I mentioned, the upcoming game is going to be the map of Vikendi. Now, usually whenever I hear Vikendi, one team pops up in my mind. That is Team X Park. But unfortunately, today they did not have a chance to play the game of Vikendi. Maybe tomorrow, that's where Team X Park will definitely have a solid chance to play Vikendi, and maybe they can try and prove themselves, because that is their strongest suit. But so far, I'm just really excited to find out which team is going to be the one to take it home inside Vikendi. Which team do you think?
By the way, this time my prediction came true. I think Reckoning can definitely, because in the previous stage also, in the open finals, Reckoning was on a rampage in the map of Vikendi. The rotations were always so perfect. They tend to go with the shorelines instead of committing to the center, and that is something that works for Reckoning. So maybe this time Reckoning can definitely have a good outing.
I'm going to go with Team Soul. I think so. The first game, quite an unlucky one, still managing to get 4 points. It is okay. Now they've sort of tasted what those points, what those elimination points feel like. And I think so Team Soul now in the map of Vikendi, they should be able to reveal their true colors. And as I mentioned, even if things do get quite dicey, even if things do get quite tough, you can always just go for the Met strat. That's like your secondary option. Unfortunately, a lot of teams did not really go for the Met strat in the Sanhok game, but maybe now in Vikendi, you can definitely try and bring that strat back up.
Yeah, that's a big possibility, because in the open finals also a few of the players were going for the heal battle. And why not, if it is rewarding you with those crucial placement points, because at the end of the day, you have to grab those points. Win those points either by the fight, either by winning the battles, either by winning the war, or by heal battle. Either way, get the points, because that is what is going to make you qualify for the next stage, for the LAN. So go for the heal battle. Have never been against that, but the major problem in Vikendi itself is when the players are holding on to the adjacent compounds and that hard shift comes in. That time the real problem begins.
I mean, as you mentioned, holding the edges, right? Especially when the first 2 circles are going to be there, we're not going to see any type of shift. Third circle, barely any shift.
Yeah.
Fourth circle is when the real shift really starts to hit the deck, right? So you need to consider that. Now, considering first 2 stages, nothing's going to be there. First 3 stages, pretty much nothing's going to be there. It's better to be as close as possible to the centric side of the circle, because if you will be as close as possible to the center, you pretty much won't need to worry about the game for at least 10 or 15 minutes. And then later on, maybe you can start thinking about the future moves. But until then, you can just utilize all that time to rack up as much info as possible and maybe potential elimination points.
Yeah, that is going to be the target of so many teams, to rank, get those, accumulate those finish points, placement points, everything they can in the map of Vikendi, because it's not an easy map to play. There are not too many hard covers. You can't afford to be in the open. And third parties are a big major problem in this map, because we tend to see a lot of third parties.
Exactly, that's what happens, right? Because I like to call Vikendi a dry map. Now, what do I mean exactly by dry map? You do not really see a lot of fights happen on this map initially. But if you do hear a fight going down initially, all the gunshots can be heard by everyone else. And they know that, okay, there's a fight going on over there. There's a chance we can be able to wrap up some free elimination points. Because at that point in time, every single team is desperate to at least have a good start in their hands. And that's how the third parties really do tend to happen inside the map of Vikendi. To avoid that, the only way you can avoid this third party is pretty much not to go for the early game fights. But then once again, I like aggression, man. Come on, just go for some early fights, go for some drop collisions. It's going to be fun to witness. Maybe a castle circle as well, even better.
And also, when a team tries to infiltrate or barrage into the compounds of opponent team, that is when the majority of third parties happen. Because one of the major reason is, even in the first circle, we tend to see all the teams are holding on to the center of the circle. Everyone wants to have a compound in the dead smack center of the circle. That is the reason there are so many third parties during the barrage of the compounds, barging of the compounds.
I mean, barging compounds, as you mentioned, breaching inside the compound definitely will be there, but after the stage 3, without a doubt. Because in the first 3 stages, no one's going to be trying to do that. You still have so much space to settle down to, so there's no need for you to go for the breaching inside the compounds. No, you can just, maybe even if you do not really have any spots left over towards the close of the map, towards the center of the map, you can still just adjust around the edges, and you can survive for the late game scenarios as well. So you do not really need to go for that stuff. And even if you are not really able to go to the centric spot, you can just loot up as many first aids as possible and go for the heal battle. That's another easy way to be taken out of Vikendi. So there's just so many ways that Vikendi can be played. There's just so many ways you will be able to wrap up those points. But sometimes unfortunate stuff do happen, and some teams just do not really like to play the Met strat, let's be honest.
Yeah, few teams are not in the favor of, but I'm in the favor. As long as it is getting you points, go for it. But I never had the chance to ask you, Neeraj, which is your favorite map? Do you like Vikendi?
I mean, I'm not certainly against it. I just don't like that there's not a lot of fights in the initial phase of Vikendi. My favorite map, without a doubt, is Sanhok. I just love the fights off the bat. And whichever map that's going to be offering me a lot of fights off the bat, I'm going to love that map. Okay,
so your favorite is Sanhok. So let's have a look at the schedule also, and let's find out which team got a winner chicken dinner in Sanhok. And it was Gujarat Esports with a total of 32 points. And now the next map coming up is going to be Vikendi, where Group C and D will be competing against each other.
Vikendi. I mean, this map is going to be an interesting one, considering Sanhok, Wingard was able to win. And I usually believe Sanhok is one of those maps that really brings in the variety. So, considering we already saw Wingard take the win on the map of Sanhok, Vikendi, there's so many possibilities. You never know, anyone can be the winner. Maybe Team Zero as well can bounce back. Yeah, in the previous game of Sanhok, they got instantly eliminated, but maybe now in the game of Vikendi, Team Zero, they're on the path, they're on the revenge arc. You never know what's going to happen. There's so many question marks going on. We do not even exactly know their drop locations in the first place. That's another thing we need to speak about, because these teams have went through a lot of shuffles.
And at the same time, Vikendi is not a map that we tend to see in a lot of scrimmages. These teams play a lot of scrims, and usually we see Erangel and Miramar over there, so they don't have enough experience, exposure of Vikendi map itself.
Exactly, but here we go. Speaking of Vikendi, Vikendi's going to be on the way too. That's the plant flop hat's going to be starting all the way from Zabawa towards the opposite side. And considering Vikendi, we were waiting for this map since a long time. So this was a long-awaited time. This was a long-awaited map, but we've also got a little bit of a change on the desk itself. This time, Shadow's going to be sitting back, relaxing, and watching this game from the sidelines. And we've got one single guy joining alongside me. Hey, Scaredy Cat, how you doing, buddy?
Why did you sound so very depressed while introducing me? Like mentioning one single guy. Oh my god.
Yeah, we can't definitely focus on the map as well. I'm trying to figure out some drop collisions, and unfortunately, so far I'm not really able to spot out any drop collisions yet.
Nah, that's not gonna happen on the map of Vikendi after all, because most of these teams again like to play around those corners, around those edges. Even Revenant, they would like to play around the area of Castle, just maybe north of the hot springs if they want to. Cosmodrome is something that I want to focus on because again, that's a very solid area to get a lot of loot. And Alibaba Raiders, the performance that they brought out in the previous map, that was actually pretty brilliant. Looking at how they eventually ended up at second, that was basically something I'm just going to give to WinGod with the way they were able to outplay them. Now, this is the map wherein they can try and do the same thing, but not as aggressively as they did in the previous one. Again, racking up those 32 points on Sanhok. Maybe this time around we'll see them on the lower end, but on the other side, talking about lower end, look at that circle.
What are we witnessing? The circle completely down south. One thing is for sure, Team Soul's going to have a date with Destiny. That's where they like to drop. Well, Novo is where they drop usually, and you can clearly see a big distance between all the players. It's widespread from everyone. Towards Appy, you see Knuckle. Towards Volnovo, you see S-Power and another player. And then Ronnie was all the way down south just going for the vehicle. So, yeah, they've managed to get their hands on the vehicles. And Team Soul, off the bat, they're looking pretty good. Now all they need to do is just sit inside Volnovo, get their comfortable loot, and maybe just look around for a couple of more teams and play on the information.
Yeah, that is indeed correct. And honestly, playing on the information is going to be the key because just as you already mentioned, and even Shadow talked about it, how the blue actually moves way too slowly. I mean, slower than the turtle. It would win the race with it if it was there. So you have a lot of time to gather as much intel as possible and try to figure out which are the compounds that are being stacked up by those players. And this is a map where I personally feel that the earlier the better for you, because the later you go, you'll see a lot of these teams just stacking up all of those central or off central positions. You'll be basically forced down on the edges, which in turn is going to create a lot of problem for you in those future rotations. And since we're already talking about that, Team Forever just going in for an early on, they were outside of that circle, quickly moving in, might be welcomed by Revenant on that side. But talking about welcoming, you already know that Soul, they possibly had the best opportunity with themselves to win out the previous one. Might as well be changing their gears up in this one as they're going in for a 1-3 split, entirely Knuckle split off with his teammates. Let's hope he does not get caught out.
Highly doubt he's going to be caught out as well. As I mentioned, Sanhok, it's quite a lazy few first three circles, so no one really wants to move from their comfort zone. Everyone just wants to stay cozy in their own little compound. It's quite cold too outside, so it makes a lot of sense. Why would you want to go out, right?
Yeah, that is true. I mean, but I don't think so. You definitely believe that. I mean, wearing that half t-shirt, damn, I'm getting chills watching you, and also getting chills after watching the teams on this map because, as you said, very cold map. Nothing's going to happen for the early few stages. But one thing for sure is going to be the fact that I want to look at the performance of Big Brother Esports, also the members of Reckoning. Because Big Brothers, we saw them perform a couple of tournaments back wherein they came second in BGIS. But this time around, we haven't yet seen a very nerve-wracking performance for them. But the way that they started the previous map of Sanhok, I think so maybe we're on a right track. We're watching them grow. We're watching them learn as well and realize that they are not working up to their potential and now are figuring things out, which might help them in the longer run. And on the other side, Reckoning, I mean, I would like to call them the masters of Vikendi.
The masters of Vikendi. Interesting. I would like to call Team X-Spark the masters of Vikendi. I mean, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. They're not really playing in this group, but Vikendi, whenever I hear this map's name, the first team that pops up in my mind has to be X-Spark. They've achieved so much on this map. It's crazy to me. But Reckoning Esports, they're now starting to infiltrate the enemy territory. Invader has definitely heard a lot of footsteps approaching him. Team Together Esports, they've got the information that they need to play around with, especially Hunter's now
Hunter?
looking forward to step inside an unknown territory. There is a shotgun waiting for him. As soon as Hunter steps inside the house, maybe that can be a good night for him, but Hunter's no. Instead, he's focusing on the loot for now.
He knows it better not to open any unknown doors and walk in, that too unguarded, because if in case he gets spotted out of against his teammates, then he would be taken down way too quickly and also flushed out. Flushing is going to be the key for these early on fights, inflicting damage onto your opponents. And even in the previous one, we've seen in the Conquest finals how many times Team Together Esports as well as Reckoning have gone against each other, especially on this map. That rotation kind of clashes, and that's why you see them going off. And this is exactly what's happening even this time around. So Punk playing way too far away though. So he's just trying to scout out the area, gather the information, gather the intel, and will join in the party. Will try to catch if anyone from Team Together would want to get cheeky on that off angle, maybe finishing him off. And since we're talking about the off angles, we also saw the one by Team Soul Manya in the previous game. That was a very nasty fight that he took and provided the opening, eventually not landing it in their way. But for now, we're going to see the engage going on probably.
Reckoning Esports. Oh, tough luck. Hunters catching a couple of bullets onto himself. Is also being softened up as well. And hopefully the color fire is going to be there by his teammates. Invader speculated that maybe the opponent's going to keep on moving forward, but no, that's not the case. Hunter's quite low as well. First elimination found Reckoning Esports. A bad start of this game. Team Together Esports, they've already done their job. Nate's been cooked to perfection as well, but no one's close enough, so that Nate's going to be a waste. Hunters looking forward to return the favor. At least he himself needs to find the first opening too. And Invader, you eventually knocks out Immortal as well. Reckoning Esports, now they're getting dismantled slowly and steadily. Team Together Esports, they're making it look like it's a completely one-sided affair.
They've also spotted Punk out in the open. Invader realized where his position is, knew where the flanker is, and now would want to get that one additional flush. But Punk knows better. He's just running out. He's got to tug his tails and needs to play for survival. Now, I've mentioned how Reckoning used to win those fights, and this is how you learn from your mistakes. But Uzumaki definitely learning some crispy aim out there. Sensei being taken out. He was so far out and also being chipped down. Manya was actually able to steal it away, so that's going to go for Manya.
Yeah, well, for Team Soul, they were like, oh, a piece of candy, a free one too? Why not? One elimination point wrapped up by Team Soul. It steals it away from the plate of Big Brother Esports. Uzumaki's definitely going to be quite upset. But that was a solid spray from Uzumaki, I'm not going to lie. With just a red dot, being able to spray that far away, impressive stuff. Team Together Esports almost being able to eliminate the entirety of Reckoning Esports. You mentioned that Reckoning Esports, they're like the strongest on this map, right?
I mean, that's what the statistics said. They
Yeah,
can
no,
have
you're
a few
jinxing a lot of teams,
fumbles.
bro. Even in the previous game, you jinxed one team. I still remember.
Caster's curse, I guess. It's gonna hit hard. I'm not gonna say that about any other team. Let's hope so. But again, FS probably in the entirety of the northern part will be making their rotation in towards the circle, and that's exactly what Alibaba Raiders are also doing. Blue is just moving at a very slow pace, but most of the teams are already creating that cluster, and Vingod, with the momentum that they've been carrying from the previous map, now look to target probably the compounds that are being held by OR. And we've seen how OR been playing pretty safe, pretty passive, and that's exactly what Revenant has also been doing. Having the central position in that circle, would try to gather the information. And this is the entire game of intel. For the first 3 circles at least, you want to know as much as possible the position of your opponents. And you've also got to watch your 6, because now, if this rotation continues, maybe Alibaba Raiders would crash into Revenant. And on the other side, if we're going to look at towards the far eastern edge, we'll be seeing the members of Team Prince as well making their way.
Pretty much. Revenue Esports on top of the hill. Sensei being taken down. That's the big dog not inside the game anymore. That's definitely hurting quite a bit. Even Revenue Esports, they've went through a little bit of tweaks. Blaze now inside the roster instead of MJ. when I heard about this news for the first time, I was quite heartbroken, considering MJ as well added so much valuable stances to this team. But unfortunately,
True.
MJ now he's not over here. We don't exactly know what goes on behind the scenes, right? Sensei being the IGL, maybe whatever decision he's taken has to be the best for his team, right?
Exactly. Wait till you hear about Apollo, though. But yes,
Yeah, I know.
Big
I mean, even
Brothers as
Apollo,
well.
yeah.
If you're looking at the members of Big Brothers now, they haven't had a lot of change in their rosters, right? They've got Uzumaki Seth as well. We know that they've been performing, and even showed a promising spray just a few seconds ago. So I'm also hoping a lot from this team, especially after the few of the previous performances where they've been kind of having a few hiccups. But this definitely could be the place to start from a clean slate, and that's probably what they'll be looking out for. And 8-bit, you were mentioning about the roster changes. We talked about them as well in the previous one. Not having Beast up on, but having a Ronak. So I think so it's going to add that firepower. And even I'm looking forward to how they're going to perform. Yes, on the map of Sanhok, it was a bit shaky. But in the map of Vikendi, they tend to go in for a very late rotation. And we're just seeing them making their way as well. I would probably, with the way that they're going, enter the circle from the northwestern part, if I'm not wrong, would be probably getting caught by a couple of teams there if they're not careful enough. And since we're already talking about the teams, you also mentioned how Sensei got picked off. Now, he tends to play a little ahead of his team to try and scout out the area, and tends to get picked off a lot as well, because teams, they kind of have a read onto what he's trying to do. And as soon as he gets picked off, there's sometimes a situation where he gets flushed off. But since we're talking about flushed off, Aquanox watching way too far back with his scope, not firing any shots, just keeping his position unknown.
I mean, Revenue Esports, they're one of those teams that have got a good mix, at least if I remember from the previous roster. They've had a good mix of playing defensive and aggressive. Yeah, sometimes the miscalculations can happen. It's completely fine. It's a human error, but they know when to play aggressive and when to play defensive. But now that Sensei is not inside the game, the main driver was not inside the game, I want to see how Revenue Esports is going to be doing. And they've also got a man disadvantage, so that's even a tougher pill to swallow. Team Forever in front of us, always being one of the most experienced players that this team has to offer. I want to see what Team Forever they've got to showcase.
Even I'm looking forward to their performance. Yes, they had a shaky start in the previous one, were caught off way too early on, but this time around, they have an opportunity to play it slow, try and figure out their footing, and then maybe get into the mix. And that's exactly what almost all of these teams are deciding to do. Because now the positioning is going to matter, as we'll be reaching towards the stage 3. The circle is going to get even smaller and the blue is going to hurt, if just a little bit. The teams would want to focus on good positions inside that circle, and probably that can also be in the next one. Though yes, you cannot guarantee 100% where the zone is going to fall, but at least being in a position through which rotating off is easy if in case the circle falls away from you, that's going to be the key. But as of now, Alibaba Raiders seem to be the team who are in the scope, in the target of Revenant. So they would need to be safe, they would need to be careful as well. They might have heard those cars long out back, but as of now, we're going to hear some shots being fired from Omega.
Some shots indeed. No connections. As I mentioned, this is where the dry phase starts of Vikendi. And everyone's going to be super desperate to get those elimination points. This is the stage 3, luckily for us. So soon enough, it's going to be a massive bloodbath. And as soon as I say that, the car being able to find one of the players from Team Forever. Always taken down. The big dog not inside the game anymore. The main key to success for Team Forever Esports, now it seems like it's missing. And that's where the opponents can have a massive advantage. Even Sensei was taken down. That's another big piece of the puzzle missing for the side of Revenue Esports. A lot of these teams taking those low blows, that's hurting them.
That is indeed true, and these are the few picks that will eventually hurt them a lot when they will be transitioning from mid-game to late game. Because again, you want to have as many people up on their feet as possible. you would need to have as much real estate as possible. That is exactly what Revenant are now trying to do. Trying to get a pick of their own. Yes, those finish points are crucial, but also you would want your back to be cleared. You would want your six to be entirely empty so that all your manpower could be focused on the fight that's in front of you. And the one is going exactly in front of us right now. Omega is being targeted. Almost all the members of Gen XFM running in. That's a good nade coming in. Omega was taken down already, but that is Forever Flock who's actually bombarding it. Karan able to finish off Omega, but that nade is definitely going to hurt Spider Jordan.
Flock was able to find one, but Team Forever now getting pounced on by the entirety of the opponent. Skillful flips his wings, and Flock taken down. Gen XFM, solid stuff. Quick on the trigger, is skillful. And that's what this player is all about, skillful. He has been performing at the top of his performance for a long time. But now he has managed to pretty much empty the entire compound, and I guess Gen XFM, they've got no clue that there's no opponent nearby them. That's why they're still tossing those utilities in the upper floor.
You should have an idea that there's probably one more member of Team Forever, because eventually that was a knock and not a direct finish. But man, oh man, a boy decided to just jump out of the window only to meet his death and go up right away. That was something even he would not have expected, because again, that nade, it provided the opening to Gen XFM, and the eventual follow-up on that pick is going to help them out. But what a way to start things off, especially when we're in the transition phase coming in. We've seen the potential from this team. We've seen the way that they can fight. They were also going in for some amazing spray downs, and that's exactly what Spider Jordan is also doing. Trying to get a few picks here, Scout OP. Dinged a little bit, but nothing that could eventually put his HP in a dangerous position.
Gen XFM, some good sprays were definitely there on the board, but finding connections on moving vehicle that fast is way too tough. I'm not exactly sure what Skillful is trying to do, but I like the precautions that he's taken, right? It's better to have precautions than cure. And Gen XFM, I like the awareness. Just don't want to really go for the extra risk. Instead, it's better to just clear out the compounds for now. Oh, a lot of shots were taken. Almost the first man could have been taken down. JD, luckily enough, is still alive. Team Zero all the way from the back. Just tickling the players of Gen XFM. Another big threat lingering on top of their heads.
Absolutely true. And in the meantime, we're going to have a look at Team Soul as well, who had a pretty solid start in the previous one, just could not wrap around the mid and late game. So are looking for a different result in this time around. Nakul, Ronnie, Espower, Manya. This roster has proven their point multiple times on multiple occasions, and we've seen them perform. But for now, we're going to see Psycard perform some amazing shots. He was already able to take care of Mighty, so we'll be getting that flush as well for his team. Not any major problems, and Team Together Esports have eventually collaborated for total 4 finish points. And they're also trying to find more on the members of 8-bit as they saw the rotation going in. But now, since the blue is actually coming to a close, we will see a lot of teams changing their position. So now the fights are definitely going to break out.
Oh, Soul. Oh, Team Zero. 2 players getting taken down just like that. Beautiful spray from Manya. The entirety of Team Soul just holding the bridge lines, making sure no one's going to be able to cross on over. Even Scout now getting peppered down. Nowhere to go. Too many utilities being tossed in that direction. Scout gets knocked out. Dark Lord all the way from the back. Maybe wants to make a run to save Scout, but even the wall of death now is going to be starting to move in. As I mentioned, after the 3rd zone is where the real deal starts to hit the deck. Maybe Dark Lord can have a possibility to get Scout back up on his feet. And yes, he will be able to do so. No issues in that regard. Team Soul, on the other hand, even they need to readjust and move as quick as possible inside a better spot in this circle. It will be a tough one to find a cozy and a comfortable spot, but hey, you've got no other option anyways.
That is indeed true. The only way that they can make this cross would be if and only if Team Soul's attention is taken by some other team. And only then they would probably find some kind of area where Team Soul is not actually looking, and probably they're also going in for some earlier rotations right now. Team Together doing the exact same thing. I like the positioning coming in from FS Esports because they've got the high ground. They have got a lot of information. The question is, do they have enough covers on that high ground? Because eventually, if you're way too high up in the air, you will be open from multiple directions. So hopefully that's not exactly the case going on with them. Team Together also having an idea that there is some other team around in the vicinity, and they've also got to gather the information who would probably be roaming around them and would be coming in those rotations. And Psycat is doing exactly that, trying to gather the intel, and they are keeping their position for now hidden.
Aru on top of the mountain was there, but then Entity Gaming, they've got their own problems to deal with. A vehicle filled with a lot of players, but still JD, he finds that perfect connection with a moving vehicle. What a beautiful drive-by that was. Even though through a small window frame, he still managed to connect all those shots. Phenomenal stuff. Entity Gaming, they've got nothing left anymore. Samraj is the only man that is currently standing on his feet, and that too, his position's compromised. Entity Gaming nowhere to go. You might as well just say goodbye to this game because they do not even have a lot of first aids left.
Haven't even grabbed any kind of finish points either. My oh my. And since we are talking about things not being in their hand, neither that vehicle would be, because it's going to be blasted way too quickly, or at least the tires are going to be blasted out. And talking about being blasted out, Soul as well. I mean, how would that even happen? Manya taking out his power with his own grenade. That could be one of the most horrific ending going in for this team. That is not exactly the way you would have thought this transition would go.
Oh man,
Them
what's
being
going
eliminated on 14th.
Yeah,
that is crazy.
Too. I mean, Wingot's especially a team that won the previous game, and now a big downfall in the performance. Team Soul too, as you mentioned, big blunders from their side as well. I'm not exactly sure what's going wrong with this team, but hopefully in the future, it's not going to be the case. Fierce knocked out, confirmed instantly. Chemin Esports on the shorelines. Equinox and Blaze, the last two players alive. It is a deadly duo. But for how long they're going to be able to stay deadly, that's the question. Especially when you've got the entirety of Alibaba Raiders just showering on top of you. It's next to impossible. Lead being showered. And if it's going to pierce through their armor, oh, that's done right there. And from the top as well, in general, all the advantage currently right now stacking in the favor of Alibaba Raiders. And for the players of Revenue Esports, they've got nowhere to go. They also need to make it inside the circle soon enough, because the wall of death is now starting to close in. So many problems hitting them at the same time. Too much to worry about.
That is indeed true, but for now, Team Together Esports would also be worried about the spray down coming in from Dinosaurs FS, trying to gather the advantage of their high ground, but they also have to make their move. And in the meantime, Big Brothers with Rishi's nade on the back of it, they're now trying to take down Team Together Esports apart. It's only on to just one last remaining player, and he will be taken down as well. Rishi getting another knock for him. Uzumaki, can they find the flush? Is going to be the question, as Rishi himself is down on his knees. Uzumaki needs to figure out the position of that last player. He needs to take him down in order to save his team. In the meantime, Juicy being taken down by the wall of the death. Blue zone not helping at all anyone. Aquanox as well falling exactly to that. Entity has been eliminated in the meantime, and Rishi will be revived thanks to the wall of smoke. But Big Brothers suffering major casualties, and only with 2 finish. I don't think so they could gather a lot in this game.
True. And that too, now when they try to make it inside the circle, there's a team right in front of them being the Guardian Angels off the edge lines, and it is in the name of Team Prince. Oh, too many problems. Prajwal managed to find one player from the side of Genix FM, skillful knocked out. That's the star player out. Now you do not really need to worry a lot. Just need to play a little bit more together and maybe try and find some stuff even better. Elimination feed is right now just popping through, but Team Prince, they spot out the last player of Big Brother Esports. As I mentioned, if Big Brother, if they want to make it inside the safe zone, they need to pierce through Team Prince, which was next to impossible to do so because the man advantage was not in their favor. And for now, Team iFlix too, they're in a big world of trouble. 2 players knocked out. Oh man, this is just too many problems ensuing at the same time.
Way too much to deal with as of now. And again, they've also got to deal with the Team OR that are actually in their close proximity, and the gatekeep that was coming in. MyFlix as well, they've got to move away, they've got to move inside the safe, And I believe most of these teams are probably going to enter in directly from that north, as the spray down continues from Prince. Team Prince is just relentless, not letting any team enter whatsoever. Mox is just going to lose his vehicles and also his legs down onto his knees. Revival should be given, but I don't think so. That could be possible. This nade could be detrimental. Will it be? That is going to be the question. iFlix now will try to reunite their members. A couple of them just being spread out, 2-2 split. But the way Prince is holding the angle, it is absolutely nasty.
Without a doubt, Team Prince is currently controlling the tempo of this entire game. They've got the solid position to play with, and also the only hard compound that currently the circle has to offer. So Team Prince, they've got everything going for them. Jackson too, ex-Gujarat Tigers member, now starting to make a push against the players of Team iFlix. It's all down to Crypto and Vishu. These two guys, they need to hold off the entirety of Team Prince. Might just sound too much, but then you've also got OR Esports breaching it from the left lines. Maybe this can be the unwanted help that the players of Team iFlix really needed.
Highly possible, because they're trying to go and rotate on the back of that attention grab that was done by OR. And in the meantime, Alibaba Raiders as well, just trying to stack up as many picks as possible. Can they find this flush on OR? The answer is no, as Duke himself gets knocked down. Prajwal with the DBS in his hands will be able to take the life of entirety of Alibaba Raiders. And also get a couple of flush in their favor.
Yeah, the next circle shift comes in. And it's actually right on top of Team Prince once again, so I guess this domination is not going to be stopping anytime soon. I mean, Team Prince, they're already knowing every single player's position in front of them. Oh, he did not spot out the player from OR. He's way too close. Maybe Prejwal can be snuffed out and taken down.
Could be possible. Zap. No, he was noted. Prejwal was making his move because he knew where the position of Zap was, and finally flushing him as well. It's just down to Robin, and that nade should be detrimental to Vishnu if not lethal. Might as well just flush him out as well. He can get another extra points. He's trying to figure out where his teammate is.
Scared, just look at the blue. Look at blue. How many teams are going for the med strat? There's still 8 teams alive, and there's only 1 team currently inside the circle. What is going on? So many teams. I guess, well, all of them just heard my tip, and they were like, you know what? Let's just go for the med strat. It's probably the best bet we can take.
I kind of feel sad for Team Prince at this point, because they're potentially losing on for at least 5 extra flushes. I mean, they could have probably broken the record of Wingard by grabbing those 32 points. Maybe they would have been able to grab at least 33, 34, and that's basically going to continue, as they're still going to try and find where these players are going in for all of these mid strats. But those first aid kits are now going to be detrimental. iFlix falling on the 6th position. They've still got 8-bit. We also have Alibaba Raiders, OR, all of them just having 1 extra player remaining. 15 finishes already, so it's a bare minimum 30-point game for Team Prince. And what a way to make a comeback in the second map of the evening.
Pretty much. Team Prince, I mean, the first game, they were struggling quite a lot, but then the second game, instantly they pick up the pace. Nicely done, beautifully done. In the final few moments, the entire time, they were the one controlling the tempo. And still, you've got 5 teams going for the med strat. Team Prince, they're definitely going to be quite upset. And yeah, Prejwal just emoting as well out in the open. I would like to see a couple of more dances. Come on, Prejwal. Yeah, keep going.
Man already has the aim, so it's just showing some crazy moves as well. And it's going to be... Okay. I really want to see who actually came second in the game. Because yes, we know who were getting the chicken, but who was second? Because almost everyone had the same amount of first aid kits.
That is really true. Yeah, finding who actually got the second position is going to be a tough task. 5 teams in the end were pretty much just going for the med strat over and over again. So it's really tough to find out who was the one to get the second spot in this previous game. But hey, we know Team Prince is the one to get the chicken dinner in their hands. Beautifully done, beautiful control on the final few moments. They were able to defend the compound till the late game, and also were dictating the entire pace of the game in the final few moments. Team Prince at the first game inside Group D and Group C and D, they were definitely struggling quite a lot, but then in the game of Vikendi, they managed to fulfill all the needs from the fans.
That is indeed true. And again, a dominating performance coming in from their side. They're carrying forward the momentum that they had in Conquest Finals. They were able to perform on the map of Vikendi, if not that great, pretty decent. And starting off in style with a chicken dinner on this map as well. Yes, definitely a statement coming in from their side, because they are being paired up with those 24 invited teams, if not all of them, at least half of them. And showcasing your talent, your skills in this lobby and winning in such a dominating fashion, where you're not just getting those position points, you're getting those finish points, 15 finishes. That's actually pretty high. And I love to see how in the previous two maps we have got two teams who were actually qualified from the Conquest Finals winning out, and not just the invited team. Clearly shows the level of the underdogs.
I mean, that was such an impactful chicken dinner that this winner chicken dinner screen's been going on for a while now. You got to make sure that you're letting every single person know that's currently watching the stream that was quite remarkable chicken dinner from Team Prince. And just to let you guys know once again, this Team Prince is the X lineup of Gujarat Tigers. So they definitely do pack a lot of punch, and they do have a lot of experience. And finally, they're able to showcase it in the second game of the day in the Challenge Series. Beautifully done by Gujarat Tigers, or Team Prince as I'd like to say. But still, a lot of teams who could have had the potential chance to win the game, especially Team Seoul, as you mentioned, them just blowing themselves up. I'm not exactly sure what was going on over there, man.
That was literally surprising, because when I saw the kill feed, I saw Manya actually blowing up his power with the nade. Now, that is some kind of, mistake that you have to avoid on this specific stage, because you do not want to take one of your own member out, especially in a situation wherein in the previous game you had a good opening but you could not capitalize on the back of it, and the next one you had a very slow opening and there was absolutely no chance for them to capitalize, because they're already down a member and also down another player with one of the own misused utility. But that is the thing, they've got to brush it off whatsoever. We've seen how this roster performs on the map of Erangel, and that is where they have to focus now.
Yeah, I guess Erangel has to be their best bet, because they've got nothing else to take anyways, because that's going to be the last game of the day for Group C and D. So you might as well try to make the most out of the last one. And that's nothing, right? We know what this team is capable of. They've won some of the official tournaments. This team is currently in the form as well. Yeah, first two games not really going their way, Sanhok and Vikendi. It's understandable. Maybe those off maps are something that's catching them off guard, but maybe now that they will be back once again on the classic grounds on Erangel, that's where Team Seoul can once again start to get riled up. The same thing can be said for Chemin Esports, another team that I had so many expectations from.
That is indeed true. I did mention that they were masters of Vikendi, but eventually that's not how things have been falling. But in the conquest stage, they were able to grab a lot of points on this map, but this time around maybe the things changed, and the reason for that is none other than this guy on the screen, Prajwal, with 10 finishes, the highest that we have seen in the first day.
This man was carrying his team on the back. Prajwal getting so many elimination points all by himself. A solo performer indeed. Team Prince, they have showcased some brilliant moves, and once again Prajwal all by himself, being the assaulter, being the man in the front lines, he's getting the job done for his team. Another team that we need to potentially talk about has to be Big Brother Esports. Yeah, they're not really doing that great, but still, they are much more of a newer faces comparatively. If you compare them to Team Seoul, they're much more of the new and upcoming talents, and I've seen them perform, and I know what they're capable of too. So in the upcoming Erangel game, there's going to be a lot of promises that will be made. But as we do have the stars of the match in front of us, Prajwal with, of course, the most amount of finishes, and then the best companion is going to be Genix FM JD Gaming with 2 rescues and health restored of 340.
Survival time going in for 24 minutes and 21 seconds. That is actually pretty solid. But what also I want to focus on right now is the fact that Prajwal, yes, he's got 10 finishes, but also as a cherry on top, he's got 12 knockouts and a damage of 1,241. That is absolutely mind-boggling statistics coming in from this guy. And if this is the way this team can perform, I am pretty worried about all the others who are in the group, because that's the kind of potential you would really want to shut down early on in the competition. Because if this keeps on going, you know he can just snowball, and the entirety of the team Prince could snowball and have a massive lead or a massive advantage before you even know it.
I mean, all the 4 players from Team Prince, they're supposed to be the most aggressive team right now, currently, that's playing this entire competition. And I guess they are really proving themselves, getting that many elimination points. 15 finishes in total. That's going to give them 30 points, considering they also won the game. OR Esports with the second. Actually, FS Esports was the one to get the second spot in the previous game. You want to know, Scared? They got 12 placement points and only 1 finish point. That's why they only got 13 points in total.
Yes, that is indeed true. Or on the other side, they were fairly aggressive. I wouldn't exactly say aggressive, but more or less like passive aggression, where they were able to wrap up a few extra finish points and on top of it, getting the position points. So this is the team who actually came second. There were literally 5 of them going in for the exact same heal battle, and everyone fell just a few milliseconds apart, as Alibaba Raiders also ending up on 4th place with 3 finishes. I honestly would say that I was loving the way they were playing, how they were also able to gatekeep some top teams, some top dogs out there, and were also able to stop their pursuit going inside the zone. They were basically a little bit more proactive in taking those fights. And honestly, in the previous one, they were second. In this one, they were 4th. Yes, it's a pretty solid performance coming in from their side, but also Gen X FM, that was absolutely great seeing them showing that aggression. Even though they just have 2 position points, on the back of those 6 points, they've managed to grab 8 of them in total. So this is a team I would also want to keep my eyes on.
Of course, I mean, as you mentioned, even Gen X FM is a team you would want to keep your eyes on, but I'm not going to lie, my eyes are going to be fixated upon some of the top teams, right? As I mentioned, Big Brother Esports too, they have been performing quite decent in the past competition, so I really hope that they're going to be performing the same way inside this tournament too. Team Soul, yeah, that entire banner shuffle that came in definitely has been affecting them. I guess that's what it seems like so far, but you never know. Maybe the first 2 games were just the warm-up, and the 3rd game of Erangel can be the game where they can't showcase their true nature. You never know. There's so many things or so many possibilities that can happen. Maybe a team that's currently not doing good, they can just out of nowhere outshine all the competition and just come out on top. Maybe Reckoning Esports can be the winners. Anything can happen.
One of the most important things that we normally notice in these scenarios is the fact that all the top teams, even though if they've got a shaky start, they're able to build up that momentum when we're in the middle of any kind of tournament or any kind of season. So what I personally feel is the fact that maybe early on, yes, we are seeing a lot of top teams not being able to perform that much is because of the fact that the underdogs have been performing excellent. They've been showing some promising results. But once the strategy changes kicks in, once those adaptations kick in, that would be the time when we would probably see all of the experienced teams shine up, because the experience speaks for itself, and all the other players, they're also trying to gain the exact same thing. So Big Brothers, yes, they've got a lot of potential. We've seen them on the 2nd spot in another major tournament, so this could be possible that they're going to replicate the same thing. Blind, on the other hand, yes, they were having a few shakes in the previous groups. We saw them having those few shaky starts. Even the Godlike, they were having some, shaky matches coming in. Orangutan, just as what everyone would expect, they were not being able to perform up to the mark, unfortunately. That is one of the problems that they would have to figure out, they would have to focus on. And that's something what all the fans trust. They know that their team is going to perform eventually, and that's also what we as casters love to see. Any team who is on the bottom of the leaderboard perform and show themselves on the top, and all of them have got that potential.
At the bottom of the leaderboard, the only team that I can think about has to be Team Zero. First game, they were not really able to do that great. Second game, they were not really able to do that great. So Team Zero, they definitely need to start amping things up a little bit more. Maybe try and go for the elimination points, because the survival game is clearly not working for them. In Sanhok, they had a drop collision against Team Soul, which did not work out for them at all. So maybe in the upcoming game of Erangel, you can try to be a little bit more proactive, try and take the position a little bit more earlier, try and assert some more dominance inside the lobby. So many possibilities that can happen, but then you cannot forget about some of the top dogs as well. Entity Gaming, Revenant Esports, and 8-Bit. These 3 teams as well in the Indian gaming community, they've got a lot of reputation. And so far, these 3 teams aren't able to perform that well.
That is indeed true. Again, Revenant, everyone was keeping a watch on them. They were trying to bat an eye, seeing how well the new additions are going to perform, how well they're going to mix up. As of now, yes, there kind of seems to be a situation wherein they end up being in a position which is not exactly advantageous to them. Even in the previous one, we saw Blaze and Aquanox being caught in such an awkward place that there's nowhere that they can back off. There's literally a sea behind them, and in front of them, there's another team who's just gatekeeping. And also, they don't even have the high ground. So, no advantage whatsoever. I think so. What they need to focus on is how to end up on a pretty solid position, because their main game style and play style is always around being off center but inside the circle. So that is something which relies heavily on the information, as told me by Necro himself. So that is something they could probably focus on, gather some extra intel, and then move forward.
I mean, speaking about gathering the intel, right? OR Esports, the past OR Esports that we knew, they completely work on gathering intel. As I mentioned in the Sanhok game as well, that I'm loving this new OR Esports. It's a complete different change. Yeah, Admino's the only man sticking in from the previous roster, but still OR Esports, now that they're being a little bit more aggressive, even in the game of Sanhok, they were doing quite decent. In the game of Vikendi as well, they managed to get second spot in the match rankings. So I would say that's a great start to have for yourself. In day one, especially first two games, good endings for yourself. Maybe game three as well. Just keep the consistency flowing, and OR Esports should be somewhere in the top 3 in the overall standings. That's all you're going to need as a team, right?
Highly possible, because again, all of these players being newly recruited, synergy is also going to be important in these situations. You need to have that synergy on point in order to move forward as a unit, and that is something almost most of these teams would focus on, especially early on, and then capitalize on the back of it. But honestly, we've been waiting for the plane part to go on the map of Erangel, and that is exactly what is happening right now, ladies and gents. It's going to be the final match of the evening. How quickly time passes. I was hoping it would go on for so long, but we will have that happen right now, as again, plane directly going in from Milta Power. It's going to start right from there, so Revenant would be taking an early dropout, and looking at the plane path, it should end anywhere near 70, and that's where it's going. So I think so it's a pretty even spread, but on the other side, if there are teams who would want to jump to Primorsk or Quarry, they would have some problem, Shadow, wouldn't they?
Oh, certainly, because Quarry is not in the glidable region, so you have to resort to those vehicles, and sometimes a vehicle contestation also comes into the picture. But I'm just so happy that this particular group C and D, are feeling the relief. Finally, the bread and butter, the OG map is there. Erangel, the burden is off our shoulders, especially for those teams who performed really good in the map of Sanhok and Vikendi, like Alibaba. They were the consistent one. They had good points in Sanhok. They had good points in Erangel. So definitely a team that we need to watch out for. For now, they are going and heading towards the side of military-based Team 0 in the city of Novorupnoy. But the question is, where will the first circle form? Because that is going to decide the fate of so many teams. If it is a quarry circle, then all these teams should be up for a very early rotation.
I was hoping that it would be a quarry circle. And there we go. I mean, still, it's pretty, center oriented as well. You could say that there's a part of the military base island and circle, and also the upper part near the shooting range, where we were seeing Team Together Esports, who probably wanted to drop in severely, but there was also another team right up in front of them. But my oh my, Jackson starting things off, fired up already, are we? Team Friends trying to carry forward the exact same momentum that they left on in the previous one. They're going to try and take the revenge. And at the meantime, Uzumaki as well, he'll probably be finished off. There were no weapons used, by the way, to take him down. He was knocked down by using just a machete or maybe a knife. And that's the only reason why Sarvit is also trying to move backwards. This is the Erangel that we were probably waiting for. Necro might be jealous as we're having such a great early aggression, as even iFlix losing one of the members. Down on his knees, though, the question is, will he be flushed? And the answer is yes.
Team iFlix already losing on to one of their crucial players, and Team Entity, one of the very strong team, is there that is trying to engage in a fight and maybe try and annihilate the entirety of Team iFlix. But they need to be cautious because the lighter weaponry is seen on both sides. So both these teams need to be a bit cautious. And at the same time, we have Team Soul also lurking nearby. So there is a possibility of a third-party situation brewing up. Somraj being so very close to Insidious gets taken down by Crypto. Look at that off angle which Crypto has brought in. That is going to create some opening. But thankfully, the smoke cover is there. That is going to help the players of Team Entity to go for that crucial revival, but those grenades are going to be so problematic for them.
Yes, indeed, that is true. And honestly, on the back of that odd off angle, it actually gave Entity some opening as well to try and go in for this push. Insidious yet again trying to move forward, but finally has been taken down on his knees, and Crypto being taken care of. It's just all on Mox and has got no angle to work with. Pukar will be jumping in, will be helping his teammate for that revive. Troy and Somraj were down on their knees. The revival will be given, and Entity should be able to flush out Mox as well, until and unless that man pulls out a miraculous 1v4. That does not seem to be happening for now, at least. Now they're going to jump up towards the stairs. The position coming in from Mox. Can he take them down? The question is that. An answer to that seems to be no, as everyone just keeps on moving backwards. This is not the exact shotgun he would want to be in hands, but Pukar has the gun that lands the bullet to the head of Mox, finishing him off, and a perfect flush for Entity, not losing even a single member. And Team Soul have decided they want nothing of that pie. They're just going to move backwards, do not want to go in for any contest.
They came for a third party. They did so perfectly because all the hard work which the players of Team Entity did, Team Soul managed to get few finish points out of that, and they're happy with that. And that's sort of a mature decision that comes from the Team Soul. That, hey, we got 2 finishes, we are happy, we are not going to overcome it because we need the secondary loot, we need the resources, we are just happy with those 2 finishes, and that is exactly what the players of Team Soul are trying to do right now. They'll be heading somewhere else to grab those resources. And Team Entity, this is a team that is not going to be happy. They did so much hard work, they went for the flank angles and couldn't grab those 2 finish points.
I think so. They're going to be just happy that they are coming out unscathed, even though there was a third-party situation, though, after all. So, yes, there's some heartbreak for them, but this is going to be a long match, a long map as well, because it's just the stage 1. The blue has not started yet. You've still got 45 seconds in that, and then there would be rotations coming in from all the eastern part of the map, going in, moving in towards maybe Pochinki, maybe towards the northern part. And even the teams who are currently focused down in military base would also have to go in for their rotations. And since we're already talking about rotations, having a look at the members of Revenant, because they are also trying to find their footing. The previous 2 games have not exactly been their bread and butter. They've been facing a lot of problems. So for now, being uncontested in Milta is something that could provide them the opportunity and the opening that they're looking for. But that's actually a pretty cool looking monster truck, I would not lie.
That's a cool skin, I have to agree. But speaking of Revenant, Milta has been their home ground since a very long time. Even this lineup has also undergone some changes. The first 2 games didn't entirely go in their favor, especially Vikendi. But Sanhok, they managed to get 6 placement points. That's a good head start for them. And Erangel, maybe under the supervision of Sensi, because we know how capable Sensi is as an IGL. The way he brings his team inside the circle, the rotations have always been so perfect. So let's see if they can do the same thing, replicate the same performance which we have seen in the past. But speaking of the performance, a team has not been able to deliver the performance. Unfortunately, a drop clash happened where Team Zero, they got eliminated on the 16th spot. And even in Vikendi also, they had only 1 placement point. So maybe in Erangel, they'll try to change things around.
Highly possible. And talking about changing things around, that's what Brick Brothers need to do as well. They've been having pretty okay games, but it will not win you the championships. It can help you in the marathon run, but might not help you get that top spot. So they'll have to change the gears, maybe focus on getting at least 1 chicken dinner a day, and that might eventually help them. And that would probably be their way of changing things up, because there's absolutely no one looting the Georgia Paul apartments. So they'll be having that for themselves, while on the other side, Gen X FM having their fun time in Georgopol, as well as the city on the western part of it. All the teams who are on the south will be moving in on towards the north. So we will probably see Alibaba Raiders maybe up in contest against Team Zero, and we're going to see one of them prevail. Probably have to see which one though, because on the other side of the bridge is waiting Mighty 8-Bit as well as Team Forever, who will be welcoming them.
Oh, definitely. A cluster is forming on the military base area where 4 teams might be up for contestation. Could be a third party also. On the other side of the map, a team in the epicenter is going to be the players of Team Soul. Definitely a good position to hold on to. Maybe they can head over to a side of Gatka, because this can be a Gatka circle. But we don't know hardship can also come in. But speaking of a team that performed really good in the previous game, Team Prince, total of 30 points, second highest points of today. Right now, they are aware about the position of a particular enemy that is going to be, I think, FS. Yeah, it is FS. Prajwal has a vague idea that there is a team lurking nearby, but out in the open, I'm not so sure if it is a good position.
And also, I'm not quite sure with the weapon that he had in hand, that was the DBS. And I'm not gonna work at that specific range either ways, but he's being vigilant. That is one thing that's gonna be given to him. He wants to focus if there could be any kind of lurker anywhere around any kind of compound. So he's just ready for those fights. And being vigilant is going to be the key for success. That is one of the reasons why they were able to get that massive chicken in the previous one. And also talking about some massive game, we just saw Gamla Boy being picked off as well. So Team Soul just moving in with their rotations. This roster, it loves to play around these small, regions around school as well as ruins, where they could have the cover of those ridges from one side and could also create an extra cover if need be with the vehicles that they have, and try and go in for a few flushes, maybe catch few teams who are rotating off guard, catch someone who might be rotating from Yasnaya Poliana and finish one of them off. That's how they try and grab those early points, and then they try to convert it into a good position and a few late game flushes, which eventually helps them grab some good points. And for now, Atanki System going for that spray down, as he would be able to find an opening onto Prince, dodging the vehicle as well. Can he find the flush is going to be the question for Fauna. He's going to run for his life with the shots being connected. AJ, can he pick him off is the question. No is the answer for now.
Team Prince under heavy fire coming from the side of FS, and Secret with a grenade is also trying to create some opening. AJ, being so far away from his teammates, is trying to provide all the backline support that he can. But Team FS gets a confirmation point onto Prince, and Prajwal is still stuck over there. The smokes are there. He's trying to escape from that position somehow with his teammates. And even the players of Team FS are not overcommitting in this fight. That is going to give an escape for the players of Team Prince, as Prajwal is already heading towards safety along with Jackson and AJ. But the spray comes in from the side of Secret, and looks like it's only the vehicle that's getting some damage. The player is safe for now, and Team FS will be happy with that initial one frag.
I think so. Team Prince were also pretty lucky that they only are running away with one casualty. If they would have stuck there for long, who knows, maybe a third party would have been in place from one of the lurking teams out there, because it's out in the open. Anyone could probably come up, lurk, and finish you off. But at the same time, FS respecting, not going in directly for that chase, getting one pick off, and now also focusing on the positioning is something that is going to give them good confidence and a good position to catch someone else who is busy in those rotations off guard. I really want to also witness what's going to happen in towards that south of the cluster that we were seeing on the western bridge of military base, because that is where 4 top teams were going to go in for a fight. Team 0 was also there. There was also 8-bit. So I want to see what's going to be the result of that engagement, because we're not seeing any major casualties on either of these teams. So probably a stalemate, but the zone is definitely going to push someone off of the comfortable positions. And since we're already talking about the comfortable positions, right, we know how Reckoning and OR, they also like to play it slow. They also like to play it very comfy in the start.
For now, FS is looking comfy, having the control of that Pochinki Potato Hill, but Roman with that vehicle is already approaching the players of Team 0 and trying for the vehicle run over, but his own teammate gets taken down by a DBS. Dark Lord gets a confirmation onto Duke as well. Sayyad OP also down. Suddenly the tables have turned. Even the Team 0 plus are getting taken down, and now Sayyad is begging for help. Shadow has to go for the rescue mission onto the fallen comrade. Scout is also holding onto the area, and well, Team 0, they need the points. They need to win that particular fight, because first 2 games were not entirely in their favor, but this time they had a good start. 2 finishes already in their favor, but Sayyad is still looking for a rescue mission.
They really need to bring their last member on the feat as well, because again their confidence has been struck, if not a lot then just a little bit, because of the performance in the previous two games where they had to face early elimination. So maybe they want to try and change things up, and so do Alibaba Raiders need to, because they've already lost two of their members. They cannot make the cross from this bridge. On the other side there are two behemoths who would probably welcome them with the rifles facing these members. So maybe try and find a boat and then use that to go for a cross, or if not even that possible, then I'm quite confused and really want to see how that eventually is going to pan out for them, because 8-bit, they've just decided they're not going to let anyone cross from this one bridge if they're looking to do that. And I've also seen in multiple tournaments how well it could work out for you, but at the same time how disastrous it could be.
Hmm. It can go either ways. 100% agree. Juicy is a little far away from his teammates, but also he needs to be very careful because we saw the players of Team Forever also in the close proximity. But for now, the only team that can be the victim of 8-bit are the players of Alibaba, or vice versa. Anything can happen. The situation can go either ways. The main thing is, are the players of Team Alibaba prepared for a bridge camp or not? But Team Soul, I love the way they are approaching the game. They are just picking up the individual frags, not overcommitting, not going for a blind rush onto any of the compounds. If they find a player out in the open, they just try, get the knock, confirmation, and then move on. Move on inside the circle, try to get the prime spot. And right now, they are in the city of Rozok. Definitely a good position to hold on to. Even their bags are pretty much loaded. They have good resources, 4 grenades, 3 smokes. They're prepared for every kind of situation. Even if it is an open circle, they're prepared for it. Look at Manya, 10 smokes.
And that is what you would need to use, especially when you'll be making those crosses. So they are playing in way too smart. I really like the way that they're doing it right now. But on the other side, still seeing the members of OR, close and personal, Turbo as well as Zap. This one engagement, no, he's just decided to move backwards, does not want to press the issue, and neither will OR as of now. But hello there, car, stuck under the floor. Let's see if OR would actually decide to go in for that chase, right? Because again, even they need a few extra finish points, and knowing how Robin likes to play, he likes to move around a lot, especially staying far ahead from his team. And even in terms of those drops, he kind of going for a 1-3 split sometimes, but we'll just have to wait and see how this time around his strategies could help out OR. They've been performing pretty decently in the previous few games, or how much more would they be able to do is the question. Can they find those crucial chickens? Can they find those crucial picks and wins? Because we've seen multiple teams with 25 points eventually at the end, combining with those position points and finish points. But can they try and get an extra, just like how Team Prince was able to do, just like how even Wingod was able to do?
And OR also had a fantastic outing in the previous Vikendi. They got total of 16 points, but for now, in the Erangel, they dropped in the city of Yasnel, so definitely they have good resources, good loot. And for now, they are going for the rotation, and looks like in the open, they have spotted a team. And that is going to be the players of Team Reckoning, as Edmino is on a chase, and the player of Reckoning went inside the blue zone. Well, you have to do something to save yourself, and that is exactly what the players of Team Reckoning are trying to do. So I like what OR is doing. All the 4 players are moving as a pack, so that in case if anyone tries to cut their rotation, if the shots come in, they can provide the necessary support to the player. On the other side, Reckoning, they are in a major split right now.
Yes, indeed, that is true. And honestly, OR not entirely having the information that Reckoning are actually at a split, do realize that it could still be a bait. So they're not taking that, they're not biting that,
Yeah.
and just moving ahead with their own rotations, but probably try and enter the circle from the northwestern part if they want to, and at the same time, Reckoning also making their move and entering just from the opposite direction. But they've got Wind God rotation. Can they try and find a pick? Turbo not being able to connect anything out of the mag there, but OR now there's a lot of distance between Reckoning and OR. But if in case Turbo stays out in the open, maybe Admino, his senses would tingle, he would move this side of the hill and could find him out. But he needs to be pretty smart and safe. Wants to just gatekeep at this point, so the rotation could be cut off. for WindGod. If they are not careful, that is. Or maybe they could try and decide go towards the bridge which is near Rozhok, and you know, there you already have the members of Seoul who would be ready to welcome you. So I'm going to see how this eventually pans out as OR quickly goes in for their rotations. Would probably end up going in towards the Georgia containers. Or we just move south of it. But in the meantime, if you're already looking at Alibaba Raiders, right, they've only got just one player standing on their feet. They would again have to play in for the survival. While on the other side, even Big Brothers Esports having two of their players. Entity is entirely surviving as of now with a 1-3 split, still having their compounds in Pochinki. But in the meantime, there's also a rotation coming in from the members of Team Prince near there. Maybe they could try and go in for the fight. With the way that these teams are moving, the eventual and potential clashes that are bound to happen is going to be towards the northern part and as well as towards the southwestern part.
Oh yes, 8-bit is there, FS is there, Team 0 is also there towards southern western side. There is a possibility of a next fight brewing up, but look at the position of Team Revenant. They are looking so fantastic. They're so far away from all that cluster, holding on to two different compounds. A good strategy coming from their side, but if the circle goes a little northwards, that is when the players of Team Reckoning can benefit heavily, because I like how the player Punk has placed all his 4 players. They're guarding the bridge area. One player is holding on to the ruins area. 2 players are holding on to the compounds. A good strategy coming from their side. And when the players of WindGod will try to rotate, Reckoning could have done some damage. But WindGod, well, they have made it to the Georgiapol city, where the players of Team Big Brothers are also there. But WindGod, they have an upper hand in this fight because they have the numbers advantage. As I can see, only Sarvit and Saif over there. The players of O are also present. So a third party can definitely happen.
Yeah, the question is, do they have an idea of the presence of members of Big Brothers or even OR at that question? If they don't, then yes, they would be welcomed with some barrage of warning shots, which will eventually be lethal for them. So we'll have to wait and see how this one fight would pan out. As of now, it's a stalemate, but not for long. So we definitely know something is going to change here. And the outcome of this one specific fight could also potentially let us see what the result is going to be for the finals. But Sensei goes in for a spray down, gets the knock on AJ. So Team Prince are now under heavy fire. They need to get that revival in, and they already lost a member long back ago. So it's going to be even more problematic for them now that it's a 2v4 situation. Revenant finally seeing them fired up after a couple of games definitely give chills to all the opponents. And if in case this keeps on continuing, we know that this is going to be absolutely massive as another spray down with catching Team 0 on that rotation. Can Sensei find a pick?
And the answer is no, he can't find a pick because the players of Team 0 has already rushed onto the compounds, and Team Revenant, who were trying to hunt the players of Team Prince, are now becoming the hunty as Team 0 is already on their doorstep, and Dark Lord with the grenade is trying to find some sort of opening. Let's see if he can, and yes, he does. Takes down Aquanox over there. Might be looking for a confirmation with the DBS in his hand. Takes down Fierce, but a good trade coming in. Fierce had already cooked up a grenade, which takes down Dark Lord. And Sayyad also. Suddenly the tables have turned.
And eventually now Blaze making his way, making his rotation. They need the support of Sensei as well. This fight could be everything for Revenant. As again, it's down to just Sensei and Blaze. Can they find out those openings with the opportunity provided to them by Fierce? Catching at least one of them. The DBS is good. He gets one. And the rotation coming in from behind. Scout is still standing there. And a potential third party coming into play as well, because OR would want to join in. Blaze goes in for the spray. Gets another knock. In the meantime, Sensei is so very low in HP. And we're also going to see some action on towards the side of 8-bit as they will be fighting against the members of WindGod, getting them down one after the other. They're being caught in the crossfire with multiple teams out there. Immortal in the meantime gets a pick on Dinosaur, so that fight is also happening some other part of the map. But we're going to focus down on this third party yet again, and we will see the action being joined in by Team Prince. AJ cooking up another nade. Can he find the opener? For now, Prajwal will be taken down to his knees. AJ is also cooking one up. Admino, his HP is dangerously low, but I don't think so it's going to catch anyone. Oh my, that could have been everything.
chaos. This is a total mayhem that is wrecking close in this very compound. Team Revenant, Team Zero, now Team Prince and OR Pro, the last man standing, as Nino is still bleeding, and the confirmation has already been made. In the finish feed, we can see the players of 8-bit also with that grenade taking down the entirety of Gen X FM, and AJ with the grenade is trying to find the last player of Team OR, and the DBS will do the job. And with that, Team OR also bids bye-bye on the 12th spot. Team Prince played fantastic. 5 finish points, although they lost 2 of their own, but they managed to get 5 finishes. Now they have to migrate inside the circle, and the journey is not going to be easy. And those single tap shots from the side of Oways finds Gen X FM player out in the open. Has been knocked out. Now Spider Jord could be the next victim of Mafia.
The way that they have that information is absolutely brilliant. And on the back of it, they could try and get a few extra flush. Another shot being connected. Spider Jord, nah, he's not gonna survive. First aid saved you once, but not twice. Extra shots being fired out of that mag. They were able to get him down, but for now, the problem keeps on rising for the members of 8-bit as Team Together Esports are just gatekeeping them, not letting them in. But they themselves could be the target of the rotation that's coming in from a team that's just on the northwest of their side. Madman should be finished off, should be flushed out. The question is by whom? The blue, or maybe just by the bullets of Invader, as he will now turn his attention towards the members of Reckoning as well, who are just close by. So it could also be lethal for them. They also have to make their way inside the zone. And look at that. All the teams are just going to have to move through the spray down from the members of Team Together. They're also making their move, jumping in, but the shots being fired right away from up front. Got to put in those smokes to make sure that they block those lines of fire. And everyone just struggling to keep standing on their feet, as again Cav from Reckoning taken down. This fight for Reckoning should be everything. The nade being cooked up, being thrown in. Will it get the knock? Yes, it will. Turbo, he could get revived. Esbama in the meantime joins his teammate as well. Reckoning up against Team Soul. Who's going to win this trade is going to be the question.
And the answer is Team Soul, as S-Power comes in at the perfect nick of time, saves the day and his teammates, and a flawless victory in this particular fight coming in for the players of Team Soul. And now they can go for the crucial, important revivals on their fallen teammates. At the same time, the circle is in no man's land. There is only a single player right in the center of the circle. And 8-bit also, Mighty, trying to do some damage to both the side of Team Together Esports, but no damage whatsoever. 8-bit, they're also quite 90 meters away from the circle. Then we have FS Atanki all by himself on the southern periphery of the circle. This could be a chicken dinner for the players of Team Alibaba Esports, because look at the position. They have the entire control of the circle. At the same time, it's only one player, I think, Chris OP. Yes, it's only Chris OP. It is Team Entity in the same color, brown. If they make it inside the circle, they have the numbers advantage.
That is indeed true, but the one who's got the best advantage is none other than the members of Team Soul, with all 4 of them standing on their feet. They should be able to flush out a few extra picks there, should not have any major problems while moving inside, as Mighty, again, out in the open, will be covering his back with a tree, as well as putting a buggy to cover the angles on his side. Team Together had absolutely no idea, and Mighty is just going to utilize that information and get a couple of flushes for himself. But on the other side, Alibaba Raiders, just as you mentioned, they will be the ones who will be getting the last 2 members from Team Together, and they will fall in front of these 2 mammoths out there. The nade being thrown in. The question is, for how long will 8-bit survive now with just one man standing on his feet, another one brought down to his knees? Team Soul, could this be the match which they get the chicken in?
Team Soul, this is their game to lose. Yes, they have the numbers advantage, and they have the momentum, they have the position, they have the height advantage. They have everything lined up for them to get this beautiful winner chicken dinner. But they need to be careful about the position of Pukar of Entity. And looks like Mana is already aware about his position, as his team with its power is peppering few bullets towards the side of Mighty. Juicy both goes down, and Team Soul has annihilated another threat. And now 8-bit, they have been eliminated. 3 teams remaining, where Team Prince surviving with only one single player, who I think is going for a heal battle strat, but this grenade could have taken down Troy.
It possibly would have, but the question is, can they find one nade opening against Team Soul? Just like how we saw in the first game, but that was against Carnival Gaming. But as of now, Prakash is going to be fired upon with a few of those shots, connecting as well. Knuckle again going in for that spray down in the smoke. Could have got the hit marker on Prakash, but he will be able to heal himself back up using that first aid. Nades is popping off up in front of him, but Manek the DPS will be able to clear the job, and Manek goes in for another spray and able to take Somraj out of the blue. And this is exactly what Soul needed. 3 men standing as of now. But they still have to focus on one member. That is going to be Troy. Can they flush him out as well? They're creating a wall of smoke in front of them. They really want to just rush up to him and take that pick. Going in for that spray inside the smoke. And Somraj has been deleted by the play zone. The blue is just not favoring them. And it is going to be Soul. Alone they stand in the zone. And outside is just one going in for the heal battle.
And look at that, 14 finishes they have. It's not like they have grabbed the chicken dinner boy, going for the position points or going for a safe approach. The approach was so perfect from the very start. The moment they started picking up those individual frags, the moment they started prioritizing the circle, prioritizing the position inside the circle, it was granted that they are going to get a winner chicken dinner for themselves, and finally they get it. 14 finishes and 15 placement points, total of 29 points to Team Soul.
Just can't keep this roster quiet for long, can you? Showing off what they are made of. Even though there were a few hurdles up in front of them in the previous 2 maps, Erangel is where they rule. Erangel is where they thrive. That's exactly what they showcased. Put up any name in front of them and they will take them down. Just like that. Also wrapping up a lot of those finish points too. If I'm not wrong, potentially 14 or at least 12 and 13 is the bare minimum that they should have. They were also able to almost get that pick on AJ, but eventually the play zone did the trick. They were not able to land those shots in on time. They did figure out his location by the shots that he himself fired, but genuinely what a great play coming in from Soul.
Oh, yes, 100% agreed. Great play, great strategy coming in from their side. Even 8-Bit was also playing fantastic because they have also got a lot of points in this game. 8-Bit, they had the complete control of the Georgiapol Mountain, and from there on, they were able to grab so much information. They were picking those individual players. They were picking players who were rotating inside the circle. So 8-Bit is also very strong in the map of Erangel because this circle was not their circle. They dropped in towards the side of Primorsk, and the rotation from there till the Georgiapol Mountain is definitely not easy.
True, it was not at all easy, and honestly they were being caught in the crossfires as well.
Yeah.
And Team Together Esports, I mean, I also want to bring the attention to them because the way they were able to keep quite a lot of those teams, it eventually paved the way for Soul to capitalize onto that opening and then move forward. And in just a matter of seconds, Team Together, even though they were stopping a few extra teams out there, when their turn came to go in for those rotations and get some good openings or at least a good position in the safe zone, there was already 3 different teams looking in their direction just because they were a little late in grabbing that one position. And also when you're out in the open, you first need to go in for those smoke wall creations, and then you would want to try and go in for those rotations. And if in case the area is just too far ahead, you might as well have to, as soon as you jump out of the vehicle, throw out those smokes. But that window is just enough for all of the teams to try and fire in a few extra shots and take them down. And since we're already talking about firing a few extra shots, why not have a look at the man who fired the most in this lobby? Grabbing the MVP is going to be none other than Soul Knuckle.
Oh yes, it is Knuckle with 6 finishes and 43% finish contribution. This lad was doing so much for his team. The way he was able to bring those frags, the way the entire split was there. As a unit, Team Soul was moving in fight to fight. The way they held on to their grounds, the way they held on to their position, so fantastic. And Knuckle is definitely a player to look out for. He has already proved his worth in past events also. We have seen how this player performs, and right now playing under the banner of Soul, looks like they are looking fantastic with the entire team.
Absolutely true. And even if you are not able to start things in a flashy way, you would want to end the day in such a way that other teams would remember it even till the next few coming ones. And this is the way how they have ended things up. Let's have a look at the stars of this game as well, because again, MVP is none other than Knuckle himself, and the one who's going to get his best companion will be none other than Soul Ronnie. With just 1 rescue but 3 assists, he'll restored 98. And it clearly shows, right, how they were not taking a lot of damage onto themselves, and they were not picking off unnecessary fights. I've heard this quote from someone, and it mentions that every single fight that you take should have meaning behind it. And that's what Soul followed. They managed to take those fights through which they could get some kind of value out. And that is one of the reasons why we are seeing them up on boards in the chicken dinner table.
Yeah, because they do realize that if you're engaging in a fight and if you lose onto one of your player, you're not just at disadvantage, you are putting the enemy also at advantage of 1 finish point. You are giving them 1 point, and that is why the unnecessary rush, bad fights is something that Team Soul always tends to avoid, and always looking for an upgrade in the loot, upgrade in the resources. And that is exactly what Team Soul did in this particular Erangel, because starting off itself, they engaged in a fight, they did a third party. Beautiful third party came in where they got 2 finishes. Team Entity is not going to be happy about that, but they got 2 finishes in their pockets, and later on they just moved inside the circle because they realized they have weaker weaponry, they don't have the perfect level 2 armors. So instead of taking risk, they just moved inside the circle. And look at the match ranking. Well, they are on the top with 29 points.
14 finishes for themselves, grabbing all 3 of the entity players, taking them down. 29 points with 15 placement points. This chicken dinner has been massive for them and definitely helped them out to close that gap. Since seeing how Wind God were not able to grab even a single point in this one, it is going to hurt them, and not just a bit but a lot. On the other side though, Team Prince grabbing 17 of them, having a great one as well. On the last hand, it's going to be 8-bit. Grabbing those 16 points with 8 placement points and 8 finish points. So that's something that you also mentioned, how they were able to grab those important picks. They were also playing very good, and this clearly shows that 8 points that they managed to grab onto those finish points, putting them in the 3rd position.
Oh yes, certainly. Even Team Entity also performed really good, although they were on the verge of elimination at the start of the game. But they picked themselves up from that situation and got 10 placement points. A good gameplay coming in from their side. Had they had the circle benefit, this could have also been their winner chicken dinner. But Team Soul, well, they had a momentum rolling in their favor. On the other side, there are a few disappointments also. Team Zero, 3 back-to-back games and not a good performance coming from their side.
It has been hard for them. It has been very hard for them, to be honest, because yes, they were performing pretty decent back in the Conquest finals, but now in the challenge season, against the invited teams, it just seems that they're kind of crumbling under the pressure. In terms of firepower, we know their potential, that they do have it, but they also need to showcase it at the right point and at the right time. And that is where they're kind of facing some troubles, because we saw them going in for some early drop clashes and they could not get any pick. Given the fact that they were taking the fight directly against Team Soul, yes, that is one thing, but I was hoping for them to at least get 1 or maybe 2 flushes out in that, but they were not able to do that. And after that, again, playing for a slow play style, they were trying to go for their rotations and were being caught. So yes, it seems that they would need to change their strategies for the week 2 now.
Yeah, they definitely have to, because this strategy, it is not working. And I don't think it is the pressure which the players of Team Zero are feeling, because they're the veteran players. They have been in the competitive scenario since a very long time. So I don't think this is a team that can crumble in pressure. So they're not feeling the pressure. Maybe this could be the read, because so many roster changes have come, so many drop changes are also coming in, playstyles have been changed. So maybe that could be the reason. Maybe day number 2 could be better for this team. But we have a little surprise for all you guys watching. We have an interview lined up, so let's directly head over to the interview.
Venom, how are you doing? Welcome to the interview. What's up?
हेलो, कैसे हो आप लोग?
हम लोग बहुत पूछा था, हमने पूछा। आप बताएं।
But it was a good day.
हम भी ठीक हैं, अच्छे।
मतलब कैसे?
#3 पे तो ठीक ही लग रहा है। अभी मतलब चोक तो करा था सेकंड मैच, लेकिन फिर भी ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं। #3 पे अभी कल #1 कर देंगे।
मतलब कुछ अलग सा नोटिस किया आज अपनी परफॉर्मेंस में या अपोनेंट्स में?
आज मतलब लॉबी ज्यादा मतलब स्टार्टिंग में तो कई जगह खाली हो जा रही थी तो आराम से हम खेल सकते थे। सब अभी ट्राई कर रहे हैं चीजें, सब फाइट्स ले रहे हैं थोड़ी थोड़ी, तो हम थोड़ा सेफ लेके हम पॉइंट्स पे चले गए।
बट आज बहुत बार मुलाकात हुई है इनकी गॉडल के साथ एक ही जगह पे। डिड यू फील कि आज बहुत स्लो खेल रही है टीम? मतलब सबको सेंटर चाहिए, कॉर्नर्स पे कोई नहीं छुप रहा।
जी सब सेंटर ले रहे हैं, तो हमने थोड़ा अलग दिमाग लगा के हमने एजिस का सोचा, हमने एजिस लिया, उसके बाद हमने प्लेसमेंट निकाल लिया।
किसी और टीम ने आपको ऐसे मतलब इम्प्रेस किया कि भाई आज ये लोग बढ़िया खेल रहे हैं? कोई नई टीम किसी पे दिलाया?
टीम प्रिंस अच्छा खेल रही है आज, बहुत अच्छा खेले वो लोग। वीकेंडी वाला भी मैं देख रहा था, और ऑटोबॉट्स भी फर्स्ट मैच अच्छा निकाली, तो सब अच्छा है, मतलब जो भी ठीक है।
कल की प्लानिंग क्या रहने वाली है? मतलब ऐसी ही रहेगी या फिर जस्ट ऑल इन जाना है, या फिर थोड़ा एक्सपेरिमेंट करोगे फिर से?
कल एक्सपेरिमेंट नहीं होगा, कल अब थोड़ा अच्छे से खेलेंगे, फिनिशेस निकालेंगे, फिनिशेस के साथ प्लेसमेंट लेंगे कल।
और अभी आपकी जो जर्नी है ये चैलेंज सीजन की, ये काफी एक लंबा सफर है कंपेयर टू इससे पहले की स्टेजेस में क्या हुआ था। बट यहाँ से अगले जो आज का दिन तो चलिए खत्म हो गया, अगले 10 दिन के बारे में क्या चल रहा है? लाइक हाउ डू यू प्लान टू स्टे ऑन टॉप?
बस यही करना है कि इसमें तो क्वालिफाई करना है कैसे भी करके, इसमें कोई ना करने का कोई ऑप्शन रखा ही नहीं हमने, कि करना है तो बस करना है।
आई थिंक ये एक अच्छा प्लान है कि सिंपल टू एग्जीक्यूट, टॉप 16 में रहना है, फाइनल्स तक पहुंचना है। वेनम, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर शेयरिंग योर थॉट्स विद अस। आपके जो सोच विचार थे शेयर करने के लिए थैंक यू सो मच, एंड बेस्ट ऑफ लक टुमारो कल के लिए। उम्मीद रहेगी जो फर्स्ट पोजीशन की आपने हमें अब एक वादा किया है, कल पूरा हो, कल फिर बात करेंगे फिर।
जी जी, थैंक यू bye bye.
That was Venom.
Well, Venom looks very confident, and that is the confidence, that sort of confidence you need if you want to qualify for the LAN.
That is indeed true. Promises have been made now which need to be fulfilled, especially for tomorrow and the day after that. Because yes, day one is over. It's been not that good for some of the teams, but eventually the other ones, they were able to outshine the others. And especially talking about those underdogs, right? Even very well mentioned by Venom, how AUTOBOTZ were able to surprise everyone. Team Prince doing insanely good, and also WindGod having the highest chicken dinner point for the day, and that too starting with a 32. That was absolutely mind-blowing.
All these are the veteran players. They have a lot of experience. They just need a platform which Snapdragon is providing them, and they're making full use out of it. Because look at Gujarat Esports. They got a beautiful winner chicken dinner in the map of Sanhok, and I think they have got the highest points today. That was the highest point winner chicken dinner which Gujarat Esports got for themselves. So definitely all the qualified teams are also something that we need to watch out for, because they have got a lot of potential. Yes, the invited teams are the top teams of the country, but Gujarat Esports, Team Prince, these are the teams that I'm always looking out for. What about you? Which team you think is going to stage a major comeback on day number 2?
Okay, that's a pretty solid question, because there are a lot of them which I have to think about at this point, because again, there have been a few of them which not have been able to show us their potential, while the others, I really want to look forward to their comeback. One of them is going to be Team OG. I mean, I really want to see them in the top 5 or in the top 2 or top 3 at least. And not just me, all of their fans out there as well. They expect the exact same thing for OG to land up in those top 3 spots. They've shown us their potential. Even in one of the previous tournaments, they came second, and that too just by 1 point. It's a heartbreak which they really want to fill up with right now with a victory. So OG is someone that I think maybe would get the adaptations in. And on the other side, I think maybe, since you've already mentioned Team Zero, having those experienced players could revise their strategies, revise their rotations, and then move forward with even more advancement, get a few extra points for themselves. We've already seen the members of Seoul showcasing their skills. Godlike is someone that I think should be able to outperform the others as well after they get their synergy right.
Speaking of Godlike, it's not like they were completely not performing today. Jonathan was able to pull off some really bold moves, the way he was aggressing, the way he was able to take down the players with those grenades, with those DBS. So definitely Godlike performed good, because in day number 1, if you're getting the average points, I think it's good to go. You just need to have the little bit of the momentum on day 1 rolling, so that day number 2, you look more confident. But one thing is for sure, day number 2 is going to be full of comebacks from the qualified teams and from the invited teams both. In Group C and D, we saw that the qualified teams were outperforming the invited teams, whereas in Group A and B, it was completely opposite. It was the invited teams who were outperforming the qualified teams.
That is indeed true. I mean, we might as well name some of those groups as the group of death as well, which basically is, like the thing that we do in every other tournament. There needs to be one group of death. So I think so, in my own opinion, it should be Group A. That's what I personally think. Maybe again, you've got some top names. You've got God's Reign there. You've got Godlike. AUTOBOTZ have been performing so very well. Global Esports, everyone have their eye onto them. Even Gujarat Tigers, and along with the addition of Blind, that group. I personally think that should be named as the group of death.
Okay, you're naming Group A as Group of Death. They need to live up to the expectations. But there is one more team from which I personally had a lot of expectations, and it was Team Reckoning, because the way they were playing in the Open Finals, they got the highest point. They were the most consistent one. They got the highest finishes, highest placements. This game they tried to do so, but the split which they had was not working in the map of Erangel. Maybe on day number 2 we can see a major comeback from their side as well. But with that, we have come to the end of the day. Any final words?
Just it's gonna go out to all the teams, no matter what the result was of day 1. You've just got to brush things off if it was not that good. And for all the teams who have got the momentum rolling for themselves, might as well want to stay on the same gear and move forward. We're gonna see how it eventually pans out for the next 2 days. So that's gonna be my last words.
Well, and thank you so much, guys, for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow at the same time, because day number 2 is also going to be as action-packed as day number 1 was. But before ending the show, I'm going to thank the sponsor for providing such a good platform to all these teams, starting with Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, share the epic and level up your game; Snapdragon Elite Gaming, where winning matters the most; and Monster Energy, unleash the beast. And good night. Take care. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Do tune in.
The Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
Showing my worth, I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess.